Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they won yesterday. They played the Edmonton Oilers, and they ended up winning by a 6-2 final score. Penguins have won 3 games in a row, and they're going to stay on the road. Their next game's on Sunday. They play against the Vancouver Canucks on Sunday at 6 p.m. Right now, the Penguins, in the standings, they are in second still in the Metropolitan Division. Now, in sole possession of second place, they're 2 points ahead of the New York Islanders, who right now are at 59, and they trail the Carolina Hurricanes, who lead the Metropolitan Division right now with 67 points. Championship Sunday coming up in the NFL, and you can listen to both games right here on 93.7 The Fan through Westwood One. The AFC Championship game played at 3 o'clock on Sunday between the Patriots and the Broncos, and then the NFC Championship follows. That's scheduled to start at 6:30 between the Rams and the Seahawks. Again, you can listen to both those games right here on 93.7 The Fan through Westwood One. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. And Jesse Minter hired as the Baltimore Ravens head coach, and he's going to sign a 5-year contract according to reports that came out yesterday evening. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com and the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
On Saturday, January 24th, the Oaks Theater in Oakmont lights up with Led Zeppelin performing The Song Remains the Same and more. Originally an all-female Led Zeppelin cover band, they were described as the most powerful all-female band in rock history by Rolling Stone magazine. They have since recorded 3 albums and toured the world to rave reviews. That's Led Zeppelin, live at the Oaks Theater, Saturday, January 24th. Tickets on sale now at theoakstheater.com, another Drusky Entertainment event.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore. Time for new stuff, right? New year. Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford, schultzford.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Whoop, bang, Schultz Ford right there. And, you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport? Let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. schultzford.com.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th, so you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent sin. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I did it. Made it all the way through the week. And now it's Friday. We've also made it through most of the NFL season. Super Bowl's coming up. But before that, we need to play the AFC Championship and NFC Championship games, which are set for Sunday. Number 1 seed, Denver Broncos. Number 2 seed, New England Patriots, for the AFC title game. Number 1 seed, Seattle Seahawks, playing a wildcard team in the Los Angeles Rams, who the Steelers have an interest in terms of their coaching staff. Chris Shula, defensive coordinator. Shieldhouse, passing game coordinator. Coaching searches, looks like half the teams now have found and committed to a head coach. The Baltimore Ravens, most recent of those, was announced yesterday evening, or there were reports that were released that said Jesse Minter is going to sign with the Baltimore Ravens as their new head coach, and he is destined to get a 5-year contract. So the Ravens have figured out their situation. Reports are saying that the Steelers want to find their next head coach by the Super Bowl. And we can expect them to. It seems like that's been their theme every time they've hired a head coach. It's been sometime in late January. Although in the case of Chuck Noll and Bill Cowher, the Super Bowl was played earlier. Now it's an extended season, which means the Super Bowl has been pushed back. We also got to wait a week for the Pro Bowl situation, which has become a disaster in recent years. Just the mini games and the flag football. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that when it gets here. I always have an opinion on that every year. The All-Star games, you know, the big star games, they just modern day with all the technology we have, they don't have that same type of feel that they used to have. And the NFL, I think, is just, yeah. Flag football's cool, but it's just like a celebrity event more than anything at this point. Although the Pro Bowl beforehand wasn't all that interesting either. Neither the teams played defense. And it's just tough in the NFL. You're not going to have guys play an exhibition game against each other and risk serious injury. It all makes enough sense. But we'll get there when we get there. AFC and NFC championship games coming up. Just illustrated those. Patriots, Broncos, Rams, Seahawks. If you have any opinions on who's going to win those games, who's going to be in the Super Bowl, if you already know you put your money on who's going to win the Super Bowl this season. Let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. Can't emphasize enough either that 93.7 The Fan will be carrying all the big NFL games through the rest of the postseason, like we already have been. But the NFC Championship game at 3 o'clock. Correction, sorry. The AFC game is at 3 o'clock. The NFC game is at 6:30. Both those games can be heard on 93.7 The Fan through Westwood One. So you can listen live on the radio. You can listen live on the Odyssey app, Audacy Odyssey. It's free to download. Very easy to use. So you can listen to both those games right here. We've got them, and then we got the Super Bowl too in a couple weeks. I kind of want to take the Broncos in the AFC Championship. I know Bo Nix is hurt. They got to rely on Jared Stickham, as Mad Dog Russo put it. But no, Jared Stidham. I still have odd faith in them to pull it out. Although the Patriots are strong, Drake May is still their quarterback, and Mike Vrabel seems to be a great head coach. And the more I talk about them, the more I'm like, maybe they could pull it out. I think it'll be a good game. But I've got an odd feeling the Broncos will be able to pull this one out. I don't know why. It's just a feeling. Although I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriots win it, considering all the weapons that they have. And it seems like, I'm terrified because I have always prided myself on being like, oh yeah, look at the Steelers. They've got the most Super Bowls in NFL history. We love that. And that's something that no other NFL team has. The Steelers are the best. And then sitting in a dorm room in 2019, watching the Rams and Patriots in one of the lowest scoring Super Bowls in history. So watching field goal after field goal. And that's when the Patriots earned their 6th title. And now we have to share that distinction with the Patriots. Which means that this season, if the Patriots are able to do it and make it all the way to the Super Bowl and then win the Super Bowl, they will have the most Super Bowls by a single franchise in NFL history, which would make me sad. And that's really all I'm thinking about. Plus, I know Adam Crowley on the morning shows expressed, the jealousy and the envy that I think almost every other NFL team can share. And like this experience that, the Patriots have had the absolute perfect scenario as they've constructed their team. Where they had Bill Belichick, who's considered one of the best. And they had Tom Brady, who's probably considered the best. He's got 7 championships individually, 6 with the Patriots and 1 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Well, Brady signs elsewhere. And after that, the Patriots have enough confidence to remove Bill Belichick, use Rod Mayo for a year, fire him after a year, hire Mike Vrabel, who was a pretty highly regarded coach with the Tennessee Titans, though they had fallen short in a few seasons of his tenure. But they sign him. It seems like now a great choice. They get Drake May at quarterback, and they're back. And they were bad for, a couple of years there? It's envious. It feels like that's the correct formula. Is all right, well, we'll do not great for a couple of years. We understand we're not good enough. We're comfortable moving on from Bill Belichick and starting it again. And well, they've started it again. The Empire is back with new leadership, which is tough. So every other NFL organization, well, especially the Steelers too. You want to take notes. The Steelers seemed like running it back with Mike Tomlin infinitely was the answer. And the Patriots kind of proved oh yeah, you mean Bill Belichick, this guy that's won so many Super Bowls over 2 decades, we can just get rid of him like that? Well, yeah. Seems like it, huh? And they're just fine. Which, just to tie to the Steelers, too, makes me believe that the Steelers will end up being just fine in due time with whoever they hire as their next head coach. Then you got the NFC side, the Los Angeles Rams, Seattle Seahawks. Rams seem to have a great coaching staff, kind of guiding a core that's been around for a bit. They got Matthew Stafford leading the way. He's an MVP candidate this season. As is Drake May. I can't put that, I can't underscore that too much. I do want to mention that. We got a few quarterbacks plus Christian McCaffrey out there who are finalists to win the NFL MVP award. But you got the Rams, Matthew Stafford against the Seattle Seahawks. Now, just because of superstition, because I love random things that trend or like history that repeats itself. I mean, I saw this meme, and I've talked about this for the last month now. When the Seattle Seahawks have finished as the number 1 seed in the NFC and a new pope has come in, the Seattle Seahawks have made it to the Super Bowl both times. They lost to the Steelers, way back. Now, 20 years ago, How about that? That's crazy to think about. 20 years ago, the Steelers beat the Seahawks in the Super Bowl and got Bill Cowher's first championship and only championship. But anyway, yeah. So I think that just because, I mean, the Seattle Seahawks are pretty solid. They've got a solid team. They've definitely proven that they can match up and dominate almost anybody, especially the NFC teams. But yeah, I mean, I think that just for that sheer fact of that Pope fact, I'm picking the Seattle Seahawks for no other reason. So I think we're gonna have a rematch of the Broncos and the Seahawks from over 10 years ago. That they'll both be back in the Super Bowl. That's my official Harry Callis prediction for you. We'll have a Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl in a couple weeks. 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. What's your Super Bowl prediction? How do you think these games are going to unfold this weekend? Conference Championship Sunday. 412-928-9370. You can also react to the news. Jesse Minter has become the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. First reported yesterday, he is signing what's amounting to be a 5-year contract to be the head coach of the Ravens, coming off his position as defensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Chargers. So 412-928-9370. Tell me what you think there. Coming up next, let's address the Penguins a little bit, because Adam Crowley made a prediction yesterday that, or within this week at least, that I agree with. Penguins won another game. They're on a 3-game winning streak after beating the Edmonton Oilers yesterday. They won 6-2. So I do want to focus on them because the Penguins really do deserve some positive attention. And I'll tell you why more specifically, and we'll talk about them coming up next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fantasy Morning Show. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Friday morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed for you. Roadways are mainly dry, and you'll find pretty much steady traffic on all 3 parkways as well as Route 28 as you head into the city of Pittsburgh. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway north across town and the North Shore Expressway. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy crispy, the biscuit is soft. It's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it. You could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them, too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At CheapofPittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit CheapofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Bring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good morning.
Now back to the Get Up with the Fan Early Morning Show. Brought to you by Steel City Medical Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I got a couple more minutes to talk to you. Talked a little bit about the AFC and NFC championships coming up. Championship Sunday is this Sunday, and that means we're a couple weeks removed from the Super Bowl. And then hopefully winter will end quickly and there will be no more cold and we can enjoy baseball season. Got some high aspirations for the Pirates, considering that they have improved the lineup significantly with two major moves in the offseason. Brandon Lowe acquired, taken from the Tampa Bay Rays in an exchange. Ryan O'Hearn, first baseman DH, signed to a 2-year contract. We love the 2-year deals, right? First one since Ivan Nova back in 2016. A little more promise, and then it'll be warm. Swimming pools, oceans, lakes, water, under the hot sun. It'll be great. Can't wait. Still many months away from that, but I can dream. Oh, and I'm going to Ireland this summer, too. That is an official plan that me and my family have gone under. I'm very excited. I'm not going to brag about it too much like Adam Crowley did back when he went to go watch the Steelers play the Vikings back in the fall. But I'm excited. I'm half Irish, so it'll be exciting to see the land, the Ireland. I'll be going there in July. So I'm excited for summer. I'm already thinking of the Pirates chasing a playoff spot and my vacation to Ireland over the summer. But we still got plenty of steps to go for that. Like I said, the NFL season is coming to an end. There's 2 more rounds of the playoffs to cover before a Super Bowl champion is crowned. And perhaps the Penguins will make some noise in the playoffs through the spring and into the summer. Penguins on a 3-game winning streak after beating the Edmonton Oilers. So they've beaten the Seattle Kraken, Calgary Flames, and the Edmonton Oilers. 3-game winning streak and all road games as well. They've got 1 more game left on this road stretch before they come back home and play 3 in a row at home before the break for the Olympics. I mean, they got to give them credit. The Pittsburgh Penguins are giving us excitement that is much needed. I mean, if we're going back to the Pirates' previous season, they tripped and fell from the start, which was not great. And then the Steelers made it kind of exciting through the season, but had no chance in the playoffs. So the Penguins have kind of been picking things up and keeping things entertaining for us in Pittsburgh. And I mean, I went to a Penguin game. They lost to the Calgary Flames by a point, which ended a long winning streak for them, by the way, too, which was a bummer. But I feel like, if anything, they were due to lose. That winning streak was getting high. It happens. But, they lost to the Calgary Flames. But I saw the place was packed. It was a Saturday, and it was rainy. It was a great day, but everybody was in there. It seemed, it was a packed arena. And, I'm watching that. I hadn't been to a Penguin game in several years. It had been a while. And just watching them play, I was like, wow, hockey's pretty darn exciting. It's one of those sports that's under the radar for me. I haven't previously really attended. There's not a lot that I understood about hockey. And, the more I've done this job, the more I've kind of understood what's going on, and the more I followed the team. And I'm just like, this sport's pretty cool. I mean, I could do this on a more regular basis. My girlfriend got me tickets for Christmas, though. She said it'd be fun to go out and catch a game, and we were right. I mean, it was an entertaining game throughout. Penguins had a lot of opportunities to score, I felt like, and they just didn't, which was a bummer. But watching them, move the puck and watching them play was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool experience, and the arena's pretty solid atmosphere. So the Penguins keeping us entertained down the stretch here, and they have now gone on another winning streak, which has improved their point total to 61. So of all the teams in the Eastern Conference, the Penguins are one of 7 that are at 60 points or more to this point in the season, and their point total is good enough for second in the Metropolitan Division, 6 points behind the leader, the Carolina Hurricanes. They're doing it. And I think this is great. I think that also, I mean, the story of this stretch of time, the story of this era of time, this small era between 2025 and 2026, the big story is going to be head coaches and, how the turnover of coaches has helped all the Pittsburgh sports teams. I mean, how unprecedented is that as well, that every single pro sports team in Pittsburgh has had a coaching turnover? The Pirates decided to part ways with Derek Shelton in the middle of the season. It became early May, and the Pirates said, this situation isn't working. Doesn't seem like the players are responding. And they got a fresh perspective from their bench coach, Don Kelly, who was promoted and since confirmed as the permanent solution moving forward. Which it seemed like the Pirates responded to him. Seems like the Pirates players respect him, and they seem to respond to him being in charge as like a fresh perspective, and they did improve there for a little while. They still had their moments during the season. They still blew a 9-0 lead to the Colorado Rockies, a team that had one of the worst records in the modern era. That happens. Things happen. There were blips on the season still. Things we wish to forget. But there's a new season coming. Don Kelly, as the head coach, will now have a couple more bats in the lineup to work with a pitching staff that's still anticipated to be pretty strong. Jared Jones, also coming back for this 2026 season. We should expect him a month or two into the season, recovering from the elbow surgery. So there's that. The Steelers are now cycling through a head coach. Mike Tomlin stepped down. Now the Steelers are on a coaching search, so they're going to get a refreshed coach. And think about what the Penguins have done with Dan Muse here. Dan Muse, the first coach who's been named the permanent guy, who is getting results for the Penguins. I mean, think about this time last year with Mike Sullivan just going through the motions, with the rest of the players going through the motions. And, I mean, just think about how the Penguins were playing. And just blowing a lot of third-period games. Losing in regulation pretty regularly, just not being able to sustain third-period pushes. Dan Muse in here is willing to implement some younger guys and complement them with the other veterans that you have on the team, and look at what they're doing. They're winning. So if that's any indication to give some optimism to the rest of the city and the rest of the city's pro teams, new head coaches can be good. New philosophies can be good. A fresh perspective can be good. So I have high hopes for the Pirates. I know Don Kelly's not totally a fresh perspective. He's been with the organization since Derek Shelton was hired as the manager back in 2020. But he is permanently put in charge now. That's been confirmed. So this is his first year not as an interim guy. This is his first year he's starting as the manager of the Pirates. The Steelers coach yet to be named, but a head coach will be coming. And, the Penguins inspire a little bit of hope in me for the rest of the city and the city's teams, because he's doing well with the Penguins first year in. His new angle on things, his coaching style is seeming to work for them. So hopefully the other teams will have success with their new coaches coming up here. Hopefully the Pirates with Don Kelly and whoever the Steelers hire, they'll get some production out of that next head coach. But the Penguins, I mean, they deserve props. The Penguins are carrying us through what has been a really unique time in Pittsburgh sports. The Steelers, again, falling short, underwhelming in the playoffs. But also, I mean, now we've got a head coach search to talk about, and that happens not very often. A very rare occurrence when the Steelers need to hire a head coach. And that's been the big thing. They've only had 3 head coaches since 1969. So they're only going to have 4 after this next guy's hire. That's not a lot. This is something that does not happen very often, and we're living through it now. But while we're living through what's the Steelers' future looking like, it's good to have the Penguins coming back to relevancy and being a breath of fresh air for us sports fans here in Pittsburgh. So good on them. Again, the Penguins, 6 points behind the Metropolitan leader, the Carolina Hurricanes. The Hurricanes at 67 points, Penguins at 61. The Islanders trailing just behind the Penguins at 59 points. Penguins, one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference. And I think they deserve those props. They deserve that praise. All right, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. That is to come. Up next, you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Poorhouse on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about. Happy New Year from D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating and cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio's services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Looking to turn your firearms into cash? Keystone Shooting Center is here with top dollar offers. From a single piece to an entire collection, they make it easy. Stop by Keystone Shooting Center today for a free, no obligation appraisal and walk out with a great deal. Your unused gear is their business. Visit Keystone Shooting Center at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. They buy used guns and they pay top dollar. Keystone Shooting Center.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plate, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday Thursday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis here with you on the Friday before Snowmageddon 2.0. How we doing, Dickerson?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Went to the Robert Morris basketball game last night.
Oh.
My son and his teammates, Lafayette 5th grade, they all went. So a little night out, a little bonding experience for the kids and the parents. It was a good time. First game ever. First game ever. Robert Morris game that I've ever been to.
I've never been there for a basketball game. I've been there for a concert. It's a great arena.
It's been beautiful.
It really is.
Beautiful.
The new Duquesne arena is really nice.
I've never been down to that one. I heard it's fantastic.
It's
flawless.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Some really good basketball facilities around here with the Pete and those two. Harry, how we doing today? You ready for Snowmageddon 2.0?
Yeah, I like making snow angels. They're fun. You know, going out and making snowmen.
So you're going to go out there and do that stuff by yourself, or Jada will do it with you, I guess?
Second thought, I don't know. I like
a grown man doing a snowman or snow angels by himself might be off-putting.
Yep.
Off-putting?
Off-putting him.
What if it's at my own house? Who cares? Who's going to be out there to see?
Backyard's fine. Front yard odd. Yeah. Think it's just strange.
You're going to be the one to tell me what's unusual.
Oh, we can ask the question at 412-928-9370. A grown man making a snowman in his front yard alone with no children. Weird or not weird? 412-928-9370.
I got a great text yesterday from my neighbor, Doug.
Doug?
Yep. Doug, my neighbor. He was like, Dorn, you can use my snowblower. He's like, it's all fueled up. I got extra fuel. He was like, I'll probably use it a couple times, but you just come up and, ask me to open the garage, and you can use it if you want to. That's a great text. That's a nice neighbor.
You couldn't get a better text.
Yeah, big Pitt fan.
Doug sounds like a very nice man.
He is.
I have a snowblower. It hasn't worked. So my father-in-law is coming over today. We're busting it out of the shed, and we're going to try to see if we can get that sucker to go.
Got to get it rolling.
Got to get it rolling.
Well, why doesn't it? I mean, how long hasn't it worked for?
I don't love the snowblower because we haven't really around here got such a massive snow that I can't shovel it. And I like shoveling because it's exercise. You're outside. I'll throw a podcast on or I'll listen to the fan. In fact, forget the podcast thing I said. I'll just listen to the fan, Marconi award-winning radio station. And I like that. You get a sweat going even though it's cold. You get to be out in the snow. But whenever we're expecting, I don't know, a foot and a half, I figure I got to have to go over to my parents and shovel theirs.
Yeah.
Might go to the in-laws and shovel theirs.
If you can get there.
If I can get there. So I feel like the snowblower is a must.
Yes.
But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, I think I'm going to have to go out every few hours, I think, and do it that way.
But, my philosophy is, am I planning to go anywhere? If I'm not planning to go anywhere, I'm not shoveling the driveway for just no reason, just to shovel it. Because I'm not going anywhere.
I think you got to shovel it just to be prepared.
For what?
You never know what could happen.
Like what?
Emergency.
My mom's actually already packing food in the fridge.
Oh, yeah, dude.
So that we don't have to go anywhere.
My wife did one of those big grocery store adventures, and I was talking to Michael from KDKA, drinking our coffee this morning, and he said he went to Giant Eagle yesterday, and it was a total friggin' madhouse.
Oh, I'm sure.
People are biting each other's necks.
Oh, man.
The zombie apocalypse is coming. It's going to be a unique experience for us. And people who are listening to the show right now, your commutes, I would imagine, are similar. You're up at a similar time. I think it's supposed to snow from Saturday night all day Sunday. Look at your forecast. It is all day. I've never seen anything like it. Just all day. Snow, 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 snow. And then it's supposed to go until like 2 or 3 a.m. on Monday morning. So how are the streets possibly going to be cleared by the time we pop in our cars at like 4?
No idea.
No idea. Good luck, PennDOT.
Yeah.
Do you throw down a layer of salt first so that the bottom layer doesn't freeze? Is that something people do? I don't really know.
My driveway isn't flat, and I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, I should do that, but it would just roll all the way down. Yours is more flatter, I think.
Kind of.
It's not fully flat. But I think if you have a flat driveway, yeah, that would be smart to do.
Yeah, I'm going to. Why not?
Yeah.
I want to feel prepared.
Right.
I want to feel prepared. I'm going to have to shovel my backyard to an extent, too, so my dog can run out and do her business.
That, too.
Because it'll be above her head. She's not that big of a dog.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's what we're getting ourselves into. Text us any snow hacks at 412-928-9370. A texter writes in, this is something my wife did do. Wine and spirits shelves were empty yesterday in South Fayette.
Yep.
I made a craft beer run yesterday. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Mm-hmm.
My wife, she was like, I'm thinking snow and wine go together.
That's exactly what Rochelle said.
Yep. Texter, the only place to get salt is the pet store. Really? They sell salt at the pet store?
Why, is everybody out of salt? Is that what they're saying?
Probably.
Jeez, man.
I have some in my house if you want to.
I have a bag. Okay. Thanks, though.
Harry, you got a bag of ice melt at your place?
He's not listening.
Why is he not listening?
I don't know.
You sent me some audio to cut, so I was trying to do that job too, so I'm sorry. I didn't hear. What did you say?
You got ice melt at your house, salt?
Yes.
I better get to the store right after the show, huh?
I would go. You should go during the show.
All right. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get there ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
Text, your door in your driveway would practically have to be a cliff for the salt to roll all the way down. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
I mean,
it'll stay.
I was looking at it, and I was like, huh.
You do have a nice, sizable rake there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's my first thought when I walked into my car this morning. I was like, will it roll down or not? Like, I don't know.
It should be fine. Texter, Doran, still salt the slanted driveway. Fell on mine last night. Yeah, my dad fell yesterday. It was really icy.
Very icy.
Really icy. Like today, I actually salted my driveway this morning because I walked out and almost face planted. And I was like, oh, I don't need my wife walking out with the baby.
Yep.
Yeah. Texter, what's the temperature? It's going to be as cold as they are. Salt won't do anything for the driveway. It depends. I don't think it's supposed to be
super cold.
I don't think so. Not when it's snowing, I don't think.
I'm
on it.
Me too.
We're in a winter weather advisory, Doran.
Yeah, 24.
That's not awful. Sunday, 95% chance of snow. Then you just look and it's snow all day.
I mean, but think about it. If you had a
8
day,
to 10 inches.
If you're listening to the show, you love sports, but if you had a day to get snowed in, you have the AFC and NFC championship game? Are you kidding me?
Plus the Penguins play.
Are you kidding me?
In the afternoon, and they are hot.
Should throw them on my driveway.
Oh.
Yeah.
You throw Chinikov out there, he'd melt the whole damn thing.
Yeah,
that guy's hotter than Sidney Sweeney. We got to talk a little Pens today.
Yes.
We got to. There's a question I want to ask you that I never thought I'd be asking this year about the Penguins.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean, you already gave your hot take.
That they're making the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I followed up with they're going to win a series.
They never play well on the West Coast.
Never.
They never do. And it sucks, especially in this job, because more often than not...
It's a 10-9.
Yeah. So you'll either watch them lose and then have not slept, or you wake up in the morning to find out after a 4-game West Coast road trip that they're like out of the playoff picture because they just can't win out there. And here they are 3-0 already on this trip. They're simply good. Their underlying metrics would tell you that. The eye test obviously tells you that. The East isn't all that good. They're just a good hockey team. So
Got to get to a game, man. I want to go there like next week.
Me too.
Let's do it.
Let's see. Penguins.
Callis, you in?
Schedule.
Sure.
Little fan morning show trip?
Yeah.
I won a couple of weeks ago when they were on their winning streak.
Oh, nice.
I think they won 6 or 7 in a row.
I found it. I found what we're doing. Rangers Pens, Saturday, 3:30 puck drop, January 31st, a week from tomorrow.
Perfect.
Little afternoon Penguin game.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
Sully coming back to town with the last place Rangers.
Love it.
Yeah, I think we do that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. You got any snow hacks? 412-928-9370.
You know what? I'm kind of scared.
Oh, Pet Safe Salt. Oh, that makes sense.
You can get that at Home Depot, too.
But I wonder if people go to like Home Depot and Lowe's and all the gas stations and they buy all the salt when something like this is going down and it all sells out, but people don't really think to go to the pet store.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And so maybe you do that. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
I'm kind of scared.
Why?
Because I used to have a car for the snow, and now my car that I have, the one I have left, not great in the snow.
Well, I'm not sure any car is going to be great in 18 inches of snow, if that's what we get. So you'll be in the same boat as everybody else, I would think.
My SUV is pretty good at cutting through it.
Yeah.
In 18 inches?
Mm-hmm.
You've cut through 18 inches before?
Yeah.
When?
It snowed before.
18 inches?
It really hasn't snowed that deep, though, has it?
Not really. I mean, when I was in college, that blizzard whenever we were little.
I was in
Snowpocalypse.
Yeah.
I was in 5th grade that year. How about that?
Yeah, I was senior in college. Was that 2009?
We had a 2010. It was straight week off school.
Mm-hmm. And I remember the one whenever I was, 6 in like 94.
Yeah. So Snowpocalypse, which is what we're referring to whenever he was in 5th grade and we were in college, that was the 5th biggest snowfall in like the last 60 years.
Yeah.
93's was massive.
Yeah, I vividly remember
that was like 2 feet. My grandparents' place in Uniontown, they have a carport, and above it, it's like a little balcony. And it's, 1.5 stories up. My mom said that they would all take turns just jumping off the top and landing in the snow.
Like it was like a pool.
Yeah, how awesome is that?
Yeah.
Is it going to be too deep to even sled ride?
Probably.
That's what I was thinking. But I was telling my daughter our front yard is sloped more than our backyard, that if the streets are as covered as we think they're going to be, you could probably just sled from our front yard into the street. No one's going to be coming. Oh, yeah.
Don't you kind of live on a hill? Is it?
A little bit.
Sled in the street?
It's not that.
It's not that steep.
No. My kid is excited. The 2-year-old has no idea, but I'm sure your kids are jacked up.
I remember this snowpocalypse. I was living in the South Side, and I was on East Carson, and somebody was pulling a sled from their truck with a dude on the back and a keg.
See, that's the best.
Yep, I remember that.
That's the best.
Mm-hmm.
That is, so we would just throw 30 racks of natty out in the snow.
You're right.
And we had a fire pit, and we drank beers, and people were sled riding down Stewart Street in Morgantown.
Was that January of 2010? I feel like
you know what? I don't remember.
It was early. I know it was before I started like training or leaving.
It was January.
I think it was.
It was January. I just had those stats in front of me. Texter, Atwood Street during Snowmageddon was a show. That's exactly right.
You're right.
That's exactly right. Nothing better if you're at this point in your life than getting snowed in with your college buds.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh. Man. So much fun. Man. Yep.
Texter, there is no salt at Home Depot or Lowe's. All the freaks took it. Well, it sounds like you were going to look and try to buy it yourself. So are you a freak?
The freaks.
Texter, put paprika on your driveway to keep it warm. I don't believe you.
How much paprika you need to do that? Oh, he's talking about like the socks, cayenne pepper.
Texter, snow hack, don't eat the yellow stuff. Yeah. Texter, Crowley, if the snowblower doesn't start, get some gum out to clean out the carburetor. Oh, yeah, I'll get right on that. I know exactly what a carburetor is and how to find it. Oh, Crowley, it's real simple, buddy. All you got to do is clean out the carburetor. Oh, thanks. Thank you.
No idea.
Thank you.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh, Crowley, if your car makes this sound, all you got to do is change your oil. Oh, okay. Cool. Let me just go right ahead and do that. Harry, you know how to change your own oil?
No.
You are a car guy.
Yeah, I don't do the mechanical stuff. I just know what cars do what.
I kind of wish I was handy like that with cars.
Me too.
I kind of wish I did grow up and my father taught me. I think my dad could probably do it.
Yeah.
But he never really taught me.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought it was necessary.
Yeah.
But I wish I could just be handy with cars.
I do too. My father-in-law he refurbished an old Spitfire. That was his project forever.
The whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Interior.
Wow.
He would work on it every weekend. My wife and I have been together for 18, 19 years. And for 10 years, that's all he would do on the weekends. Yeah.
Jeez.
That's the most masculine thing ever.
That's a great hobby.
You're just fixing up a car.
Yeah.
Listening to records. It's a Saturday night having a couple of Yinglings. It's not bad, pal.
I wish I could do that. I really do. I'm envious.
When we moved my grandpa into assisted living a few years back, we went through his garage. He hadn't touched it in 20 years. And buried under there were 2 bikes and a whole bunch of parts for a pickup truck. He had cabinets full of screws. He had 2 motor table saws. I mean, he would do some work in there. And I guess he would work on his own car.
Some real man stuff.
Are you saying like pedal bikes or dirt bikes or mini bikes?
No, we're talking motorcycle bicycles.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Wow.
There was a tiny motorbike and there was a full size.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Just buried in there, yeah.
Texter, single people need to be careful who they shack up with Saturday night. Could be a long one-night stand.
I was going to tell a story, but I'm not going to. I was close. Happened to me one time, a long time ago.
It wound up being a 72-hour stand?
Yeah, it was a long time, and it was yeah.
Was she pleasant?
At first. At first, I was in Charlotte, and Charlotte got 2 inches of snow, and everybody freaked out, and everything closed down, and I was supposed to fly home. I got stuck there. Yeah, it wasn't good.
You've told me that one before. Texter, it's guys like you who keep mechanics in business. Yeah.
Correct.
Guess what? I also could not perform open heart surgery on myself. Is it guys like me who keep doctors in business? If so, I'm fine with it.
It's guys like you, Crowley, that give people their sports fix.
That's
every morning before they have to go to work.
You know what, Marconi? Texter, the fact that you can't change your oil is disturbing. I'm putting out a Twitter poll. I think the majority of people can't change their own oil.
I don't think it's probably that difficult. I just never have done it. And I probably could. I could watch a YouTube video of doing it and go do it, but
well, you gotta get under the car, then you gotta pop one of those caps.
You have to get under the car?
Yeah, because I think there's you
do, I guess, right? If you're going to
there's a drain plug that you have to pull out. You have to let all the old oil drain, and then you got to put the plug back on, and then put the new oil in.
Yeah.
So unless you're prepared to lift your car, or you have one of those special mechanic bays where you go down the steps and then you're just automatically under it.
Yeah.
Or you get on one of those rolly things. You get on your back and then you push that rolly thing back and you're just.
I'm 0 for 5 on that. Texter, snow hack. Don't drive on it before you shovel it. Absolutely true.
Yeah.
I hate that. Even if you get a couple inches and you're like, oh, shoot, I forgot it was going to snow. Then you back out and then you got to really.
Good point.
Texter. Changing oil is unbelievably easy. I'm sure it is. Just haven't done it.
Yeah. And I probably wouldn't trust myself to do it.
How much does oil cost anyhow?
If you have to, whenever I go get my oil changed for my truck, it's $100. The whole process.
Right, but if you didn't,
we're keeping small business.
If
in
you
business.
didn't,
that's what we're doing.
If you didn't,
half the
if
price,
you didn't
right?
have to pay for the labor,
probably half the price, right? I would assume. Labor's probably $50.
Now I'm curious.
Oil's probably 40 something. I would assume for good oil.
$20.
Another texter writes in, and this is exactly right. I think I can spare the $100 a year to let someone else change my oil.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or every 3 months.
Fair Chance Mark from Fair Chance says, "Guy, my 13-year-old can change the oil. I'm here for you. All beers and car training." I mean, I'd be amenable to that.
I would do that.
Yeah. If you wanna give us a couple of pops and show us how to do it, that's fine.
I would do that.
I can change a tire.
I can't do that.
I had to do that once. I got a flat at school when I was in high school.
AAA.
Well, I changed the tire, and then AAA showed up. So I was like, crap.
Texter, comparing fixing a car to open heart surgery is a stretch. Not everyone needs open heart surgery, but everyone needs a vehicle worked on. Okay, how's this for an analogy? I can cut my own hair, but I'm going to go and get my hair cut.
Yes.
I want to look sexy for my wife.
Have you ever cut your own hair?
Yeah, back whenever I would, like, buzz it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Same. You never cut your own hair?
No.
Oh, you should cut your own hair.
Your haircut is just
easy.
You get it buzzed.
All you have to do is get a hand, like a mirror, and then mirror it on a big mirror to cut the back of your hair.
Yeah, but the place
Get a Flowbee.
The place I go to does like the little, like they got the massage chairs and you get the shampoo, the hot towel on your face. You just stuff I can't do by myself.
You know what? You're right.
It is nice.
That's pretty good.
But
I'm
like
getting a haircut today. I love it. Get the shampoo.
Same.
Oh yeah.
I'm also growing mine out now intentionally because it's cold. A natural warmth on the face and the
You should
head.
grow it out and get like a real fade haircut, like a
No.
real. Why?
Those are uncomfortable to me. Because my hair's thick, so it feels like heavier on top.
I
when
have thick
I've
hair
done that
too.
before.
You got it.
Your hair's not as thick as mine. No way.
It is. Yeah.
No.
I have.
Actually, yeah, it probably
I
is.
have.
You have real thick
tremendously thick hair,
Yeah.
Harry. It's the thing I'm most proud about. So why don't you go bleep yourself? That and then my kids. Texter, you can get your oil changed at Walmart for $20. Nah, Walmart doesn't need my business. The local body shop does. All right.
Yeah.
I'd rather talk about snow than the sports.
I would too. Maybe we can mix it in.
I think we're mixing it in today because this is.
We need some more hacks.
We do need hacks at 412-928-9370. If you want to call up and give a sports take and a snow Mageddon take, we're here for it. 412-928-9370. This guy's never tweeted us before. Noli G's
He tweets us all the time.
On Twitter. Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh. He says that's why we make money, to pay people for the things we can't do. He might tweet you. I don't know that he's ever tweeted
He tweets you because he was talking about the sweet potato pie. And me and him were going back and forth of how funny it was because you're white eating sweet potato pie for the first time.
All right, you're right. I'm wrong.
Oh, I got a point.
I think that he's a chef. I could be wrong.
A chef?
I think so.
You actually have to pay less for oil changes now that I think about it because your car is a hybrid.
You think that's interesting to people?
No, but I'm saying it might cost more for somebody who doesn't have a hybrid vehicle to get their oil changed because they're changing it more frequently, like every 4 to 6 months instead of every year. So it's an extra $100 a year.
Wait, what did he say?
I don't know. In 30 seconds, the candidate pool for the Steelers head coaching position is shrinking. But how big of a deal is that really? Bang. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
Bang!
Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good morning, pretty people. It is a football Friday. The Steelers have an interview today, an in-person interview with Anthony Weaver, the defensive coordinator of the Miami Dolphins. Of course, we have the NFC and AFC championship games on Sunday. We'll get into all of it, plus the red-hot Penguins. If we're looking for a snow topic, a texter just texted one in, and I love this. Best snow games in Pittsburgh sports history. Or just in sports history overall. A couple popped into my mind immediately. Steelers, Browns. It wasn't a ton of snow, but it was snowing in the Fuamatsu Ma'afala comeback game. Steelers, Bears 05 when Bettis ran over Brian Urlacher. Obviously, the Steelers lost a great snow game last year to Jameis Winston. Just praying that God would keep him from pick sixes.
I think in sports history, I think the one that I played in Philadelphia in 2013 with Stafford, Lions, Eagles, and Shady ran for like 250.
Yes.
I mean, I told you the story 1,000 times. I mean, we go out pregame, warm up. It's like it is out right now. It's like 30 degrees clear in Philly. We go back in, then we go out for kickoff, and like literally, feet. It was all the way up to like my shins. I'm like, how are we going to play? They're all shoveling, like, obviously to see anything.
I love it.
It was wild. Getting hit with snowballs.
The fans were throwing snowballs.
Oh, yeah.
There was one between the Patriots and the Dolphins, obviously at Gillette, way back when. It was during the Brady era. And after the Patriots would score a touchdown, all the fans in Foxborough would throw the snow in the air. It's one of the most amazing visuals at a sporting event I've ever seen. You can't cut and stuff the way you want to in that snow, right?
It was honestly, I remember I had a lead block in one play, and it was against D'Amico Ryans because he was playing it was towards the end of his career, and he was playing for the Eagles. And we were laughing because it was like playing backyard football. It was literally like playing backyard football.
You probably loved it, right?
We were like laughing because we couldn't even like get our feet like underneath us at all.
We've all done that as kids. Go out in the backyard or go to the local park and play with your guys, and you get tackled into the snow. Oh, there's nothing better. Texter writes in, here's a great one. The Winter Classic, 08, Crosby scores against Buffalo. There has never been a better Winter Classic than the first Winter Classic.
Mm-hmm.
It's Buffalo. The goalies are wearing the beanies on their head. Ty Conklin for the Penguins. Sid comes down, scores on Miller, has the most childlike celebration of all time. Let's keep these rolling at 412-928-9370. As they pour in, Jesse Minter, hired by the Baltimoreans, Doran. And does this worry us? I think he's a good coach. First and ninth in the league in points against his last 2 years in Los Angeles. Obviously won the national championship as the defensive coordinator with Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. He was a defensive assistant for a while in Baltimore before that. He's a good coach, but he wasn't high on either of our lists, and that's what titillates me. Like the Ravens, the Bills, and the Giants are the three jobs that coming into this cycle, with the Bills being the late addition, that people said, reasonable people could say and argue that those are better jobs than the Steelers. Well, the Giants hire a guy that the Steelers were never going to hire in John Harbaugh. The Ravens hire a guy that none of us seemingly wanted and wasn't high on the Steelers list. And it looks like the Bills are either going to go with Dable or they're going to go with Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, guys that the Steelers aren't flirting with. So all the three best jobs are going to be filled, it looks like, by guys that the Steelers didn't want, meaning that the Steelers should have their pick of the litter. This is great, I think, Dickerson.
I do think it is great. And for the Ravens, I feel like it's like a safe hire, if that makes sense. Like, you're getting a younger Harbaugh. Like, I can't believe that they wouldn't explore deeper into getting the most out of the rest of Lamar Jackson. Like, what does this do for Lamar Jackson?
Man, it's a great question.
It does nothing for Lamar Jackson or Derrick Henry. Like, this is like the safest mediocre hire that they could have done. And I feel like that they had their guy pegged the whole time. I feel like Minter was their guy the whole entire time. And I just, like, whatever, okay. Like,
let's say that Arthur Smith was the Steelers' offensive coordinator and then left for 2 years and then came back as the head coach. People around here would lose their minds.
Right.
Now, Minter has been really successful. I'm taking nothing away from him. But they didn't really go outside the family.
No.
The guy's a Raven under John Harbaugh.
Right.
Then he's a Wolverine under Jim Harbaugh, and then a defensive coordinator under Jim Harbaugh. You hired a guy who's connected to what has been an underachieving with Lamar Jackson franchise.
Right.
I wonder how Ravens fans feel about it. But you're right about Lamar. Lamar probably would have preferred a young, innovative offensive guy, don't you think?
Absolutely. Unless Minter has, and you know, he goes to the, obviously, whenever he was getting interviewed and was like, yeah, this is the offensive coordinator. This is the guy that's coming with me. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I don't know if who he's going to bring. But it needs to be, like, you need to get the most out of Lamar. That should be your number one priority. And now you're going to go defensive-minded, kind of Harbaugh of his late 30s. Just whatever, fine. Like you said, it's good for the Steelers.
It does not put the fear of God into me the way that if they hired, like, let's just say Ben Johnson last year, it would have freaked me out. If they'd have hired Chris Shula, I'd have been worried.
Yes.
If they'd have hired Shieldhouse and paired him with Lamar Jackson, that would have scared me.
What if they'd have hired McCarthy?
That would have scared me.
Me too.
That makes a lot more sense to me if the Bills hired McCarthy or the Ravens hired McCarthy than for the Steelers to hire McCarthy.
Because of the quarterbacks.
Because of the quarterbacks. McCarthy went to Dallas and got the best quarterback play out of Dak that we've ever seen in his career. McCarthy got the best ball out of Aaron Rodgers in his career. And people don't want to give McCarthy credit for developing Rodgers, which boggles my mind. I heard some of that discussion yesterday from phone callers on our station.
Did you ever see Rodgers' mechanics whenever he was at Cal?
Exactly. We all remember Aaron Rodgers sitting in the green room waiting to get drafted, right? Knowing what we know now, he should have been the number one pick instead of Alex Smith, but he wasn't because there were clearly flaws in his game. He went way later in the draft than people thought that he would. And he did need to completely overhaul his mechanics. So McCarthy should get a lot of credit. McCarthy got the best out of Aaron Brooks as an offensive coordinator in New Orleans. So if the Ravens hired him, yeah, I'd be worried. If the Bills said, we can't get over the hump, we know that McCarthy's won a Super Bowl with a franchise Hall of Fame quarterback before, that would worry me as another AFC team. I don't know why you would want to go with a first-time head coach when I've got Lamar Jackson. It would make sense for Buffalo to hire Dable because at least he's done it before.
And Josh Allen, like that's what they're thinking. They're like, we need to get the most out of Josh Allen.
Yes. Makes very limited sense to me what the Ravens did. Not that I think Minter was a bad candidate. I knew he would get hired this cycle. We all did. He's a hell of a defensive coordinator. He might be a really good head coach.
Unless they're planning for the end of Lamar Jackson and moving in a different direction. I don't know. That might sound crazy, but like seeing what you saw last year, he's getting up there in age. Like maybe they're just like, all right, we're going to cut bait after a while and just kind of restart this thing.
I think that would be dumb too, but it doesn't mean that they're not thinking about that. Here's a great snow game. A lot of people are texting in, by the way, at 412-928-9370. Le'Veon Bell against the Bills in 2016.
Yes. Great game.
They kept running the same play.
Yep.
They kept running the counter tray over and over and over and over again.
Yep.
We want to talk about masculinity. 236 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns, also had 62 receiving yards. So he had 298 total yards in a 27-20 Steelers victory. 38 carries, Dickerson.
Jeez.
That's a throwback. And that's the game where LeGarrette Blount lost his mind and walked off early, isn't it? Because he was pissed that he wasn't getting carries late. I don't know, LeGarrette. I think I might go with the guy who's rushing for 200 yards and they can't stop, who's probably the best running back in football, but that's just me. Your thoughts on Jesse Minter going to the Baltimore Ravens at 412-928-9370. And Doran and I will tell you why we think Chris Shula is a better defensive candidate for head coach than Minter is when we come back. Plus, your favorite snow games in Pittsburgh sports history, given that Snowpocalypse 2.0 is coming up this weekend. 412-928-9370. And if you have any hacks for dealing with the snow this weekend, we love those too. We're throwing a lot at you. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins have won 3 games in a row. They just beat the Edmonton Oilers yesterday 6-2. The Penguins have one more game coming up on this road stretch. They play on Sunday at 6 o'clock against the Vancouver Canucks before they come back home and play next Thursday against the Chicago Blackhawks. Penguins right now in the standings have 61 points. They are second in the Metro. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Texter writes in, LeGarrette Blount left the game against Tennessee. That's right. I was conflating 2 games against teams that wear blue, but it doesn't matter.
You got something wrong?
I did, Harry. Why don't you shut your trap? Snowpocalypse 2.0 this weekend, which means you need to stay warm, which means you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer-loving needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet. They got the best prices around, that's for sure. They got the best customer service around. They have more beers in stock than anybody in the tri-state area, over 1,000 beers. Craft beers, local beers, non-alcoholic beers, domestics, imports. You want it, they got it. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 90 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The hottest young coaching candidate is off the market, and he's returning to his first NFL home. The Ravens have hired Jesse Minter as their next head coach, and Minter spent 2017 through 2020 as a member of the Ravens coaching staff before leaving John Harbaugh to work with Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. He won a championship there, then followed him to Los Angeles with the Chargers. The Harbaugh tree still lives on in Baltimore. I'm Dead Day.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Ready to trade the cold for some sunshine in baseball? Join AAA Travel for the ultimate spring training getaway in sunny Florida, March 19th through the 23rd. Round-trip air transportation, airport transfers, and a welcome drink at the beautiful Rumfish Beach Resort on St. Pete Beach. 4 amazing nights in paradise, and catch the Bucks in Toronto from reserved party deck seating at Lecom Park. All of this and more, all for just $1,995 per person, double occupancy. Spaces are limited. 1-800-354-8761 or contact your local AAA office today.
Doran! Guardian Protection is offering 50% off their Essentials Home Security Package.
Half off? That's not a sale. That's a steal.
And it covers intrusion protection, fire protection, and water protection.
So break-ins, fires, leaks, all handled.
Exactly, but it's for a limited time.
Then don't wait. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Serious protection, half the price. Terms and conditions apply.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Cloudy skies today, the high 25.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you.
The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident. This is tying up the northbound side of I-79 in the S-Bends approaching the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks interchange, and that's causing some major slowdowns for you as you get by. Watch for that right lane restriction past the scene. Parkway West, you are in line right around the Banksville merge point to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East gets in line at Edgewood-Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Your thoughts on Jesse Minter getting hired by the Baltimoreans at 412-928-9370. Also, with the upcoming snowstorm, your favorite snow games in Pittsburgh sports history. People have already said the 08 Winter Classic, Steelers-Bears 05, Le'Veon Bell's massive performance against the Bills in the snow in 2016. You can chime in at 412-928-9370. The reason I'm not all that bummed out about Jesse Minter going to Baltimore is if the Steelers have to hire a defensive-minded head coach, I prefer Chris Shula. And the biggest reason for that is because he spent the last 6 years with Sean McVay. And, hey, look, Jim Harbaugh's a really good coach. Jim Harbaugh went to the Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick in that crew with the 49ers. He won a national championship at Michigan. He's taken a step forward for the Chargers these last couple of years, though they haven't gone as far as they would like. But I would rather have a guy that's coached for more than half a decade under Sean McVay with hopes that he could bring some McVay people with him. And then you just slap me over the head with what I think is a realistic possibility for the Steelers if they hire Chris Shula. Hit the people with it, Doran.
Well, I think it may or may not depend on if Shula would want to call defensive plays. If he just wants to be a head coach and just kind of oversee things, I mean, he would have influence on defense. Clearly, that's his trade. But if he doesn't want to call plays, I mean, there's an obvious, to me, answer to be the defensive coordinator for him. And it's a guy that he worked underneath whenever he was the linebacker coach for the Rams, whenever he was the pass game coordinator and defensive backs coach for the Rams. And it, to me, putting 2 and 2 together, like this is probably where he got his defensive philosophy from, is Raheem Morris.
Yep.
A guy that I said Raheem Morris would be the defensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I said this about, a month ago, assuming that Tomlin was still going to be around and Terrell Austin was going to get fired. Obviously, that's not the case, but still, there's still light at the end of the tunnel for Raheem Morris to be the defensive coordinator. Raheem Morris has a lot of experience. He has head coaching experience. If you have a guy in Shula who's never been a head coach before, you have Raheem Morris, who basically it's his defense or like defense. You bring in a Shieldhouse as an offensive coordinator, never called plays before. You have the advisor role as your defensive coordinator. It makes too much sense.
Raheem Morris, the defensive coordinator under Sean McVay for 3 years with the Los Angeles Rams. Makes all the sense in the world.
That's a home run.
Shula, Morris, Shieldhouse. If you do that, you have had the best. You have done the best job in this coaching cycle.
Yep.
I like Jesse Minter. I prefer that. 412-928-9370. I don't know who Minter's going to bring in. Like, is Greg Roman going to be the offensive coordinator again?
Again, probably not.
For Lamar Jackson? I would think not. Meanwhile, I feel pretty damn good that even if Raheem Morris wouldn't be coming in tow, that you're still hiring guys, plucking guys from that McVay tree if you get Shula. So that's why he's a better candidate to me than Minter. Plus, I think he's a more dynamic personality, which is something that I've always wanted since the very outset of this coaching search. Like, you need a legitimate leader of men. To the phones.
Yes.
Chris in Wexford. Good morning, pal.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning? Doran, congratulations on your little one, too.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Glad to have you back, brother. Hey, What I just wanted to talk about was the Minter situation, and I don't know. I think it's similar. I think him and Schuler are similar. And what I'm hearing, what I heard, just looking around, was that Cliff Kingsbury could be an option for him as an offensive coordinator, and that kind of scares me a bit.
That would scare me too. Yep, that'd be a really good hire, obviously. Yeah.
Yep. The other thing I wanted to say is I heard guys on the air the other day, I don't know what host said it, but somebody said that when McCarthy was with San Francisco, that's when Alex Smith was drafted, and he was a big part of taking Smith over Rodgers. So the animosity might have even started way back then in that situation. And, I mean, you guys want to give him credit for developing Rodgers. I think that needs to be discussed a little bit, too.
Well, I think that's actually pretty well known, and thank you so much for the call, Chris. A very good call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was the offensive coordinator in San Francisco, was McCarthy in 2005 when they drafted Alex Smith. But
how much say-so does he have?
That's right. I mean, would he have preferred Alex Smith? Maybe. But are you allowing your offensive coordinator to draft your franchise quarterback first overall?
Just never happens.
It's not going to happen.
No.
It's not. And regardless of whether that's the case or not, he did go one, and a lot of teams passed up on Rodgers. So it's not like Rodgers was thought of as this sure thing, but Rodgers needed a complete mechanical overhaul, and he took off under McCarthy in Green Bay. That's not up for debate. And people want to give Andy Reid credit for developing Mahomes. Mahomes is as talented a player who's ever played the position, as is Aaron Rodgers. Like, just because a guy's supremely talented doesn't mean you don't get credit for developing them.
Right.
I mean, look at Josh Allen. Josh Allen, one of the most talented players ever at the position, but he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn at Wyoming, and Brian Dable helped him figure that out. To the airport to talk to Sean. Hi, Sean.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Sean, do you work at the airport, or are you just out there? Are you just out there going on a trip?
I'm just driving by there.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm heading to Beaver Falls.
Cool. What's up?
Anyways, my question is, you're just talking about developing quarterbacks, and why don't they give Will Howard a shot? They made a big deal when they drafted him, and I understand he's, hasn't played in the NFL yet, but how's he going to get any looks if he don't, get on the field?
Well, they might give him a shot. This next head coach and this next staff might give him a shot. I mean, he really didn't get his opportunity the past season because he got hurt in training camp.
Yeah.
He didn't play in any preseason games. I mean, he didn't barely practice. So, I mean, I know as much as we want to dump on Tomlin for certain things, like it's kind of was out of his hands of giving Will Howard a real opportunity to see what he can do.
We've talked about.
Everybody's talking about, getting a new quarterback. We need a new quarterback. I mean, they didn't talk about that when Ben was sitting on the bench. They brought Ben in, and look what Ben did. I mean,
yeah,
Ben was a first-round pick.
Ben was picked 11th overall, Sean, and thanks for the call. And Ben would not have played in 2004, if you believe it, if Charlie Batch didn't get hurt.
Right.
Ben was the third quarterback.
Yeah. Yep.
So Batch got hurt in camp or in a preseason game. My mind's a little fuzzy. Marijuana. WVU 5 years. But Batch got hurt, and so then Tommy Maddox's arm gets snapped in half. Ben has to go in, plays bad against the Ravens, but he's your only option. Then he goes 13-0, and the rest is history. But it would have been Batch getting the next crack because that was a veteran-laden team that they thought had a chance to be really good, which it obviously was. I don't think a single coach, and we've talked about this, looks at the Steelers' job and goes, I need to go there because of Will Howard.
No, not one.
But when Tomlin came here in 2007, he wanted to come here. Yeah, it's a Steelers job. You had the defense. Yeah, they had won the Super Bowl 2 years before. You had Ben.
Would Tomlin have gotten another head coaching job if it wasn't the Steelers, though?
I don't think that year.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Texter, what is it with old people and Will Howard? People like Howard more than they should. That being said, and we'll get into this more at 7 o'clock with a twist, he might be their best option next year. And I'll explain the twist when we get there at 7, because I think you might agree with me on it if you hear the way I couch it.
I mean, there's a lot of factors that have to go into him being the best option.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. I'm going to give you one of those factors.
Okay.
And it's specific to one particular head coach that could be here. How's that for 4 or 5 teases?
I like it.
412-928-9370. Coming up next, yes, your calls on Jesse Minter on Chris Shula, on Doran's great idea of Shula as head coach, Raheem Morris as DC, and Nate Scheelhaus as OC. But we got to get into these Penguins, and a question that I never thought I'd be asking about this year's team. First, well, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Baltimore Ravens have found their next head coach. Reports came out yesterday evening that Jesse Minter, former defensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Chargers, will be the next head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, and he's getting a 5-year contract. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Adam Crowley.
Thank you so much, Nicholas. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. And when you do, you call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches. No BS. Just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. And the Pickle is a Diamond certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. So next time you need work done on your roof, or if you need a new roof or gutters or siding, you call the Pickle or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Jay throws it in front, deflection, they score! Sidney Crosby past Tristan Jarry, they're blitzing their old teammate. And it's 3-0 Pittsburgh, less than 3 minutes in.
I have no reason to dislike Tristan Jarry, the guy, but he did come up small in big moments for the Penguins time and time again. It was joyous to see them chase him and to score 3 goals in 37 seconds. When the guy that they got back in the trade, Stuart Skinner, has been a brick mother bleeping wall.
Yeah.
He has been so good. Now, I think most of that has to do with the defensive structure, and I think the Penguins play a much better defensive structure than do the Oilers. Example, last night, Penguins win 6-2. There have only been 2 other instances in franchise history when the Penguins scored 3 goals in a shorter span. 1972, they did it in 27 seconds. 1993, some would argue the best Penguins team of all time, even though they didn't win the Cup. They scored 3 goals in 29 seconds. And then last night, 3 goals in 37 seconds. Are you kidding me? You blink, you freaking miss it. You go to the bathroom, you miss 3 goals.
Unreal.
Crosby with a beautiful deflection, Malkin with a beautiful breakaway goal, and then Chinikov, who I've got a man crush on, again with that release. Again. And so here's a question that I didn't think I would ever ask this year about the Penguins, and it'll be the Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Should the Penguins buy at the deadline?
Yes.
You didn't even hesitate?
No. What, you got a month and a half?
Yeah. You have an entire Olympic break, too. Like, it'll be almost impossible.
How long's Olympic?
About a month.
A month?
About a month, 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because you've got now, you're not going to be out of it at the Olympic break.
Yes. Yeah. In second place right now.
412-928-9370. Do you buy at the deadline? That is the Twitter poll. I already gave the read for that. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company.
The point was to rebuild, right? The point was to rebuild. There was never a timeline on that. There's never a timeline on a rebuild. You can say, like, oh, this might take this long. This might take 3 years. This might take 4 years. It might take 5. It may take, 40 games. You just don't know. So, whenever the rebuild happens and you actually hit that climax, take advantage of it. That's where you're at right now.
Doran, I could not agree more. And I think it's obvious. And the reason I say that is everything you said. This is a team with young players playing well. I know Ben Kindle's been on a scoring drought, but he still plays a great defensive game, especially for his size. He's great on the penalty kill for his size. We all sort of figured at some point he'd hit the wall. He's 18. I think the Olympic break will be good for him, but you got him. He's young. Connor Dewar, Blake Lizotte, Tommy Novak, Justin Brazeau, all guys who are massive contributors on this team, who aren't old, who are cheap. You're going to need to sign Dewar after the season or somewhere along the way during the season like you just did with Lizotte, and I would do that yesterday. You've got young pieces. You've got a bunch of draft picks coming up. And here's the kicker for me. This offseason, you're going to have $51 million in cap space.
Yeah.
The time is now. And I want to be careful on this. You don't mortgage the future. You don't go out, in my opinion, and get rentals. That makes no sense to me. But here's the name that Penguins fans should circle, and this is something that Josh Yohe has written about in recent weeks. The Dallas Stars, they've paid everybody except for Jason Robertson. And Jason Robertson is 26 years old, has 29 goals and 58 points in 50 games. He had 80 points and 35 goals last year, 80 points and 29 goals the year before that, 46 goals and 109 points the year before that, 74 games, 41 goals, 79 points the year before that. This is a young star that Dallas cannot afford, who is going to be a restricted free agent after the season. He's going to want $12-ish million a year. Again, you've got $51 million in cap space. If you can get that guy, he becomes your best player.
Are you saying at the trade deadline or in the offseason?
At the deadline.
What if they're buyers, too? I mean, they're in the thick of things.
They are in the thick of things. It would have to be a hockey trade.
Okay.
You'd have to give up a guy like a Ricard Raquel or a Brian Rust, and then probably a first-round pick.
Is that worth it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for the length, how old he is. Yeah.
Exactly. You get a better player, a younger player, who could be on your top line as your star as Crosby starts to deteriorate, if he ever does.
Yeah.
I think if you could make a trade for that guy, you do it in a second. I would rather give up Raquel, obviously, than Rust. Raquel's a heck of a hockey player. He ain't 26 years old. This dude scored 46, 41, 35 goals, and he's on pace to have his best goal-scoring season ever, and he's 6 years old?
I just don't like the hockey trade if you're in it and you're a buyer, because it just might mess things up for right now. It may be good for the future, but for what if you're rolling right now and you get rid of one of those pieces for a future piece, but that also could be literally a current piece, and then will it work? Will it gel together?
I would rather trade off-season assets, i.e. draft picks, for a Jason Robertson. But if I had to part with a Ricard Raquel and a first-round pick and a prospect, which is probably what it would cost because this dude's a hell of a hockey player at his age. I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing it. He's a better player than Raquel.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be here for the next decade as a primary top six contributor. He's a really, really good defensive forward as well. I think if you could make that happen, it would remind me, and it's different because the Rangers signed him, but the Rangers, when they put out that first statement to their fans with their rebuild, they said, yeah, we're going to get rid of popular players, blah, 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 and we're going to go into a rebuild. Well, the rebuild happened faster than anybody thought because they signed Artemi Panarin, and he became a superstar for them. This could be the Penguins' version of that.
Huh.
And yeah, you'd have to give up assets where they only had to give up money, and you'd also have to pay the guy. But he's 26. If he were 32, I wouldn't do it.
Right. It'd be a wash.
Right. And I'd have to know that I'm getting him for the long term when I make the deal, and I'm sure he would want that too. You'd have to trade for him and sign him all in one fell swoop, which is doable. So that would be the guy. Short of that, though, there are going to be other players available that have multi-year deals that you're also going to kick the tires on. And that's what I do. No rentals, that wouldn't make sense to me. But guys who can help you, you part with assets that are young, that can be here for a while, that helps you contend now, and that helps you contend for the next few years. 412-928-9370. Crosby will not want to trade Rust. I agree with that. That's why I keep bringing up Raquel.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like Rust's all-around game better, too. And he's a leader. And he gets hurt every game because he blocks shots and he plays on your PK. And if he needs to be on your power play, he can. And if he needs to play bottom six, he can. And top six, he can. I mean, he's a special cog. But Raquel, a first and a prospect, as long as it's not Miroshov, the goalie, I'm in. Do people agree at 412-928-9370? There's another Penguins question that I think has an obvious answer we'll throw out there coming up next. And if you want to talk Steelers coach and Jesse Minter going to the Ravens, of course, our phones are open all morning long at 412-928-9370. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years at 645. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. A lot thrown at you. Call about it. And we'll talk Deans next. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins won again yesterday. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 6-2. The Penguins now have 61 points. They're second in the Metropolitan Division. They've got the Vancouver Canucks in a game they're going to play on Sunday at 6 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting a bit dangerous. This report brought to you by Bucco's Roofing. A new accident. This involves a vehicle into a building. It's in the Oakland section of the city, South Millvale Avenue at Baum Boulevard. We also have an earlier accident being cleared on northbound I-79, blocking the right lane in the S-Bends approaching the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks interchange. Parkway West, you are jammed right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East at Edgewood, Twistvale, Route 28 and the Parkway North are up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Bucco's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucco's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucco's Roofing.
Repurposed jewelry that's been in your drawer for years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldofWheels.com for more info.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Penguins are in second place in the Metropolitan Division. The Penguins have the 9th most points in all of hockey. And Dorn and I were just kicking this around off the air. How many points have they left on the table because they suck in the shootouts?
Right.
And that doesn't mean you're a bad hockey team. That means you're bad at shootouts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, could that cost them in terms of seeding? Could that keep them out of the playoffs? Potentially. But I don't think it's a reflection on the quality of the hockey team. And if they were just average in shootouts, they'd be a top 5 team in the sport.
Yes.
And they're rolling 4 lines. Here's a question. Yoey reported this. Josh, of course, for The Athletic. During the Olympic break, the Penguins, Kyle Dubas, is going to sit down with Malkin and his representation about whether or not he could come back next year. Now, Malkin's making $6.1 million this year. Josh has reported that Gino would take a pay cut. If Gino keeps playing at the level he's playing at right now, and he has 39 points in 35 games and 12 goals, I see zero reason you don't give him a 1-year deal.
Cam Hayward.
Exactly.
Same situation.
And there was a time when he was making 7.5 a year, or 9.5 a year, excuse me, where he wasn't playing up to that contract anymore. $6 million for a guy who is over a point per game is fair market value.
Mm-hmm.
If you get him for 4,
yeah, yes, 1 year for sure,
and you got $51 million in cap space, and the argument that you get from some is, well, you're going to block people. Who are you blocking? Ben Kindle's playing every night. Ben Kindle's playing 15.5 minutes a night. He's played center. He's played wing. Malkin has played center and looked good on the wing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not blocking anybody.
No.
What would the argument be beyond that to not bring him back on the cheap when you've got money to burn this offseason? I don't think there is an argument.
I don't think there is one, no.
Even if he, fades down the stretch, it's not like he's a bad player. And he's looking as good right now as he has in a long time. And I think him being hurt in the time off has helped him.
Right.
And I think the time off for the Olympic break's
really going to help.
It's really going to help.
It's going to help a lot of those guys.
Yep.
Younger and older.
Yep. Now, like Sid and Carlson and Shelovs, they're all going to be playing in the Olympics.
But that's fine.
But most of your rosters, obviously not. And those guys are all going to get a breather. And so you're going to be ready to rip-roar through the stretch run. But I would pay Malkin. If it even costs $6 million, I'm not upset about it. But it doesn't sound like, and I would keep doing that.
Yeah,
like 1 year, and if he sucks next year,
fine.
Sorry, Gino, right off into the sunset. If he's good again, and you want to come back at $4 million the following year, again, he's not blocking anyone. So I don't see, he's still incredibly effective on the power play. He's shown more speed, I feel like, since he's come back from injury than he has in years.
Like, he's galloping Gino again out there.
Crazy.
I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, and this just doesn't make sense to me. You don't trade chemistry for a player like that. Remember Jerome McGinley? No hockey trade. You can't screw up team chemistry. It's too important in hockey. I agree that chemistry is really important. That's what you were saying before.
Exactly.
That much I agree with. The McGinley comparison makes zero sense. Jerome McGinley was in the back nine of his career, was a rental, and Dan Bilesma didn't play him on the proper wing.
Right.
We're talking about a guy that you would have for like the next 8 years.
Yes.
Who's 26, who's on pace to score 50 goals this season. And you're not going to trade Ricard Raquel for him? Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Brian Rust would have a much bigger ripple effect in terms of the chemistry. But
if you're talking Raquel,
it's a different conversation with Rust.
Right.
It's a different conversation with Rust. I would do whatever I could to get him without having to give up Brian Rust.
Mm-hmm.
But if push came to shove, man, I can't. If that's what they asked for, I don't know that I could turn my nose up at a 26-year-old who's going to score 50 goals for you in the next few years. I just can't. I can't.
I don't know. I can't go that far with the chemistry.
He might be your best player once Crosby diminishes.
Well, his contract's done at the end of the season, right?
He's a restricted free agent. But he would come with a new contract, and you could sign him for 8 years because he'd be under your control, which would be wonderful. Wonderful. But, yeah, chemistry is a massive deal. And this year's team, chemistry is huge.
It's huge.
They are playing, no doubt, better than the sum of their parts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mantha's a good player. The only reason he wasn't good last year is because he was hurt.
They're getting the most out of everybody.
But they're getting Brazeau is having a career year.
Yep.
Lizotte, Dewar, Novak, all these guys are playing some of the best hockey of their lives, which does make you wonder if it's sustainable, but I think it's because they fit within the system and they fit together. So, yeah, chemistry absolutely has to be taken into account. But this reminds me a little bit of Minkah Fitzpatrick. Like, you don't get the opportunity to trade for a guy like Minkah Fitzpatrick every year. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Steelers didn't have to pay his bonus, and you give up what wound up being the 18th pick for him, but you get a guy who became an all-pro for you. And it didn't age great, but you get an all-pro. Like, you have a chance to get a 26-year-old 50 goal guy?
Yeah, but that was a position that you needed.
They need this, too.
Well, do they?
I think so.
Maybe for the future, but we're more of right now.
I think they need it now because I think their top six is good. I don't know that it's great. And then you start pushing guys down the lineup if you add a Robertson, and all of a sudden, I think you become not just
heavy.
I think right now they're a contender to make the playoffs and maybe win a round. If you add a 50-goal scorer to Crosby and Malkin and Rust and this lineup, I think you become a contender to make a run. I think he's that good. Texter, you guys are overreacting per usual. When they lose 6 in a row, you'll be saying trade Malkin. They did lose 6 in a row, and we didn't say that. They lost 6 in a row before the Christmas break, and we weren't saying trade everybody. Saying be patient. So pay attention. And the Penguins have played 50 games. So you're over half the season. You're about to enter the stretch run. And even in the games that they lost prior to this 3-game winning streak, they played well. They just didn't get puck luck. The puck sometimes doesn't go in. That's hockey. We weren't saying trade everybody when they had their 3-game losing streak and no one was scoring. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in. I mentioned that I would be okay with Will Howard as quarterback next year, but there was a specific circumstance that might dictate that. I'm gonna throw that at you coming up.
All
next.
right.
And I want people to call on this too at 412-928-9370. First Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let Katie K get to this in a second. I feel like you're going to want to listen to this weather report. It's Fan Morning Show.
morning, before we talk Sunday snow, we have to talk about just how cold it's going to get over the next day. We've already seen today's high temperature. Afternoon temperatures will be in the teens and dropping. Our daily low of 2 degrees will be hit just before midnight tonight. Saturday morning lows will be near zero with wind chills 10 to 20 degrees below zero. Snow starts Saturday evening, wrapping up after midnight on Monday. Pittsburgh sees at least 6 inches of snow, with up to a foot of snow being possible. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine, so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave, but the wife doesn't like it. What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Hey, it's Crowley. Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the Buy 2, Get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
First on the scene of an earlier accident involving a vehicle on its side. This is tying up the right lane of northbound I-79 in the S-Bends approaching the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks interchange. Traffic getting by in the left lane and causing some major delays. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in the Oakland Shadyside section of the city involving a vehicle into a building, tying up the intersection of South Millvale Avenue and Baum Boulevard. Parkway West, you are jammed right around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lines up at Edge with Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Firing Mike McCarthy and bringing Aaron back would be the worst decision Pittsburgh could make.
The worst?
The worst.
The worst.
And that's not an indictment on each of them or either of them individually. Mike McCarthy's a really good coach. Obviously, Aaron, one of the all-time greats. What are we doing, Pittsburgh? To hire Mike McCarthy and bring Aaron back is going to place you quite literally in the same position you're in right now in January of 2027. I said this when they made the moves last year. They're in the worst possible place. You just reiterated that, Shefty, because they're gonna be good enough to win 9 or 10 games, and they're not gonna be bad enough to finally get a quarterback. That would be a disastrous thing to do for your future.
The more I hear from Dan Orlovsky, generally, the less and less I agree with him.
Yep.
But I agree with him here. If McCarthy's the head coach, I'd rather see a year of Will Howard than run it back with Rodgers. And I love Rogue Rodgers. And he was a joy to watch this year, and I loved his press conferences, and he was a great teammate, and all his guys loved him, and the head coach loved him, and the offensive coordinator loved him, and he made a great impression. He really did. And they don't make the playoffs without some of his key performances, like in Detroit and New York, and, of course, the fourth quarter against the Ravens. He was awesome. But I am fatigued with the carousel thing. And by bringing Rodgers back, I guess you'd be off the carousel for a minute because it'd be back-to-back years. I just don't think he'd be better than he was this year, even with McCarthy. I just think he is what he is. He wants to get the ball out quick. He doesn't take hits. He can't move. Just let me see what Howard can do. And that's not even coming from a Howard believer. It's just if you've got McCarthy, and he might not be the hire. Fittipaldo thinks he very well could be. Caboli seems now to think he very well could be. If McCarthy's the hire and he's a quarterback whisperer, give it a shot with Howard. If he becomes a guy, oh my God, let's go. And if he doesn't, all right, so be it. I'd rather have Howard like Trinidad Chambliss and veteran backup quarterback than Rodgers as your one, and you don't get a look at either of the young guys that you might bring in. I'm just ready to turn the page, that's all.
Is Art ready to turn the page?
Absolutely not.
I mean, he even said in his press conference, like, they're always in the mindset of winning now.
They are.
So if that makes sense of bringing Rodgers back, and that, in Art's mind, gives them the best opportunity with Rodgers and McCarthy to win now, then that's what they're going to do, and they'll figure out the rest later.
I think it is more likely that if McCarthy's hired, that Rodgers is back than not. I agree with you on that.
You just want to see.
I'm just done with it, man. I'm just done with it. If it was Malik Willis, I would rather have that than Rodgers because maybe he's the guy. He probably isn't, but maybe he is.
Yeah, there's just like no chance in my mind that any coach comes in here and starts a quarterback that was out basically their whole rookie season into a 6th-round pick. You just can't. You can't do business that way.
You can. They won't. I think we're having two different conversations.
Has it ever happened?
A 6th-round pick?
That is basically a rookie?
No.
And you're going in like, that's our guy.
Not that's in the top, coming off the top of my head, no.
No.
I think it'd be more likely, even if we're talking about likelihoods, that Howard's your backup and a guy like Malik Willis is your starter.
That's more likely.
But I would prefer that over Rodgers, too, is what I'm saying. I just want a young quarterback in Mike McCarthy's hands. I don't need the redux of McCarthy and Rodgers. Because, yeah, McCarthy got a lot out of Rodgers back in the day, but Rodgers in his prime, McCarthy a much younger guy. I don't need to see what it looks like because what are they going to top out at? Like, they win in the Super Bowl next year? No. Could they win a playoff game if Rodgers came back? Maybe. Sure, maybe. Because I think Mike McCarthy's going to call a better game than Arthur Smith was. But if your ceiling's not Super Bowl, then you need to pivot in a direction that could maybe eventually lead you there. And if that's finding out about Howard, great. If that's finding out about Malik Willis, great. If that's finding out, this would not be my favorite thing, about Mac Jones, for God's sakes, I'd rather do that with the quarterback whisperer that McCarthy is than just see if he can get the most out of one more year of Rodgers.
I just don't think that we'll ever see. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is now. It doesn't matter, who the quarterback is, say, next year. I just don't see the Steelers ever picking in like the top 10 a quarterback. I just don't see that ever happening. I just feel like that they'll no matter what, like with DK Metcalf, I mean, I know what he did at the end of the season. With this defense, I know they're getting older, but like I just feel like the Steelers will never pick in the top 10 unless they trade assets to get into the top 10. But they'll never be a top 10 pick type team.
Yeah, I don't think if McCarthy comes in here, even if Howard starts all the games, that they're going to go 4-13. Right. I just don't see that happening. I think the roster's too good, frankly. I don't think it's as bad a roster at all as the national media seems to think. If the Steelers hired Mike McCarthy, they'd be doing so, like you're saying, to try to extend their window, whatever window they feel like they have, and try to win with Cam and try to win with TJ Watt. What I'm saying is it makes a lot more sense to me. My reasoning behind hiring McCarthy, if I were to do it, if I were in Art's shoes, would be get the most out of a young guy. But I think they view it completely differently. 412-928-9370. J.J. McCarthy, a texter writes in, missed his rookie season, then started next year for Minnesota. Yeah, the difference is he's a first-round pick.
Right.
He's a first-round pick. And he was drafted by the administration that was coaching him in his second year, which is totally different, obviously, than what the Steelers are dealing with right now. 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. To the phones?
Yes.
Troy in Mount Washington, one of our all-time favorites. Good morning, Troy.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
What up?
I think we're down to the two-man game. It just seems like it's McCarthy or Shula. It's one direction or it's the other. I hear Anthony Weaver talking yesterday, and Pony just, falls in love with the way he's talking. And as a Steelers fan, I don't need to hear the Mike Tomlin, Dan Campbell, a grit your teeth, bite down coach anymore. I don't think that's going to get Steelers fans excited.
We'll let you finish here, Troy. I'll push back a little bit. Yeah, Pony got excited about Anthony Weaver. They might too. And we all might be tired of that. Like the, grit your teeth, nose to the grindstone. Doesn't mean that they are. I think Anthony Weaver's a very legitimate candidate for them. He might not be their favorite. I think Shula's probably their favorite. They might like McCarthy more than Weaver. But Weaver, I think Weaver might be a real candidate, man.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But, when I categorize, maybe four people that we're looking after, and that's, Shieldhouse and Shula. I think I'd rather have Shula. I just think the experience, I don't know if Shieldhouse is ready yet. Then I compare Weaver and McCarthy, and if I had to pick between Weaver and McCarthy, you want someone who is going to affect the most important position on our team, and that's the quarterback. So if you're going to have to pick between those two guys, you have to take McCarthy because you need at least the grit your teeth, old school mentality, or Pittsburgh bred guy. You need that guy to be able to operate your quarterback. So if I'm going one route or the other route, I think it's McCarthy Shula, and you can't put Anthony Weaver above McCarthy. You either go old school Pittsburgh, run the ball, head in the dirt, or you hear at the press conference, I'm going to bring new, innovative. You want to hear those type of words. So it's one or the other for me.
I totally agree.
It's a good call, Troy.
It's a very good call. I totally agree because, you think about it, if it's Weaver, and I obviously really like the guy, but if it is Weaver, you have faith in Anthony Weaver, whenever you draft the next quarterback, developing the quarterback?
I have no idea.
I have more faith in Shula because of the system and the guy that he has worked under, even if he is a defensive coordinator.
With you.
Anthony Weaver, I mean.
When we're comparing the potential defensive candidates here, and Minter's now off the board, we like Shula more than Minter because of where Shula's coming from. I like Shula more than Weaver because of the way the defense has performed under Shula compared to the defense performing under Weaver in Miami. And while Weaver's supposed to be this great leader of men, which I don't doubt, I think Shula's cut from the same cloth there too.
Yep.
So if I have to pick one over the other, I'm taking the defensive guy who has a better track record of success, who's worked under a better coaching staff, and who also is a leader of men.
And then and insert McCarthy. I'm taking that situation too over Weaver.
I would take McCarthy over Weaver too, man. I would. Is that a hot take? Are we out on a limb here? 412-928-9370. McCarthy makes more and more sense to me if you allow him to mold a young quarterback in my mind. But I would absolutely take him over Weaver. I would. And I don't dislike Weaver. And he's seemingly picking up steam nationally for the Steelers job. Like, he might be a really good head coach one day. But I would take Shula over him. And, at this point, I'd taken McCarthy over him, too. 412-928-9370. Austin in Michigan. Hello, Austin.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I'm having a good day.
Yes.
Good. Well, I'm just curious because, I've been hearing you guys talk, and just I like Will Howard. I think this kid could do it, but does he even have a shot anymore? Because I know that he broke his thumb, but does he really even have a shot?
I don't know. Maybe not.
Thanks, Austin.
Usually, a new coach comes in. They have their guys that they know, and I don't think it's a great shot. I don't think it's a great shot at all.
No.
Because I think that you bring in a Shula, he's going to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo. That pushes Will Howard down. Maybe draft a Chambliss in the middle rounds. That's going to push Will Howard down because you're going to give Chambliss many opportunities to be maybe a backup quarterback. I mean, name coach. They're going to bring in the guys that they're familiar with. And if you have a 6th-round pick that didn't play last year that got hurt, like what worth is he to you?
I know that this isn't the sexiest quarterback class. Neither was last year's after Cam Ward. A lot of people are talking about Ty Simpson, and it is similar to me to the Jackson Dart conversation from last year.
Like rising
out
of nowhere.
It's a bad quarterback draft. He's going to be picked somewhere in the first round, but probably later in the first round. I would not rule out if Shula's the head coach and you bring in like a Shieldhouse or Mike McCarthy comes in and one of these two coaching staffs falling in love with a guy like Ty Simpson.
I would hate that so bad.
I might hate it too, but I don't think Tomlin's drafting Ty Simpson.
But
I could see an offensive-oriented head coach drafting a quarterback.
Shula and Shieldhouse aren't going to have that pool. This is all Omar now and Andy. They're not going to have any say in the draft. Guarantee. They've already put their draft boards and things together.
This year, I would agree that they're not going to. I think the coach is going to have a massive say. But you know what? Maybe not, because you never saw McVay at the combine.
Right.
McVay doesn't go to the combine, and maybe Shula's cut from that cloth. If you hire a coach, though, he is eventually going to have a massive say in that.
He'll have a say, but I think that this is like Omar's like, this is my time now.
Sure.
Like, I can actually have my voice, my way, my thoughts. I'm the general manager. I don't need a coach meddling into my business and taking over like Tomlin did before.
That being said, if it's McCarthy, he and Omar are tight.
That's a little bit different.
And if McCarthy wants to tie Simpson, I could see Omar being on board with it. Plus, Weidl's got a massive say in, obviously, setting the draft board.
Right.
412-928-9370. We're throwing a lot out there. God, I love this. I'm so happy the Steelers are in the midst of a coaching search. There's just 8,000 angles every day. You can chime in. We'd love to hear from you. Open phones until 8 at 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. There is a surprise candidate, potentially, that we'll get into at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Jesse Minter, hired by the Baltimore Ravens, former defensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Chargers, taking a deal according to reports that were first released last night, and the deal is reportedly going to be 5 years for Minter. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
If some jagob at the big box building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault, because there's a better alternative. And now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving, and you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If Jarrett Stidham somehow drags the Denver Broncos to a Super Bowl, throw out every scouting report ever written. This would be the most out-of-nowhere star turn in sports history. No hype, no expectations, just pure chaos from a guy who hasn't taken a regular season snap in 2 years, and that's why everyone's counting out the Broncos until they shouldn't. I'm John Love.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
NFL playoffs? Let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com. Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. 4,099 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews still on the scene of an earlier overturned vehicle accident blocking the right lane of northbound I-79 in the S-Bends approaching the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks interchange just south of the Neville Island Bridge. So watch for delays there. As a result, it's stacking up before the S-Bends. Also, an earlier accident in the Shadyside Oakland section of the city. Vehicle into a building that is tied up the intersection of South Millvale Avenue and Baum Boulevard. Parkway West, you're in line near Parkway Center at the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East at Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I was just perusing the NHL standings for a second. The Penguins are in second place in the Metro after their big win over Jari, McDavid, and the Oilers last night. They have a 6-point edge on Philly, who's in fourth in the Metro. They have a 7-point lead on New Jersey or Washington. Now, things can change quick in the National Hockey League, obviously, but that means they've got a 6-point cushion. You don't even need to think about the wild card.
Nope.
The fourth team in the Metro's 6 points back?
Mm-hmm.
Man, that happened quick. It really did. And the Flyers are taking on water. You hate to see it. Washington, my God, they lost 4 in a row. They stink right now. My friend who's a Washington Capitals fan threw his remote at the TV last
That's no good.
2 nights ago, he said.
That's no good.
That's great.
Yeah.
F him. Texter writes in at 412-928-9370. This response about to come from a guy who said he wants to see Will Howard play this year. I'm just making that clear. I would love to see Will Howard play this year because if he's good, great. If he's bad, who cares? Texter writes in, Guy, can we have an honest conversation about Will Howard? There is nobody in this draft class with his resume other than Mendoza. Howard should get a real shot. People got to get it through their heads. It doesn't matter if a guy won a national championship.
No.
Do you have a strong arm? Can you move? Can you process? Are you accurate? What's your size?
Have we gotten down to like the point of why Will Howard got drafted so late?
He's not accurate. He had
the biggest characteristic you need as a quarterback in the NFL.
It's accuracy. He had a great completion percentage at Ohio State, but he's throwing to the best receivers maybe in the world, certainly in college football, who are country ass open.
Yes.
And he's not a throw the ball through the keyhole guy. He's just not. He's got good arm strength. He's got good mobility. He's built like a brick you-know-what house. He's got a great head on his shoulders. I'm taking none of that away. But the primary attribute you want in a quarterback in modern football, and really ever, is accuracy.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't have great accuracy. Now, you can learn that. Josh Allen didn't have it, and now Josh Allen's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, but Josh Allen had a rope.
His arm is far and away stronger than Howard's. Howard's got a good arm, not to be confused with great.
And we're talking based off of college.
Right.
He's got a good arm based off of college.
Mm-hmm.
He's got, all these attributes we're talking about are just based off of college. We haven't even seen preseason. In the NFL. NFL is a different game.
Yes. Speed of the game.
I hope that he pans out. That'd be awesome. Excuse me. I hope he gets an opportunity. But let's be realistic here.
I hate the national championship thing. Like,
didn't Jason White win a national championship?
And he was the Heisman Trophy winner. Right. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. That guy's not an wasn't an NFL caliber player.
Tim Tebow?
National championship.
Heisman
Trophy winner. One of the greatest leaders you could ever possibly be around. Didn't translate. I hate that. Like, we had last year Drew Aller, he's not Will Howard. Will Howard won a national championship. Okay, but he's not as good of a prospect. Josh Allen went to Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Roethlisberger went to Miami of Ohio. Doesn't matter if those guys went to schools that could even play for a damn national championship. Do you got the goods? 412-928-9370. I said we'd take calls there, but I didn't expect to expand on the text as much as we did. We will take your calls coming up next at 412-928-9370. And there is a surprising new candidate, potentially, that has entered into the fray for the Steelers' vacant head coaching position. And if they made this hire, I would become a fan of a different team. It would be the worst possible hire they could make. Tell you about him next, plus your calls, as I've said. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Conference Championship Sunday is this weekend. On Sunday at 3 o'clock, the AFC title game is between the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos. And then following that game at 6:30, it's the Los Angeles Rams and the Seattle Seahawks playing for the NFC title. Both those games can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan on Sunday. We have live coverage through Westwood One that you can listen to on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. And this is about to be an understatement. Winters in Pittsburgh are brutal. The next week, we are going in the freezer, and we could be getting a whole bunch of snow this weekend. If your heat's running nonstop, but you're still cold, it might not be your furnace. Your old and builder-grade windows could be to blame. And Window Nation, my friends, can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust Window Nation to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering your utility bills. I got new windows, and my utility bills went down. The cool air stayed in the summertime. The hot, cozy air staying in the winter. And right now, here's a kicker. You can save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. That's right. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 full years. And as a proud partner of the hot Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com today. Sale ends soon.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fellas, it's Mulsey here, and if things have been a little lackluster in the bedroom, make it a new year, new you with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that can do a lot of different things for you, all of them good. Can help you be more confident where it counts and be more confident when it counts, right? Because showing up, it matters big time, especially during life's most exciting moments. You want to feel like you did again in your prime when you told everybody you were kind of in your glory days, right? Blue Chew can actually help you feel that way again, and it can help you be ready when she is. Guys, it isn't just about performance either. Give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry. These January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Okay, so you've waited and you waited and you waited some more. Let's not wait anymore. Time for new stuff, right? New year. Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford, schultzford.com. Go ahead and turn a new leaf. All those cliches, right? New year, this, that, resolution. Just go get a new ride from Schultz Ford. Great selection. It's fantastic. All those great locations. You know, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. Maybe you're in Wheeling. Whoop. Bang, Schultz Ford right there. And, you know, you can browse or you can shop right online all the time, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You will not purchase a vehicle from better people. Customer service, it cannot be beaten. So, F-150, you want that in this new year? Get it. Explorer, you want that in this new year? Go and get that. Bronco or Bronco Sport? Let's go. New year, new you, new vehicle. Check it out right now. schultzford.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Pittsburgh Steelers. I hear, I'm not out here trying to play reporter or doing any of that nonsense, but I hear the Steelers are very interested in Mario Cristobal. And I think, the coach of the University of Miami, I think Mario Cristobal actually would really translate to the NFL. I watched his practice in the spring. Jason Taylor coaching the defensive line. They got 2 #1 picks on that defensive line. Mario Cristobal coaching the offensive line. Their right tackle is going to be a first-round pick. There's talent everywhere on that team. But the way that Mario coached that team reminded me of what old-school coaches used to do. They're limited in the NFL, how many times you put pads on and hit and all that stuff, but they're going to get after it. Like they did, and I think Mario could actually transfer to the NFL.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Give us a ring on that hotline, 412-928-9370. Brian Baldinger, who's very close with Andy Weidel, says, pay attention to Mario Cristobal, head coach of the Miami Hurricanes. No, thank you. No, thank you. Now, he hasn't been interviewed that we know of. So this might just be Baldinger saying they love him, but that doesn't mean that he's a candidate. That would be the worst possible hire they could make.
Yeah, that would not make any sense to me. That would not make any sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me on Cristobal's end, too. Like, I know that there are coaches that would love to make the jump to the NFL. It's easier nowadays, especially than college.
I agree.
But if you're Mario Cristobal, you played at Miami.
Yep.
You were just in the national championship. You are going to have your pick of the litter of every top transfer, every top recruit in the country. You could run this back if you're Mario Cristobal easily. You got the best, most electrifying player in the country in Malachi
Tony.
and you want to go maybe to the Pittsburgh Steelers that don't have a quarterback that, and try to figure out the NFL game. I don't even think he played in the NFL.
Mario Cristobal is a heck of a college head coach, and he's winning in Miami, which now winning begets winning, but that hasn't been easy to do for a quarter century.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes in and wins, and he's an alum. He's going to have a statue built, you would think, if he hangs around there. And you're going to tell me, even with him being such a great college coach, he's a better coach than Nick Saban, who flamed out in the NFL?
Right.
Than Urban Meyer, who flamed out in the NFL? Who Matt Rule, who was a wonderful college coach initially, didn't do well in the NFL? Then Chip Kelly, who his mindset and his hard-edged behavior didn't really translate in the NFL. I mean, the list goes on and on. Pete Carroll had success, but he was in the NFL first. That doesn't really happen. If they were going to interview a college coach, they should have talked to Marcus Freeman.
Yeah.
I would have been much happier with that. Mario Cristobal, this is not a joke. Among good coaches, college and NFL, is as bad a game manager as there is.
Mm-hmm.
And he was better in the playoff, no doubt about it. But all the issues Tomlin has had with clock management, game management.
Different game, too.
It's a different game. This guy's terrible at it. Terrible at it.
Yeah,
Worse than Tomlin.
I don't think this makes sense on either end.
Agreed.
No, but I do. I trust Baldy. Why wouldn't? I
agree
think
with
that. He's
that.
tapped for sure. He's definitely tapped. He's not some of these guys is just going to make something up. He's very thorough and very to the point in what he does.
I don't know that I need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyhow. This isn't talking heads on ESPN bloviating, throwing stuff against the wall and seeing if it sticks. That's not Baldy's style.
No.
We've had Baldy on a bunch before. He's a football knower first and foremost, but he's incredibly connected. He's not just making crap up.
There's no chance. So I do believe it.
Yeah.
I believe that to an extent, but I just don't think it makes sense.
I don't think it makes sense at all for either party, like you said.
Only way it makes sense if Mario Cristobal wants more money. He's making $8 million at Miami. If he feels like he should be making more because of what he did this year, that's a play. It's like, can go to the NFL and you're going to have to find a new coach. That might be the only play to get more money from Miami.
Could you imagine this crazy collegiate football coaching cycle getting turned on its head again? If Cristobal, and I don't think this is going to happen, but to your point, I think Baldy doesn't make stuff up. Imagine if Cristobal became the next coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and now Miami's got an opening. Everything changes again in college football. Everything.
Oh, my gosh.
That'd be crazy, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe bring Manny Diaz back. Can you believe that Manny Diaz, just real quick, went to Miami, had some success, they push him out, he goes to Duke, wins an ACC championship, and he didn't win one at Miami? That's funny to me. He wins one at Duke. At Duke. Texter, isn't Tony entering the portal?
No, he's not. That was fake.
He would if Cristobal left, potentially.
That was fake.
Which would also change things, but that was fake. 412-928-9370.
Where's he going to go?
Sorry. Put him on hold.
Where would he go? He's entering the portal to go where?
Tony?
Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
Indiana.
No,
you pull a Marion Hossa.
Yeah, you're in the best situation. You're going to get paid, and it's Miami. Where are you going to enter the portal to go to? What team is better?
I would go to
where?
Ohio State, or I'd follow the money, but
I'm sure that they can match.
If my coach is staying, I'm not leaving. But if my coach leaves, and
for sure.
everyone in the country is throwing cash at me. Yeah. Steve in Gibsonia, you were on hold, then you were off hold, now you're off hold again. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I believe the worst hire of Flores, if anything.
I don't think they're going to hire Flores. We got to let you go because it sounds like you are...
Your window's open.
Windows open, yeah. Probably smoking in the dark. God, I love cigarettes.
No, I don't think it's going to be Flores. I think Flores winds up staying where he's at.
People got to pay attention to the stuff that happens outside of Steelers world. Like Jesse Minter yesterday, it was reported by Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com. He pulled himself out of the running for the Browns job. Mm-hmm. 5 hours later, he's a Raven.
Right.
We saw that Mike McDaniel pulled himself out of the Browns running. Hours later, he's the offensive coordinator of the Chargers. The fact that Flores is signing back with Minnesota, and then they throw the footnote, unless he gets a head coaching job, should tell you he's not feeling all that good about getting a head coaching job.
Right.
So I wouldn't be all that worried about Flores. 412-928-9370. I'm going to address this. Texter, morning show talking about the Steelers nonstop, as always. The Steelers last hired a head coach in 2007. Before that, 1992. Before that, 1969. This is the Halley's Comet of sports talk.
Yep.
They are one of the stories nationally. This is the most popular franchise in town, bar none, and they have their first head coaching vacancy in about 2 decades. Yeah, we're going to keep talking about it because there's also some breaking news, kind of. Anthony Weaver in the midst of his Steelers interview right now. He is having a conversation, quite literally at the moment, with Art Rooney II and Omar Khan and probably Andy Weidel and maybe Danny Rooney. But he's definitely talking to the Steelers right now. Diana Rossini just reported it. I'm wondering if they're getting guys in as early as possible because you got Snowpocalypse coming up.
Maybe.
Could be. But they're interviewing a candidate right now. We're supposed to talk about what? We spent a half hour on the Pens. I'm sure we'll talk Pens more with Jace Mackey when he joins us. But the biggest story in North American sports right now, arguably, is the Steelers' head coaching job. So, yeah, it's going to be the biggest story around here. 412-928-9370. Let's get into Anthony Weaver a little bit coming up next. Chris Carter at 8. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins on a winning streak after beating the Edmonton Oilers yesterday 6-2. Penguins have 61 points in the Metropolitan Division. They're one of 2 teams with 60 or more points in the division right now. They are only led by the Carolina Hurricanes, who right now are in first with 67 points. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. It's a football Friday. You got the conference championship games on Sunday, and you can join me on the BetParks app where live betting is better. Join me and get some skin in the game. Bet the Pro Football Playoffs. New England, a 5-point road favorite at Denver. Denver, the biggest conference championship home favorite ever. I like them to cover. LA, 2.5-point road dog at Seattle. I like Seattle to cover and win outright. Of course, bet touchdown scores, bet individual player performances for passing, rushing, and much more. And BetParks has a great offer for new users. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours, plus an additional $50 casino bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, the hot online slots game. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. BetParks.com's got all the details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, still getting a bit dangerous for you. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. Crews remain on the scene of an earlier overturned tractor-trailer accident, blocking the right lane on northbound I-79 in the S-Bends just prior to the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks interchange, taking you on Route 51. Your delays right now stretching all the way back toward that Crafton Moon Run interchange as you get by in the left lane. That's going to be your best alternate, getting off at Route 60, heading into town that way. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at Millvale toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Helping couples get engaged for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup. And it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At JeepAtPittsburgh.com, it's our Start Something New sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit JeepAtPittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res, and it's their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Leave all the 2025 dirt behind with the new year. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, hard surfaces. Basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. We celebrate the new year with the ball dropping, but you know that crazy Uncle Ken, he's going to drop some of that pork and sauerkraut. You don't need that, but if you get that, call Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Go ahead, get clean. Don't miss this deal. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 plus 15% off regularly priced services, air ducts, upholstery, area rugs, tile, hardwood, and more. Call Zero Res right now for the best deal of the year, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 28, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, high of 14, low of 1. And then Saturday night, the skies are opening up, and we're going to get covered in snow. I got a beard hair stuck in my tongue.
It's nasty.
Stuck in my teeth.
In your teeth?
Yeah.
It's nasty.
It is. It's unsettling. Anthony Weaver currently interviewing with the Steelers as we speak. Here's Anthony Weaver in a press conference talking about violence.
Like, I'm old school. I may sit up here, I'm a nice guy, I smile, I do all those things, but...
Got it.
All of our problems that we need to solve can be solved through violence. Yeah, they want to legislate it out of the game, but we play defensive football. And in defensive football, at some point, you draw a line in the sand, and you say, I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to stick my helmet under this guy's chin, and I'm going to set the edge. I'm going to violently take the ball away. And that's what we need to do. With a steely-eyed focus, with resolve, with resiliency, and we're going to stop people. And I'm determined, we're all determined for that to happen.
I will say that's not all that talented of a Miami defense. And according to different metrics, wherever you look, they were the best tackling defense in the league this year.
I mean, watch the game against the Steelers.
Oh, my God. Yeah. The best tackling performance we saw, and we watched Houston. Mm-hmm. The best tackling performance we saw was the first half of the Dolphins against the Steelers.
Mm-hmm. And that's hard to do because you don't tackle in practice.
Yeah.
It's hard to get that out of a defense.
And while that team had been playing better, they weren't good. It's not like they were going to make the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And he still had guys tackling like that. Mm-hmm. So I don't dislike Anthony Weaver at all.
I'm with you. Right.
And I think he could go into that interview room that he's in right now, and he could make his case in a way that Art Rooney can't ignore. I could absolutely see that happening. That being said, if I had to pick a defensive guy, I'm going Shula, and I'm not sure it's even close.
It's not close. It's not close because of the assets he brings. The system that he is in, even though he's a defensive coach, he still probably understands what a high-powered offense needs to look like and who needs to facilitate that. Like, I don't know if Anthony Weaver has that in his repertoire of people who could come in and be that type of person or be that type of offense.
Right.
It's not just about you. It's what you bring. It's your luggage and the good luggage, the expensive Louis Vuitton luggage you bring, not the bad luggage.
Not the luggage, the baggage that Mike Tomlin didn't want to open up on the beds of his players.
Right.
That he talked about in his press conference before the playoff game.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. So you could blow, if I'm interviewing him, you could blow my socks off with coach talk. Yeah, that's great. But what are you going to do for the issues that we have and the reason why that our former head coach who won a Super Bowl, had been here 19 years, felt like it was time to part ways. There's clearly things on his end he needed to take care of and didn't want to extend anymore. And there's clearly things on our end, too, that wasn't working because we've been losing in the playoffs for many years, or we just been stuck in the gray area for many years.
Yeah.
We have issues. Can you solve them?
And while Tomlin wasn't fired, obviously, it didn't sound to me like Art was definitely going to pick up the option. Based on what we heard from him in the press
Well, he didn't
conference.
even fight to keep him, he said, basically.
Right, that too.
Allegedly. He was it was kind of had his mind made up, so we just kind of moved on.
And they
20 minutes they talked.
That's it.
20.
That's it. And you figure if they thought things were going all great, that a coach would be retained. None of them.
Nothing.
None of them, including the guy that probably would have made the most sense to retain from their standpoint, Danny Smith.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. If you're going to bring in a motivator whose defense tackled well but statistically didn't play well overall, and we don't know what this guy can bring in from an offensive standpoint, aren't those the questions you had about Tomlin?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So Anthony Weaver, hey, could be wrong. Impressive as hell. Impressive guy. Could blow their pants off. Is that a saying?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
Mm-mm.
Could really impress them. Shula should be the pick if you're going defense. 412-928-9370. Should we get Chris Carter's opinion on this?
Yes.
We will in 5 minutes. Chris, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcast. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave. But the wife doesn't like it. What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cruise Still on the scene of an earlier overturned tractor-trailer accident blocking the right lane of northbound I-79 in the S-Bends approaching the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks interchange and causing solid delays back to the Crafton Moon Run exit. That's where you can exit off and head into town that way. Meanwhile, we do have an accident on the inbound Parkway East. It blocks the right lane approaching the Boulevard of the Allies, causing delays back to the bend before the Bates off-ramp. Suburban side, your delays are at Wilkinsburg, Parkway West near the top of Green Tree Hill. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Harry, you like hammocks? You a big hammock fan?
No.
Why not? I did not intend for that.
You're a jerk.
I did not
cross the line.
No.
You literally, it's like the schoolyard bully thing, right? The bully,
he's trying to impress me.
Right. Why do you always include me in conversations that eventually lead to awkward moments? Like, why can't you just ask, what do you think about the coaching opening?
Who do you want them to hire, Harry?
I don't know.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcast will join us on the hotline momentarily. But Doran broke some news to me during the break. You knew it. You knew I was going to do this. You just got followed on Instagram by Sarah Palin?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Famously of, I can see Russia from my house.
Yeah.
One of the all-time political quotes.
Yeah.
Who's next, Howard Dean? Gah! I did think Sarah Palin was kind of a babe back in the day.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Do you think she's following you, like, looking for shirtless pics or something?
I
What's going on there?
And like, I mean, I'm just like out of a nowhere follow. Like, you can see people who they follow. Like, I have no connection to anything or anybody that she follows. And it's just like me.
And this was before you went on CNN.
Correct.
Unreal.
Yeah. Maybe it's a calling. Maybe I should get into the political world.
Maybe you should. Maybe get them to salt the streets faster.
Yeah.
Chris Carter joins us now. Chris, who's the most famous person who follows you on Instagram?
What just happened? What was that? Like, we went from following Sarah Palin to she's a babe to, I don't know, maybe that's a good sign for me to get into politics. What just happened?
We have issues.
You know who followed me on Instagram?
Who?
Miss America, the old Miss America, because we met at the softball game, and I prevented her from getting hit in the face with a softball.
No, she didn't.
She did. She follows me right now.
No.
Miss America.
No, she doesn't.
I don't think she's Miss America anymore. Or is it like being a Marine? If you're Miss America, you're always Miss America. I don't know.
I think it's like you're a reigning Miss America,
Yeah. Former Miss America? It doesn't matter. Hey, Chris, the Steelers are talking to Anthony Weaver as we speak, according to Diana Rossini. Good candidate, question mark?
I like Anthony Weaver. He's not my top choice, but I mean, he's a guy that if like Chris Shula doesn't pick the Steelers, I think that is their top candidate. I would say that Anthony Weaver, he's not in his 30s, but he's a mid 40s guy age wise, but he's a guy that seems to generate a room. I've heard comparisons to him being like Dan Campbell-ish as far as how he likes to lead teams, likes to fire guys up. People want to believe in what he's doing. He'd be a fresh head coach, his first opportunity. And I got to say, like, the thing that I liked about him was, when I looked at the Dolphins and how they played fast and physical, and they weren't always, on every P and Q, but when they were flying and they were hitting, like that was the energy that they brought, and that was the thing that I thought made them the most competitive. And this is a guy who was a D-line coach, a pass rusher coach. I think he's about that type of football, and that's very much in line with who the Steelers have wanted to be historically, right? So I think that part of it could be a good fit. But personally, I just think when I look at the resumes of how people stack up, how they've grown through college football and then the NFL, I like Chris Shula's resume the most, and I'm curious to get him in the building and see what he would be able to do and how he'd be able to evolve what the Steelers coaching legacy could be.
Hey, I think most of everybody really here in Pittsburgh, and especially us here on the show, are in favor of Chris Shula being the number one guy for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But does Mike McCarthy make any sense in any shape or form? Like, if you miss out on Shula, is Mike McCarthy the kind of clear-cut option to facilitate the head coaching spot?
Not a clear cut. I think Mike McCarthy is a break glass in case of emergency. Okay. Let's say Chris Shula is like, sorry guys, I want to go coach Josh Allen or whatever, and then Anthony Weaver's like, sorry guys, I got other plans, and then Brian Flores does that. I think Mike McCarthy is more like the fourth or fifth guy that they're actually looking at here. And here's the double appeal of Mike McCarthy. It could be a situation where it's like, hey, you got a relationship with him because he's a longtime coach. He's a Pittsburgh guy. You could say, hey, Mike, you're here for a short time, not a long time. Get us 2 good years. Get, maybe we bring back Aaron for one more season, and then you can help set the stage as an offense for the franchise quarterback that we eventually draft. And if it's going great, maybe we do keep you. But, this is not like they're not making. If they hired Mike McCarthy, it wouldn't be for the aim for him to be the next Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin. It would be hey, we struck out in this coaching hiring process. Let's get a guy that we know can get teams to the playoffs and has won a Super Bowl. And maybe he brings back Aaron Rodgers and we can just sustain for another year or two. And then maybe we jump back into a head coaching process where we see guys that we really like. I think that's where Mike McCarthy stands in this coaching race.
Chris Carter joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. It is 8:05. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. Your thoughts on the Ravens hiring Jesse Minter, Chris?
I thought that was really interesting. I like Jesse Minter. Thoughts on the Ravens. I like Jesse Minter. I thought that he was a good coordinator for the Chargers. What happened here? Why is
you had a very bizarre exhale, like you didn't want to either answer a question on Jesse Minter or that you're just exasperated by our nonsense.
No, sorry, that's my asthma. I've been wheezing for like 2 months now. Okay. Sorry about that.
Well, you want to take an inhaler, Chris? Are you getting that checked out?
No, I got my inhaler right here.
Okay, good. I grew up asthmatic, and it's not fun.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, I had asthma as a kid. It got triggered in the extreme cold about after the Dolphins game, and it's just hung around ever since. Yeah, it's been not great. But on Jesse Minter, I think that he was a good coordinator. I feel like the Ravens, I don't know which direction they're going to go. I feel like there's a chance that they could try to do some sort of a rebuild. There's rumors of Lamar Jackson wanting to be gone so that he can get a fresh start. I don't know how true those are. If they're trying to win right now, I think what Minter could bring is they struggled on defense this last year. If he could bring a new defensive vision and say, hey, we're going to tighten up this defense, I think the Ravens still have very much the potential to be a Super Bowl contender right now with Lamar Jackson. If Derrick Henry sticks around, if Kyle Hamilton continues to grow and other guys on that team continue to grow, but they need someone to put that defense together. If that defense is the way it was this past year, they're not going to be able to be in that list. They're going to, even if they get to the playoffs, they'll kind of end up like the Bills and just outplayed by more complete rosters. So I think that's where Jesse Minter could really help them. But again, I like Minter, but I don't know if that's going to be that easy to put together. And if Lamar Jackson ends up either going somewhere else or he doesn't get receiver help, I feel like they'll be kind of where they are. And especially because Lamar Jackson's salary cap number is going to make it really hard to build and sign around him to complete the roster. So a lot of complications there. But I like Minter as a coach.
Chris, is there a dark horse that may pop up in the recent coming days for the Pittsburgh Steelers head coaching job that maybe you've been keeping your eye out on that might be a guy that's like, oh, okay, well, nobody has been talking about him. Let's see what this is.
When Brian Baldinger brought up Mario Cristobal, I was like, excuse me? What? That was the left field. That was the dark horse that I was like, because I was thinking the same thing as you, Doran. Like, is there a secret candidate somewhere? Is there someone who's going to walk in and just be like, wait a minute, that's the guy? I don't know if Cristobal is that guy, but I do feel like there could be something else at play for the Steelers. But I also know this, guys, like, if that person's walking through the door, they're running out of time. Like, the Steelers, the Senior Bowl's next week. They want to make sure, Andy Weidel just got interviewed by the Falcons. I doubt he goes to that job. I think he stays in Pittsburgh, but like, their draft process is already like underway as far as who they've scouted. Now they want to go talk to these players. And to me, a huge part of what the team has been doing, since before Mike Tomlin, is coaches get to be part of that process all through the draft process. They get to talk to players, establish that connection. I want to get my head coach so that when he goes to Mobile, when he goes to the combine, when he goes everywhere, and he's getting a sense of the guys he's scouting out, he's starting to get that feel for guys he's bringing into the organization, especially the first guys that he's part of bringing into the organization. So I think if there's a dark horse, they need to be revealed like very, very soon, because I don't think they get through the end of next week and don't have a head coach.
If it is Chris Shula, can you roll forward with the roster build that you have right now? Schematically, do the guys you have fit, or do you need to start making dramatic personnel changes on that side of the ball?
Well, here's what I say to that is that great coaches and good coaches, they fit their schematics around what you have, and they adjust what they do. Mike Tomlin wasn't a 3-4 coach when he got to the Steelers. He came and he said, they said Dick LeBeau's system works, and he said Dick LeBeau's system works, and he never changed it. I remember that was one of the things that early on I would always read that, like, oh, Mike Tomlin's eventually going to change us to a 4-3. He's going to make us. He's got an ego. He's crazy. And then it literally never happened over 19 years. And so I think if Chris Shula comes, he's going to adapt to what they have and what their vision is in the front office, and he's going to bring it. But where he might bring is those complexities, like, new ways to simulate pressures and to fake blitzes from this direction that can lead you into these types of coverages. That's where I think that he could do it. And he'll also bring the connections that he brings from the Sean McVay tree. So I think there's a chance for him to come in and work with what they got. Now, here's the thing that I think is good about this is I think this is a really good core to have on your side right now, because there's a lot of young players on this team. You have a young offensive line, 4 guys all on their rookie deals. You have young guys like Keanu Benton, Derek Harmon, Joey Porter Jr., even Patrick Queen's like 26. Like, they have a lot of moldable players for the foreseeable future that they can kind of keep around the roster, make the new nucleus moving forward on top of the leadership that's already there. And at the same time, they could create cap space rather easily right now if they really want to. They have about 30, according to overthecap.com, they have about $37.7 million in cap space. If they let go of Jonnu Smith, which I think is a given at this point, that's an extra $7 million. That gets you like 44 to 45 million. If you look at Jalen Ramsey's contract, the way that he was signed to Pittsburgh, he's a $19.5 million cap hit. And as much as, unless they think that he's about to turn into something really special for them next year, you can either renegotiate with him and say, hey, we want you around, but not for that price, or you cut him outright. And then that's basically $20 million just slapped into this. And you could jump up to $65 million-ish that we're talking about in cap space that can be used to re-sign Nick Herbig, re-sign Joey Porter Jr., re-sign Keanu Benton, and or add more free agency talent. But that's something that you talk to your head coach about. And that's where I think this roster could be very attractive, is that you could be like, hey, there's young pieces I could really like that I could build around, and there's wiggle room and cap space to work with. And that's not necessarily the case for these teams with their franchise quarterbacks locked in, like Lamar Jackson, who's a $75 million cap hit next year.
It's never not going to be funny, some of these cap hits, particularly one Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. Chris, this was wonderful.
Oh,
get yourself some albuterol, pal. I hate that for you. It really sucks. I always sound sarcastic, but I'm being sincere, and good luck with that, pal.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Thanks, Take care, buddy. I wish I didn't ask him about the breath. You got the asthma.
Yeah.
My sister had to get breathing treatments growing up. My daughter had to get one the other day. She got the flu real bad.
Your sister did?
My daughter did, but my sister used to get it all the time.
Yeah, she did used to get it all the time.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Very funny trend going on right now with the Cleveland Browns. I want to get to that coming up next. It's looking more and more like the Steelers will have their pick of the litter for their next head coach. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins on a winning streak after beating the Edmonton Oilers yesterday. Penguins at 61 points now in the standings. They're second in the Metropolitan Division. The Penguins' next game coming up is on Sunday at 6 p.m. against the Vancouver Canucks. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. And if you're like me and you love prop betting, pay close attention to this early injury list. All right, we got the championships on Sunday in the AFC. Patriots, Broncos. I like the Patriots getting plus 4.5 points in Denver. In the NFC, Rams, Seahawks. I like the Rams covering, getting 2.5 points in Seattle. Seattle Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold is questionable with an oblique injury. Seattle Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is out with a torn ACL. And Broncos wide receiver Troy Franklin is questionable with a hamstring injury. That's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates. Presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook when everything is on the line in the playoffs. So don't wait for that what-if moment and switch to the sportsbook that protects all pro player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half playoffs injury. That's right. If you're betting props, it is in your playbook, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
When Giannis Antetokounmpo starts calling out his team's effort publicly, that's not leadership. That's a breakup text. He's done caring, done waiting, done pretending. He clearly wants out, and the Bucks owe him that. Sometimes the boldest move isn't fixing the roster, it's realizing it's the end and blowing it up and starting over. I'm John Lund.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice-proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. And 0% financing for 60 months, $1,000 off, plus a bonus vacation voucher. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal
brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush remains a nightmare. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Few very bad accidents, one of them involving an overturned tractor trailer blocking the right lane of northbound I-79 in Robinson Township, approaching the exit for the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks Route 51 interchange. That's causing delays now all the way back to the Craft and Moon Run exit. That's where you're getting off in order to get around it, by the way. Inbound Parkway East City side, an accident blocking the right lane, approaching the Boulevard of the Allies and causing delays back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels to Wilkinsburg. And also a vehicle into a building accident in the Shady Side Oakland section of the city. Still ties up the intersection of South Millvale Avenue and Baum Boulevard. For the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Our buddy Scott Harbaugh from Channel 11 just posted this 14 minutes ago. We're looking at between 8 and 14 inches. Do not make a joke about my sister.
I didn't.
Do not. Do not. This is total snowfall by noon on Monday. Most of this will fall Sunday with the heaviest snow during the daylight hours on Sunday. My God.
Yeah. It's a lot.
8 to 14 inches. We hadn't had snow like this since 2010, big guy.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Watching football.
All the kids' basketball stuff will be canceled.
It's already canceled.
Yeah.
It's already canceled.
I'm supposed to go to Pirate Fest tomorrow. I don't think this is going to screw with that.
No, you should be good. Yeah, everything's canceled. There's like 3 games we had Sunday. Now I'm just going to sit back and have a couple Guinness and put the fire on, watch some football.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe make some chili.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe a roast or not a roast. I think chili might be the deal.
Something in the stew family?
Something in the stew family. I was feeling that.
Yeah.
Maybe a ragu.
A ragu?
Yeah.
What's a ragu?
Like a meat sauce type deal. Well, not like a meat sauce, but it's like a shredded beef with like noodle.
Okay.
But like sauce.
Okay. Sounds real good.
It's really good.
Yeah. I think we got chili stuff at our house.
Do you?
We do. Yeah. You know what's funny? I got some guy who is a Cleveland Browns fan who listens to our show all the time saying that the Browns are closer to being in contention than the Steelers are. And if that were the case, don't you think that candidates would stop pulling their name out of contention for the Browns job? The latest report is that Shula told them thanks, but no thanks.
It'll probably be Schwartz. How are they closer, though? Like, in what sense?
I mean, I think their rookie class was pretty good, with the exception of the quarterback, which is kind of a big deal. And they do have 2 first-round picks, which would lead them to a quarterback if there were any good quarterbacks.
They've had picks for years.
I don't know how anybody could think this is a better job, the Browns' job, than the Steelers.
There's no chance. There's not one coach, not one viable option that wants that job.
The owner's a boob, and the general manager's a boob. So that alone would make me not want to go there because you got to like your bosses. You got to like the people you're working for. And then the quarterback stinks, and there's really no clear path to get one. I know they've got a couple of first-round picks, like I said, but there's no quarterbacks to chase with those picks. Right. And I think their candidates are Jim Schwartz, who's there and knows what it's like, and maybe Scheelhaus, because it doesn't seem like he's getting head coaching consideration anyplace else. Like, Baltimore had interviewed him, I guess, a couple of times, but they went in a different direction. So I don't know how you'd argue that, but it's very funny to me that Mike McDaniel's like, I don't want the job, and you'll be an offensive coordinator. That Jesse Minter's like, I don't want the job, then he gets the Ravens job. That Chris Shula said, yeah, I'm not even a candidate for you guys. At least we ain't the Browns. Mm-hmm. But make no mistake, we ain't the Browns. 412-928-9370. Now I'm thinking about food.
You look up ragu, look it up.
I'm on it. It's just going to pop up with that canned sauce. What is it?
RAGU. It's really good.
Oh, yeah.
It's really,
hearty
really good.
Italian dish featuring a slow-cooked rich meat sauce served over pasta, polenta, or bread. I'm a big polenta fan. You like the polenta?
Yeah, I do.
Do you like, what does my wife make all the time? Pestina? It's like
it's like the little ball noodle.
Yeah, and
it's almost like
you take a chicken broth.
Yes,
and you put
cheese, Parmesan cheese.
You
right?
put Parmesan cheese on top.
Right.
But you take that chicken broth and you put it in the blender with like carrots and celery. They call it Italian penicillin. We have it all the time when we're sick.
So good.
It's so good.
Oh, it's man.
What's the best food to eat if you're trapped inside your house for a weekend? Text us 412-928-9370. Yes, people, I did catch the joke about my sister.
Which joke?
Said she gets it. That's what you said.
Is that a joke?
Okay. All right. That is absurd. Why'd you ever say anything about Cal's vegetarian sister? She had a baby.
With her husband.
Maybe. I don't know. I hadn't seen a DNA test.
The traits look pretty similar to... Oh, Sage, that's the baby's name, has my eyes. They're blue, and it's great.
Well, you better get him back.
Doesn't your sister have blue eyes?
Stop it! Your sister, her kid has your eyes? I don't know.
You have blue eyes?
Yeah.
Never realized that.
I never realized that either.
They shine.
They shine.
Well,
why do you never wear shirt colors that accentuate them, Harry?
I do. I wear blue all the time. I have a blue polo shirt I wear pretty regularly to nice events.
Balsamic vinaigrette crock-pot chicken.
Probably decent.
Is that what your sister cooks, Norin?
Are you kidding me?
I didn't say that.
He's going to do it?
Yeah, that wasn't me.
He's going to do it.
I was going to leave it alone.
My sister's happily married.
There was a time.
I make it too freaking easy.
Yeah, you do.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Now, my throat's all dry.
Why?
I don't know. What? Just, I guess, thinking out loud. Coming up next, a scathing piece from ESPN talking about the Steelers' head coaching position and why, despite my pleas, it might not be as attractive as some would think. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Crowley's sister. No, I'm just kidding. Conference Championship Sunday is this weekend. The 3 o'clock game is the AFC title game. It's between the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos. The NFC matchup at 6:30 between the Los Angeles Rams and Seattle Seahawks. You can listen to both those games on Sunday live right here on 93.7 The Fan. We have coverage through Westwood One, so listen live on the radio or find it on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley's sister's brother.
Are your friends jackasses? You need beer. You're going to get snowed in this weekend, and there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They got the best prices around. They got the best selection, over 1,000 beers in stock. Craft beers, local beers, non-alcoholic beers, seltzers. You want it, they got it, and the best customer service, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now at Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, I got one more. So somebody inspired me on the YouTube in the YouTube chat.
Wait, one more what?
So somebody said they want to hear your TK impression, but then I thought, Doran, could you do a TK impression describing your relationship with Crowley's sister?
Listen, boys. One time, like when I was in college.
No!
I was living in the South Side.
Stop it!
I went to Mario's and I saw this chick. She was looking at me from across the bar. She said her brother went to West Virginia. I said, do you like puck? And you know that I'm in the playoffs. You want to come to a game? I'll get you tickets. She came to the game. That was it, boys. That was it. It was a wrap after that, boys. I scored the goal. Hat trick. I dangled. All the above, boys.
Texter writes in, hey, the Penguins beat the Oilers last night. Sid had a sick redirect goal. In case you didn't know, take a break from the coaching. We talked about it for a long time, actually, earlier on in the show. But as I've mentioned before, one of the biggest stories in sports is that the Steelers, are hiring a coach. And it's the most popular team in town, and they do it once every 2 decades. So, yeah, we're going to keep talking about it, especially when they've got an interview going on right now with Jeff Hafley. Anthony Weaver. Thank you.
You didn't do that. Did you do that on purpose?
I couldn't remember Anthony Weaver's name, so I just said a name of a candidate, even though he got hired by Miami. That's what happened there.
Wait, you mean you screwed something up?
Hey, Harry.
What? You mean a host at the Fan could get something wrong? Make a mistake?
There's a difference between misspeaking and not knowing who the hell Mike Shanahan is.
He was a prestigious coach in the NFL for years.
Do you know?
I don't know the guy that's now the offensive coordinator of the Indiana Hoosiers.
Okay, but I was going to see if he even remembered.
Who did Mike Shanahan coach for?
A lot of teams. One of them was the Washington Commanders. Well, they were the Redskins back in the day, but,
All right.
Can I say that?
You don't remember where he won a Super Bowl? You don't? 2?
Did he win 2 Super Bowls?
Yep.
You don't remember that?
With the Giants?
Dear sweet Jesus.
My God.
There you go. You come at me, and then you don't know Mike Shanahan.
You got a Quiz Callus question wrong. You had the wrong answer. That's embarrassing.
Do you like puck?
You like puck?
Somebody wants to hear your Elmo impression, by the way, Crowley. Tell Doran to stop talking about your sister in Elmo's voice.
It's me, Elmo. Shut the hell up about Crowley's sister.
Now somebody wants you to do Morgan Freeman hitting on my sister.
Oh, well, there was one night where I was sitting there.
Stop it.
Watching TV.
She's a nice lady.
And then my phone rang. Before I knew it, I was answering the door. multiple doors.
Stop it. All right. So ESPN writes a piece yesterday. We've lost Harry for the show about the Steelers head coaching job. And here's a quote that we talked about, but now there's a source behind it. It's better than most jobs. They need to bump up salaries. Not only are Steelers assistants often compensated less than their counterparts on other teams, according to multiple league sources, but under Tomlin, the Steelers consistently had a smaller coaching staff than most of the league. We talked about this, Tuesday, that the Rams had a 23-person coaching staff, and the Steelers have 18. And then the Steelers list all their strength and conditioning people. The Rams don't even list them.
So they got like 27.
Right. Because anytime you have pushback, the big talking heads that carry the water for the Steelers will always say, yeah, but they have coaches that they don't list. All kind of strength and quality control, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, other teams have them too and don't list them as well.
Right.
So the Steelers, it's a fact, have a smaller staff. Now, to be fair to the process, just because you have a big staff, don't.
Well, Doran
Stop it!
Doran has the big staff, not your sister.
This is a little heavy-handed from Harry there. Just because you have a big coaching staff doesn't mean it's gonna lead to success. But I do feel like a coach that comes in here is going to want to be able to hire as many guys as possible. And if they come from the McVay coaching tree, like a Shula or a Shielhouse, they've worked under big coaching staffs for a long time. Ipso facto, they'd probably want to be able to have a big staff.
Well, I think that if you're looking for that, and say you're Shula, and you're probably aware that with the Steelers operation, how the Steelers operations work in the past, and you do want a big staff, in a way to kind of persuade the Steelers to do that is like, look, I'm trying to groom younger coaches. I'm trying to groom, even 30, 40-year-old coaches, have them as pass game coordinators, run game coordinators, just in case we do very well and we lose our defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator. They can step right in. You won't have to worry about this hiring process of going out and trying to find somebody. You can just promote within. So that's how I would sell it, is like, we need a bigger staff because let's try to promote within, know the system, know how to be a Pittsburgh Steeler employee and not have to go outside again and kind of redo the process that, you're going through right now, essentially with the different position coaches and coordinators. Yeah,
that is a good way to sell it. And I also brought this up earlier on in the week, but Tom was going to make $25 million according to Dulac the next 2 years. Mm-hmm. They ain't paying the next guy $25 million. No. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to put that money back into the coaching staff, but they could.
Yeah.
The analogy that I bring up, like when Bob Huggins drove through the Taylor Swift concert and was dismissed, like they weren't going to hire the next guy and pay him what Bob Huggins was making.
Mm-hmm.
Huggins was making top 10 in the sport.
Right.
The two coaches since don't.
Right.
Now they sprinkled the rest of the money among the staff. That's what you'd have to hope the Steelers would do.
I would assume that would be the case, right?
We've got a coaching budget. We spent this much on the head coach. Thus, we're not going to spend that much on the other assistants. Yep. Now we're not spending as much on the head coach. We can spread it out. I would hope that would be the case. Texter, great show, guys. I may have peed myself.
There was another night.
Stop it. 412-928-9370.
Doran and I really make this show wonderful.
This is all content from Adam, though.
Can you get a name on the callers, please, Harry?
I think his name's Will Levis.
412-928-9370. Jason Mackey's going to join us in about 18 minutes. Coming up next, odds and ends as we break down the weekend's championship games in the way that only we can. We'll give our predictions as well. And I don't think we see eye to eye on either game.
No?
Dickerson. We don't, I don't believe. We'll get into that next. Then Mackey for Penguins and Steelers from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, a Harry headline. I'm shook it.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, speaking of TK, the Penguins, they're good. 6-2 win over the Edmonton Oilers yesterday. Penguins are on a 3-game winning streak now, and they have 61 points They are second in the Metropolitan standings. Their next game is on Sunday. It's a 6 o'clock puck drop against the Vancouver Canucks, and it's the last road game for the Penguins before they come home for 3 in a row. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 90 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents continuing to cause morning rush nightmares. This report brought to you by your local Cohen site, inviting you to step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. Northbound 79, that earlier overturned tractor trailer is still being offloaded, and it's causing delays as the right lane is blocked back to the Kraft and Moon Run interchange. Also, an earlier accident in the pull-off area on the inbound Parkway east approaching the Boulevard of the Allies, causing delays back toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Suburban side, your delays are at Wilkinsburg and the Parkway west over the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokee, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Heacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That music means it's time for odds and ends. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 28. Tomorrow, high of 14. Freezing cold, and then the snow hits on Saturday night. Are you ready for a little conference championship weekend odds and ends, Dickerson?
Yes, I am.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Obviously, usually our Steelers odds and ends are a really good segment, but we got to bring it back about, 2 more times today, and then obviously for the Super Bowl. So we'll do some championship weekend odds and ends. Patriots, Broncos, Rams, Seahawks, all on Sunday. Drake May, over under 225.5 passing yards.
See, this is where I think the game is won or lost. And if I'm correct, I think Denver's the biggest home conference championship dog ever. And it's because of Stidham. I think that the Broncos defense is going to get after May. And I think he's going under that total. I've not been impressed by their offense the first 2 playoff games. I'm going under on Drake May.
Good calls.
Under.
I'm going over. I think that they get that pass game going, and I think Drake May ends up potentially beating the Denver Broncos through the air. Jared Stidham, over under 195.5 passing yards.
I think he's got to manage the game. That seems like a good line for him. I'll go slightly under.
I think the Broncos are going to do unexpectedly well in this game. I think he's going to go over that total.
I'm going to go slightly under as well, like Adam Crowley. Ramondre Stevenson, over under 45.5 rushing yards.
Under.
Going under as well. Travion Henderson, over under 35.5 rushing yards.
Over. I think he's the better player.
I do too. But Ramondre ain't bad. He was just bad against the Steelers.
He's a good player, and he fumbles a lot.
Yep.
But I love the Ohio State backs, both of them.
Yep.
I think he has the lion's share of the success because Denver's rush defense is good. I'm going to go over on him, however.
Over as well. Drake May, over under 30.5 rushing yards.
Under.
I'm going to go under as well. I think he has around 20. Stephon Diggs, over under 45.5 receiving yards.
I'll go over.
Over as well. Hunter Henry, over under 40.5 receiving yards.
Under.
Slightly over.
I'm going over as well. Cortland Sutton, over under 45.5 receiving yards.
I've had such a crush on Cortland Sutton forever.
You have, yeah.
I'm a big Cortland Sutton fan.
SMU.
He is going to be the primary target, obviously, for Stidham, and I think he's going to go his way often. Now, I would think that Gonzalez of the Patriots gets the lion's share of the matchup there, but I think Sutton's going to be the volume target. I'm going over.
Over.
I'm going over as well. All right, next game. Matthew Stafford.
Real quick.
Okay.
Real quick. The Steelers didn't have a bad pass rush this year in terms of sack totals. They had 20 fewer sacks than the Broncos. They had 68 friggin' sacks, dude.
How many did the Patriots have? Weren't they leading the league in
Nick
sacks?
Benito. They were. How many sacks do the Patriots have?
They got to be probably somewhat close.
They're not close to that, I don't think. I don't think anybody got that close. I'm looking it up. You can go with your odds and ends. I'll find it for you.
Next game. Seahawks, Rams, Matthew Stafford, over under 255.5 passing yards.
I think that's about right because I think they're going to trail. I am totally enamored with Seattle. I think they're going to have a good game against the guy who could be the league's MVP. But because I expect them to be trailing, I think he's going to go over that total.
Under.
I'm going to go over.
35 sacks for the Patriots.
Oh, that's just so happy.
So they were leading the league for like 3 games, and then that was that, yeah.
Wow. Sam Darnold, over under 230.5 passing yards.
Sam Darnold, you combine his fumbles. I heard Mulsey say this yesterday. You can combine his fumbles and his interceptions, more turnovers than any quarterback in football. That was a little surprising to me.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to play well against our guy, Chris Shula. It's at home. They got great weapons. He's going over.
Over.
Slightly under. Kyron Williams, over under 55.5 rushing yards. 55.5.
That's another one of my man crushes, but this Seattle's defense I'm obsessed with. I think they're going to slow him down. I think they're going to put the ball in the hands of Stafford. And again, they're going to be trailing, so I think he'll go under.
Over.
Slightly under. Kenneth Walker, over under 85.5 rushing yards.
Over.
Over.
Slightly under. Puka Nacua, over under 90.5 receiving yards.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah, so whatever you set the line at, he's going over.
Yep.
One of the truly great receivers in NFL history, just looking at the start of a career. Incredible player.
Mm-hmm.
Over.
Over as well. Devontae Adams, over under 50.5.
Under.
That was quick. Over.
Under. Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's another guy like Puka Nacua. Over under 85.5 receiving yards.
Over.
Over.
Over. Cooper Kupp, over under 30.5 receiving yards.
Slightly under, but he will set a block that has people talking.
Under.
Under as well. All right, Patriots Broncos. Who wins and who's the player of the game?
I think the Broncos pull the upset, and I'm going with either Surtain or Benito. I'll go with Benito.
Nice.
I think the Broncos will win, and I think Jarrett Stidham is going to surprise. He's going to shock the world. He's player of the game.
I'm going to go with the Patriots. Patriots win in Denver. They head to the Super Bowl. I know you hate that, Adam. And
Makes me sick.
And my player of the game is Stephon Diggs. I think he balls out.
Boy, has he not turned it around. I mean, from an on-the-field standpoint.
Yeah, he looks good.
Do you guys really believe in Stickum?
But you have confidence in Peyton getting the most out of the quarterback in this ball game here. Stick him in this game on Sunday afternoon against the Patriots. What's your take with that game?
Rams, Seahawks. Who wins the game and who's the player of the game?
I got the Seahawks. They're just so good on both sides of the ball. And their defense, I read a stat yesterday. It compares to like the 2000s Ravens, 08 Steelers, 2015 Broncos, 2010 Steelers, all of whom played for the Super Bowl or won the Super Bowl. But I'll go with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Okay.
I think the Seahawks are going to win, and the Pope is going to be the MVP because the new Pope has gotten the Seahawks to the Super Bowl every year that they've been a number one seed.
That is a stat that Harry brought up before. I thought he thought that the Pope was a Seahawks fan when we know he's a Bears fan.
Right.
But every year there's been a new Pope, the Seahawks.
Well, when they finished in the first seed as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the Rams. We are opposite here.
We are.
I'm going to go to the Rams and Puka Nacua.
So
two receivers.
I have a Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl, and you have a Patriots Rams Super Bowl. I think Patriots Rams would be a better game.
Yep.
But I think Seattle's the best team. And I don't know why, like, I kind of have a soft spot for them.
Why?
Do you feel like, no, you and I disagree on this too. Because I think the winner of the NFC Championship wins the Super Bowl, but you think the Pats are winning it.
Yes.
Would make me sick. All right. Jason Mackey's going to join us next. We know that the Steelers are in the midst, according to Diana Rossini, of talking to Anthony Weaver as we speak. They got him in here before the weather. So they're interviewing Anthony Weaver. We'll get Jason Mackey's take on the Steelers coaching search. Also, a couple of questions we asked about the Penguins earlier that we'll run by Mackey again. He joins us for the full 10 o'clock hour. First, though, I'd like to tell you that nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Check them out online. CallThePickle.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends.
The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. 4,099 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents causing problems for you. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. We have a new accident, this one in Bellevue, the intersection of North Fremont and Tees Avenues. Watch for delays around that. Earlier accident, still tying up the northbound side of I-79, blocking the right lane just before the Coriopolis-McKees Rocks interchange, causing delays back toward the Crafton Moon Run exit, and one on the inbound side of the Parkway east approaching the Boulevard of the Allies, causing slowdowns all the way back to Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Carlos, nobody's here.
What did he just hear?
No.
Oh.
He spilled his water, and he said, I have to go get water. And then Mackie left. And now it's just me and you.
Wow.
Look at that. Nice. How you doing?
You know what? I'm feeling good. We talked a lot about Crowley's sister last hour.
Yep.
That was like the highlight of the hour.
Yep.
Odds and Ends was fun.
Yep.
And now, what were we supposed to talk about?
Don't know.
Anthony Weaver's being interviewed as we speak.
Yep.
He's talking to the Steelers guys.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Mackey enters the room.
Yep. Yeah, what are we doing here? Where's Crowley?
Where is Adam?
No clue. What are you doing this weekend? Anything?
I'm seeing Jada. Today is our 11 month. We've been together for 11 months.
What?
I'm very shocked. The year goes by pretty quick.
Wow.
We're also going to be celebrating the anniversary of Quiz Callis next week. The first day we did Quiz Callis was January 31st, 2025.
Man, a year goes by fast.
Mm-hmm.
We're on air. We've been on air for 2 minutes.
This guy's talking my ear off about the Penguins.
PJ just grabbed me in the hallway. He wouldn't let me go.
PJ Kubanchik. Did you know he hired me?
Yeah.
I was just like Anthony Weaver's being interviewed right now. PJ did my interview for my hire here. So if you're mad that I'm hired and I work here, blame him.
I'm mad that you continue to talk.
You weren't here. The segment starts at 9 o'clock.
It starts whenever.
And Mackey's mic's not on.
What are we doing?
Oh, come on. It starts whenever Crowley sits down. Callis?
Yeah, if the host is gone.
Right.
You throw a couple extra minutes of commercials in, and then there's less commercials later, and everybody's happy, and no one knows the difference. But Harry wants to make me look bad.
We're not allowed to do that. I got yelled at by the salespeople for doing that. We got to keep
If a
them in the hour
salesperson
blocks.
yells at you, you send him to me. You send him to me.
I think I did, and I said, "Hey, Crowley, stop doing that." And you said,
I put it
"Tell
back
us why
on you.
are you blaming me for
That's
that?"
exactly right. That is what happened. So what were you guys talking about for the first 2 minutes?
You really want to know?
My sister?
Part of it.
Mackie, if the
I had something that I shouldn't have said, so I'm glad I didn't say it. The Penguins.
if they are in it at the deadline.
Yep.
And we'll get into the Steelers coaching search. You buy, right?
I think within reason. I don't think you sell the farm. I mean, there's very clearly a vision here for Kyle Dubas, and I mean, I'm not giving up like a Harrison Brunick or something like that. I'm not giving up, I don't know, Will Horkoff, some of their premium top-end talents. I'm not chasing it like that, but I think you have to honor what these guys have done. That game last night, man, like what Gino said, I'm sure you guys talked about it earlier in the show, the job Dan Muse has done, like that's legit like Jack Adams stuff for me. I mean, nobody expected these guys to be worth anything.
No, he's
They're firmly
the coach of the year.
Mm-hmm. You think so?
Has to be.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's certainly up there, certainly in the conversation. I think we have a lot of data we still need to collect the rest of the season, man. But, like, I'm honoring it. I'm certainly not trading away pieces unless it really, really makes sense. And even then, I might have a tough time with it. I think it might be just stay the course. Honestly, I think it might be stay the course. I like the lineup. I like the definition of it. Like, I'm not messing with the top line. I like what Gino has going on. I want the opportunity for people on the third line. They have one of the best fourth lines in hockey.
Yes.
They're not really deficient on defense. They've got a couple goalies. Like, I like where they're at. I think it might be kind of a neutral speed.
Give Mackie your scenario if they were to buy at the deadline.
Jason Robertson.
For?
Okay.
I would give up a Rust or a Raquel for Jason Robertson.
I would not.
He's a 100-point guy who's 26, Jason.
I know. And look at where they've gotten with this group.
In cap space.
No. I'm not going to look at Sidney Crosby based on what they've done and say I'm trading another one of your linemates. I'm not going to do it.
Who's a better player?
Probably Jason Robertson.
Who's
I'm not going to do it. Jason Robertson. I understand what you're going for, Adam.
I'm going for
the human element of what people expected out of this team and what they've been able to do. And you want to pull the rug out from under them? I don't want it.
I don't think that's pulling the rug out.
No, you're right. That's fair. That's not a good analogy on my part. What I'm saying is I don't want to disturb what's going on in that room. I think it's too risky of a move. I'm going to respect what those guys have done.
I totally get where you guys are coming from on that because Doran said something similar. This is a team that can make some noise. Like, I expect them fully to make the playoffs. I think they could win a series. Right now, they'd have home ice. My God.
I know, right?
In the first round of the playoffs. But are they a true, legitimate Stanley Cup contender? No. I wouldn't trade off assets for a rental. If you had Jason Robertson, who's, by all accounts, available.
But, I mean, that's also not going to be the deal, Adam. It's not going to be Jason Robertson for Brian Russell.
No, you'd have to probably give up a first-round pick and a prospect.
And I don't want to do that. I don't want to make that deal. I would rather take the little bit of drop-off that you would accept in the player and preserve the future assets because I think Kyle Dubas has a very smart plan. Look at where they're at right now. Just respect what they're doing.
Okay, but my pushback on that would be, and I don't know the answer to this, but I think I do. You know, when they got Carlson, he said he's always going to be in on big-name guys. And that didn't work out until it did. Now it's working out, but initially it didn't, and he made some bad win-now moves at the beginning. It's not an easy job to do. I think they're always going to chase big-time talent if they feel like they're in a position to legitimately contend. I think they're in a position to legitimately contend, and I don't think this is a guy that doesn't fit their plan. If he's 30 or 32, it doesn't fit the plan. At 26, on pace for 50 goals, to have that guy as part of my team for the next 8 years, you serve both masters. You win now, and you've got a piece that now you're building around. He's that good.
Does he fit the plan to unfit the plan for right now, though?
Right.
But I think they got to where I think they got to a place earlier than they expected. And
with what they have now.
Yeah, but now you go and you add to it, and you're even better.
But you're also subtracting from it, too.
Right, you're subtracting from the future part of it. That's what Doran's saying.
And the current, if it's like a Rust or a Raquel.
I put more stock in the current. I don't think you're subtracting from the future at all when you add a 26 28-year-old
If
player.
you have to give up your first round pick in a prospect.
Right. The Penguins have not made the playoffs for the past 3 years, in part because they mortgaged so much of their future chasing things. I don't have any problem with that, but you need to pick in the first round to sustain winning for a longer period of time. I don't want to give up first-round picks the way Jim Rutherford did.
Yeah, but Jim did it a lot for rental guys, too. Like, this is the only scenario. I'm talking very specifically about Jason Robertson here. Everything that you're saying, I agree. If you're going out to try to get the next Raquel. Raquel's a really good player. I'm not giving up first-round picks and mortgaging the future for a guy who's over 30. But because he's 26, I can't get out of my head a player of this caliber being available when you've got this much cap space and this many assets. Because I don't think they have all these assets just to make the picks. They also have them to flip them. And if this were happening 2 years from now, I don't think anybody would have a problem with Robertson. But maybe 2 years from now is now.
I have a very specific needle I would thread on this. And
Yes.
even the amount of tinkering it would take, I don't really like it. But this is the scenario that I would do it. Under no scenario am I trading Brian Rust. He's a part of my team. He should have an A on his sweater. He's not tradable, in my opinion. If you want to move Ricard Raquel, okay, I'll entertain that. The price for Jason Robertson has to be reasonable, and then I'm also going to couple it with another deal because I need top 6 opportunity for Robertson. And what I mean by that is Anthony Mantha, he's on an expiring contract. If somebody's going to give me something for Mantha, I'm going to get capital there, and then maybe I use that, repurpose it for Robertson. Sum total, I'm in a decent spot. But I'm not going to work too hard to make that deal, Adam. So far, by making that deal, I've disrupted 2 of my top 6 spots. For what? I have a team that is vastly overperformed. Like, what are we chasing here? And I'm going 2 players for 1.
What deal would you try to make then if it wasn't the Adam scenario? If you're a buyer at the deadline?
I mean, if I'm Kyle Dubas, I don't think I'd do much, Doran. I mean,
Just let
maybe
it
I'd probably let it ride. If I could maybe get some bottom 6 depth just in case somebody gets hurt, fine. But I want Chinakhov playing with Malkin. I want Malkin playing top 6 minutes. I want Ben Kindle to have a prominent role. I think Tommy Novak's actually been halfway decent.
Yes.
Mantha has performed well. No, I understand a player like Mantha being on an expiring deal. You probably want to get something for that if you can without robbing your team. So, I mean, that's a line I'm going to walk if I'm Kyle Dubas.
I don't want to do that either. I would be.
That's fair. If you want to keep it, man, I won't argue.
Yeah, he's always been what the Penguins should covet. A big guy who can score. And last year he didn't because he was hurt. But if you just go back and look, he's playing better now than he ever has.
Yeah.
But he's not a fluke. I don't think the team's a fluke. Underlying metrics are good. Watch them play. I mean, this is a good hockey team. And in an East that's not great, maybe you can make a run without doing anything. But I want my cake in. I want to eat it too, mother bleepers.
Well,
I want both.
And oh, by the way, they have a goaltender now who's kind of found his form. Like Stuart Skinner was not good early on. All of a sudden, he's the guy that backstopped Edmonton to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. Like, he has looked really, really good. Artur Shilovs has actually been pretty good. Outside of the shootout, he's horrendous in the shootout. I don't know why it goes so awry there. But Stuart Skinner, if they get this level of goaltending, man, he has the best save percentage in hockey since the Christmas break, if I'm not mistaken. It's like top 5 at least. It's very much up there.
He's been a stud.
You're going to get that? That plays.
They don't give up a lot of great looks defensively. They just play great team defense. And he's not a good, side-to-side guy. That's always been his book because he's friggin' enormous. But if he plays his angles and he takes up so much of the net, if you play solid defense in front of him, you got a good player there.
Do you think this Olympic break will aid to the Pittsburgh Penguins or detract from it? Because, I mean, there's obviously, we know sports, the momentum and what they've created, that's going to be halted for 3 weeks. Or will it bode well for guys like Malkin to get rest and some young guys to get rest to hit the rookie wall potentially during the season? Which way do you think this is going to bounce?
I'm worried about it, Doran.
Okay.
And that is spoken like such an ex-player, and I love it. I want to keep playing. I would want to, if I'm in that dressing room, I want to keep playing.
If I'm feeling good.
And they're feeling good. Yeah. Things are going right. Going into the Christmas break, man, that thing came at the exact right time. I was around the team back then. It was so bad, and they needed that break in the worst way. They do not need this break. They need to keep. Obviously, there's nothing they can do about it. But yeah, this one comes at kind of a bad time. I think first week of February they knock off. I want to say it's February 4th or 5th. It does worry me. That it would be a part where they could bank some points.
I do think here would be the devil's advocate. Team wide, yeah, you're rolling, and you just want to keep. When you're rolling good, you just want to keep rolling. For Gino,
yeah,
you get a break. And I think he's been as good as he's been in years since he's come back from injury. He's got a different gallop, a different hop about him, and him getting that time off has served him well. Him getting 3 weeks off is going to have him finish strong, I believe. But that's just one man. That's just one man. Now, I think it'll also be good for Kindle, who's hit a little bit of a rookie wall and hasn't scored in a while. I think he's still playing pretty well, but he hasn't found the back of the net.
Did you guys talk about Geno earlier?
We're going to do that coming up next.
Ooh, let's go.
In addition to what the hell's going on with the Steelers coaching search, they have a candidate in there right now. Literally as we speak. This guy's probably having to pay for parking because they're so cheap down there. That's what's happening. Unfair shot? Yes, it absolutely was. And for that, I apologize. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Just to give context to what we'll be talking about regarding Malkin. After the game last night, he said, I never say I want to retire. It's all you. I feel great. I like how we play. It's always fun to win. I think we have a great team. We have a chance to win every game. More on that next, plus the Steelers when we come back. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Championship Sunday is this Sunday. Both conference championships take place. The AFC is first. The New England Patriots play the Denver Broncos at 3 o'clock, and then the NFC title game between the Los Angeles Rams and Seattle Seahawks is at 6:30. Both those games can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have live coverage, live play-by-play through Westwood One, which you can listen to right on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Adam Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. We're going to get a butt ton of snow this weekend, and that means you need beer, and there's one place to go for all your beer-loving needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. The best customer service, the best prices anywhere. Over 1,000 beers in stock. If you want local beers, craft beers, domestics, imports, non-alcoholic, seltzers, they got it, again, at the best prices around. So check them out. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brought to you by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Everybody's been waiting to dunk on Sam Darnold his whole career. Seeing ghost to shaky to replaceable. They'll beat the Rams on Sunday and the narrative flips fast. Wins don't ask how you got here. They just shut people up. One big win and suddenly Darnold isn't a punchline. He's the quarterback of a championship team. I'm John Lund.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still on the scene of that earlier overturned tractor trailer blocking the right lane on northbound I-79 in the S-bends before the Coraopolis-McKees Rocks interchange. That's backing traffic up about halfway between Craft and Moon Run and the accident scene. Also, an earlier accident cleared from the inbound Parkway east approaching the Boulevard of the Allies. Some leftover delays approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you are jammed just below Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Novak right to the slot, hands it off, Chinikov. He scores! Igor Chinikov with a missile.
That shot was in and out of the net so quickly that Josh Getzoff, who's tremendous at his job, didn't know it was a goal. And it also was in and out of the net and all the way at the right circle. But Chinikov can flat out rip the thing. I think he's the best pure shooter of the puck the Penguins have had since James Neal.
No Phil?
Damn it. Crap. I'm happy I didn't tweet that then.
I mean, he's up there. I'll give you that, but
Yeah, Phil.
I might not be able to put him ahead of Phil.
That's a pretty good. I stand corrected. Phil the Thrill could fire the pill. And he would do it flat-footed, too. Sick. But this Chinakhov talented. And you're right, I want to see him keep playing with Malkin. We'll get to the Steelers coaching search in a minute here. But Malkin last night said, I'm not the one talking about retiring. It's all Ian's out there in the media. He said, I think we have a great team. We have a chance to win every game. Doran and I talked about this earlier. Like, I don't see any reason why you don't work out a one-year deal with him and keep it on a one-year-by-year basis. And $6 million for what he's doing now is actually fair market value. He's a 39-point guy in 35 games. If you can get him for even less, it's an absolute steal, and it sounds like he might be amenable to that.
This is not a debate. I mean, I'm happy to talk about this. I'm not saying it to, like, throw water on our discussion here. To me, this is so easy.
No brainer.
You have a franchise pillar averaging a point per game season, or producing a point per game season. He says he wants to play one more year, and this team is surprised. They are very much in contention in the Eastern Conference. He's been a part of it. He's playing top 6 minutes with guys, making them better, i.e. Chinakhov or Kindle when he's been with them. He's embraced a new position. He's playing a little bit more wing. The power play has been really good. This isn't debatable. Evgeny Malkin comes back next season. You figure it out if you're Kyle Dubas. I mean, there's absolutely no world where Evgeny Malkin is allowed to walk.
If there was any cons, it would be because, and this was brought up from somebody, but it would be because it'd be taking away time from some younger players.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
He also
His
really
legacy
isn't.
is such that he can take away time from younger, as long as he's productive.
Yeah, right.
Like if he was not playing well, if he was a -20 or something, fine, I understand it. He ain't. He's been really good. He deserves to be on. He deserves to get the opportunities he's getting. He deserves to end his career in an appropriate way. Guys, think about this. Like if Sidney Crosby did not exist, like try to go to that place for a second, and Evgeny Malkin has had the career that he's had, just singularly with one team, would that team push him out the door? Give me a break. That guy gets to end his career when he wants to end his career.
I would only amend that by saying he gets to end his career when he wants to end his career, as long as he's playing well, and he is.
Well, sure. Yeah.
He is. I mean,
Yeah.
if he was Jonathan Tavesing it at the end of Chicago, now I realize there was a lot of health stuff going on.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
He's holding up his end of the bargain.
Right. And like if it was $9.5 million, okay, different discussion. It's 6.
And it could probably be less for next year.
Yes.
If he wants to come back, like he's foregoing any sort of leverage in those negotiations. You just say, hey, Gino, how about we say 1 year for 4, and let's just get this done now.
Yes.
I'd make that deal in a heartbeat, man. There's a little bit of risk. I understand it, but like you get 1 more year. This doesn't have to be it. You're going to be 40. Like that's a darn good career. Let's just call it good.
And there seems to be this narrative that he's going to block Kindle or is blocking Kindle. I mean, Kindle's playing 15.5 minutes a night. And I think, he needs to get the puck in the net, but he's playing an all-around good game, and he's 18 freaking years old. Does he need to be playing more than 15 minutes a night? Like, what are we doing there? So
I like Kindle in a third-line role, personally. He gets better matchups. He's found some chemistry with people on his wing. You can throw Brazeau on there. That line's been good. Novak's been in and out. It's been a nice little pair there. I mean, you have options with Kindle. He's not being disserved.
I love people texting in, like this guy here. You guys haven't shot a hockey puck in your life. First of all, not true.
I actually have. I played hockey.
I mean, it's not true. Second of all, whether or not we have shot a hockey puck doesn't matter. If you've watched the game for as long as we've watched, we know that Chinakhov can rip the puck, unlike many guys that have come through here, frankly. I mean, he was a first-round pick for a reason. The guy can absolutely rip the freaking thing. All right, good. So we're all in agreement on Malkin. 412-928-9370, the number to call. Sal in Cranberry wants to chat. Hi, Sal. Hello, Sal.
Sal!
I know we're talking about Penguins, but I called in earlier when we were on the odds and ends stuff. I want to get your thoughts on the Bills disaster class from the other day. I know we give Rooney a hard time for a lot of the decisions he makes or lack thereof, but that mess over there kind of almost makes you appreciate having a stable ownership group that doesn't go out and pull a stunt like that, bashing the coach and even players that are on the current team. So, like, where does a team
you know what,
that's
Sal?
in that kind of situation go?
I actually wrote this down as a potential topic today, and thank you for the call, but didn't get to it because we've been having fun making fun of me and my sister and stuff. But Art there's this notion out there, and it was written about in ESPN, that he's cheap. And it's not even a notion. I mean, it was in the Players Association surveys. Facilities need a significant upgrade. Coaching staffs need to be expanded. Coaches need to be paid more. Like, all that stuff is factual. He ain't friggin' Terry Pagula, though. I'll tell you that.
Nope.
And he ain't the boob yesterday for the Dolphins, Ross, who forgot Hafley's name.
What?
In the middle of it. Have you not seen this? All right, I got to pull this up right now. This is, you're going to, Hafley's your guy. You're going to love this.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, give me a second here. Pull this up. Yeah, I don't think Rooney's in that class of battle.
Not even close.
Rooney wants to win. They always spend to the salary cap. To a fault, they try to win. Like, putting him in the category of Pagula, putting him in the category of Ross in Miami, I think is nonsense. Nonsense. Or the Haslams in Cleveland, who are a total friggin' joke. Trying to find this clip.
Come on, Crowley.
I know. I was trying to filibuster as well. Here. I'll find it. We'll play it for you coming up next because it is quite funny.
Digging through Ask Jeeves right now.
You never asked Jeeves?
I think I did. Yeah,
for sure.
Probably. We all did.
Yeah.
It would have been the money quote from Kurt Signetti. I win. Google me would have only been better if he said, I win. Ask Jeeves.
You know, if you Google him right now, it says you won.
I know. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Should he be the next Steelers coach?
No. He doesn't want it at all. He doesn't want to coach the NFL.
I'd rather have him than Mario Cristobal, for God's sakes.
Maybe.
All right, I'll give you this Ross clip when we come back, and we'll get into the Steelers head coaching search. And you can chime in on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis, fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Conference Championship Sunday is this weekend, and we got two games. The AFC title game between the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos is at 3 o'clock on Sunday, and then immediately following at 6:30, it's the Los Angeles Rams and Seattle Seahawks playing. Both of those games can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. We have coverage through Westwood One. You can listen to on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
I found the clip. Stephen Ross. Wait till you hear this. Hilarious. Live betting. Better on the BetParks app. As you heard Harry mention, Conference Championship weekend is upon us. And you got New England, a 4.5-point road favorite at Denver. I actually like Denver to cover that spread. Los Angeles, 2.5-point road underdog at Seattle. I like the home team to win. Bet touchdown scores, individual player performances for passing, rushing, and much more. Plus, BetParks has a great offer for new users for the new year. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Plus, an additional $50 casino bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, the hot online slot game. BetParks is the only app that I recommend to bet on sports and to play classic casino games like blackjack, craps, and roulette right on your phone. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. BetParks.com's got all the details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Catch them all, Kyron. In the regular season, no NFL team allowed more RB receptions than the Seattle Seahawks. That allergy defending the flat is a wonderful formula for Kyron Williams, who grabbed 3 passes in his last meeting against the Hawks. Give me the over. 2.5 Kyron Williams receptions at plus 110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Crowley. Right now, Guardian Protection is cutting the price of home security in half. For a limited time, get 50% off their Essentials Home Security Package, including intrusion protection, fire protection, and water protection. That's protection for break-ins, fires, and leaks, all covered. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today to lock in this limited offer. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Natural or lab-grown diamond? You make the choice. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. With the new year upon us, there's no better time to take control of your financial life. And the Jill on Money podcast is here to help. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and, I hope, entertaining insights on your money and, more importantly, on your life. Follow and listen to Jill on Money wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, are you guys ready to hear Stephen Ross forget Jeff Hafley's name at his introductory press conference?
Yes.
There is a pause here. You might be able to hear it, where it appears as though Stephen Ross looks down at a piece of paper. Damn it. I do have it. I promise I have it. It's right here.
Enthusiasm, the knowledge, the background. Jeff stood out amongst them all.
Are
you kidding me? What?
One more time.
How does that even happen?
His face freezes. Like,
do you have the video?
Yeah. Come over here and look at it while I play it. It's unbelievable. Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, he, with all those big-time Michigan connections, old as sin, not knowing who his head coach is that he just hired. He's going to be signing this guy's paychecks.
Enthusiasm, the knowledge, the background. Jeff stood out amongst them all.
I mean, he really does. He looks down at a piece of paper.
Jeez.
If you're Jeff Hafley, what are you thinking right now? You're probably like, what did I get myself into, man?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
You'd think you'd know my name.
I would think that would be
priority number one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bob Ross. Appreciate that.
Right.
Yeah.
I have trouble with names all the time. We wake up early. We say a lot of words on the radio. But if I were introducing somebody like as an MC, the night before, I would probably say their name into the mirror 800 times.
Especially somebody that you're paying millions of dollars to.
Yeah, you'd figure. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. People have heard our opinions on this. Doran and I are now fully in the Shula camp. We both liked him more than Minter. Now Minter is a Raven. We both like him more than Anthony Weaver, who's interviewing with the Steelers today. And that may have concluded, but we know they were talking to him this morning. I like him more than McCarthy. Doran, you'd hire him before McCarthy. Jason, is Shula your guy?
Yeah. I kind of want to provide a dissenting opinion for the sake of argument, but I'd be lying. Shula's my guy. I will say this, though, guys, and I don't know if you got into it earlier. I would not have a problem with Mike McCarthy being hired. And I think what they're doing is smart, because if you do bring in Shula, maybe Shieldhouse stays put. I don't know. I mean, it's a courtesy interview to McCarthy anyway, being from here. But if McCarthy was the OC, I would have absolutely no problem with that. If you bring in Chris Shula and then McCarthy as OC, maybe that's intel they're getting. I don't know. I like Mike McCarthy quite a bit. But I think Chris Shula, I mean, based on what I've seen about character, based on what we've seen him get out of the Rams defense, based on basically what everybody says about respecting the guy and how he goes about his business, I mean, to me, this is shaping up to be kind of a slam dunk. And I'm good with it. Curious how soon it gets done. I'm curious about the McCarthy piece, too.
It seems like, given who the Bills have talked to and them seemingly trending offense, it seems like if they want Shula, they're going to get Shula. Like, the Ravens didn't. He's pulled himself out of the Brown. I think he just turned down.
You think the Bills are going to get Shula or the Steelers?
The Steelers.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Bills, my God, now I'm Stephen Ross. I think the Bills are going to hire an offensive guy.
Yeah, probably Dable.
Yeah.
Probably Dable. Correct me if I'm wrong, can a guy get hired to be a head coach and still coach if they, are going to the Super Bowl? Like, can he get hired by the Steelers next week and then coach the Rams in the Super Bowl? Or we're going to have to wait 2-3 weeks?
I don't remember, honestly, and that's something I should know.
And that's significant, right?
Well, because
there has to be a way to back channel that deal anyway.
Sure, of course.
Right?
Well, because there's this theory out there, and one of our callers brought this up, and I've seen other people talking about it now. If the Rams win the Super Bowl, McVay has talked about retiring early before. Does Shula become the head coach there? And would you rather stay there? Probably.
Yes.
So does that
That's like 3 steps down the line, though.
Kind of.
And, I mean, we'll at least know after Sunday. I mean, if they're knocked out, all of this is moot.
That's all done.
And if they win, I'm rooting for them to lose like 6-3, and we're like, oh man, did you see Shula's defense? Their defense was so good they gave up 6 points, but the offense lost them the game, and then they're out, and then you get this all squared away next week. That'd be the best.
If they lose, Shula will be announced as the next Pittsburgh Steelers head coach on Monday.
You think so?
Yeah.
That soon?
Yeah.
Can he get in here for an interview on Monday?
I don't think they would even take the chance.
Well, here's what.
You think they'd do it?
Yeah, because they've already had a Zoom
virtual.
Interview. They already did that, right?
I believe they've done that. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think they did that last weekend.
So
I think they did it on Sunday.
I think they know that he's the guy. All along he's been the guy, and I think that if they lose, you pull the trigger, and he's the coach on Monday. You don't even need it in person.
Kellen Moore.
I love it.
I'm doing a little research here. Kellen Moore, obviously they won the Super Bowl last year. He was announced as the Saints head coach the day after, but they knew it was going to happen before. So you could have the hey, he's going to be the head coach, but then you would announce it on Monday.
Okay.
If that's how it went. The Bills, because of this winter nonsense we got, they're interviewing all their candidates in Florida. They've taken their brass down to Florida, and they're flying candidates like
awesome.
Anthony Weaver in there. Now, we know that Weaver is here today.
The Steelers should just get out of Dodge, man. Go west. Go do your interview with Shula. Where's that game at? In Seattle. Go out to Seattle. Do it out there.
Some Starbucks, hang out. Go
Worst
down
places.
the coast.
Rooney won't pay for that, though. I'll send him out in a Southwest flight.
That was Mackey who said that. I'm going to throw that out there.
Hey, you're the one calling him cheap, all right?
I'm just going off what ESPN wrote and the NFL PA.
It's just a joke.
I know it can get them all scared. Why do you hate Dulac? Did your feud with Dulac lead to the downfall of the Post-Gazette?
It did not. It did not. I am perfectly aligned with Jerry Dulac. He's a good friend.
I like Jerry myself. A very nice lad. A well-dressed man.
He is.
Why does he put stuff out, though, like hours and hours later? He did that, a couple days ago. He was like, oh, Steelers are interviewing Anthony Weaver on Friday. Yeah, that was announced like 5 hours ago.
It may or may not be a big-time inside joke with my group chat. We send it to each other all the time. And Pomp will do that, too.
Yep.
Pomp will send out, Chinikov scores! And it's like 4 hours after the game. Boy, can that Chinikov really fire the puck. 4-1 Pens. Pomp, the game's over. They won 6-2. But Pomp's busy. So's Jerry, I guess. What am I saying? 412-928-9370. More on you not disliking the McCarthy thing when we come back. And then we hand it over to Joe Starkey.
He just pointed at me like we were in second grade. You! Stop talking. Stop passing notes.
That happened to me once.
You got busted passing a note?
I was passing a note to a nice young lady named Megan McGonigal in Mrs. Grace's class in second grade.
Whoa.
And I had a crush on Megan, and I was asking her to hang out at recess. And Mrs. Grace took it out of my hand, and then reflexively, I grabbed it back out of her hand, which that ain't going to fly.
No good.
That ain't going to fly. Nicest woman on earth, but she could lay down the boom, lay down the law. Yeah, I got detention. Can't be grabbing stuff out of a teacher's hand.
Did she read the note aloud?
No, thank God. That's what I was afraid of.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man. You know who else can lay down the boom?
Don't. My sister? More of this when we come back. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Awkward pause.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Oh, boy. Jesse Minter, former Los Angeles Chargers defensive coordinator. He is now the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. First reports about that came out last night. And the contract going to be a length of 5 years, according to reports. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Adam Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Winters are brutal in Pittsburgh. The high tomorrow, 14. The lows, well, you don't even want to look at the lows. And if your heat's running nonstop, but you're still cold, might not be your furnace, might not be your installation. Your old builder-grade windows could be to blame. And Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust them to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while, yes, lowering the utility bills. I got new windows. Guess what? Cold air kept out. Warm air kept in. Utility bills went down. And right now, Window Nation's got a great deal for you. Buy 4, get 4 windows free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. And as a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, you could ask how you can score Penguins tickets. But don't wait. The sale ends soon. Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Check them out online at windownation.com.
93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Police remain on the scene of an earlier accident involving an overturned tractor-trailer in Robinson Township. It's in the S-Bends, blocking the right lane on northbound I-79. Approaching the Coraopolis-McKees Rocks interchange. Traffic getting by in the left lane and stacking up as you approach the scene. Looking a lot better than earlier in the morning rush. Also, if you're traveling on the Parkway East, that is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is jammed near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See worldofwheels.com for more info.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 1/2/26.
Shift into the new year with a new Hyundai from Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson or Santa Fe Hybrid. Both available with 0.99% financing for up to 60 months. Or receive up to $1,500 in rebates.
MikeCamlinHyundai.com.
All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan and weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's going to snow a lot starting Saturday night. Today, high at 28, then it gets colder. Any big snowed-in plans, Mackie?
No, I'm going to be snowed out, actually. This is going to be funny. I should just sleep downtown or something because we got Pirates Fest stuff tonight. I got the nightly sports call in KDK. Then we got Pirates Fest all day tomorrow, starting early. And then I got nightly sports call tomorrow night. So, pretty bad weekend for me to have this snowstorm with the ins and outs in the city. But also, don't cry me a river. I'm a sports reporter. So,
little Bucko Magic tomorrow.
What about Sunday?
David L. Lawrence.
Probably watching the championship games at home, and we're snowed into the city. I don't know, one of the two. Nothing Sunday.
You'd probably sleep under a bridge or something.
Yeah, right.
If you need to.
I think I'll leave that one go. But I'm also not complaining. Not complaining. Just saying logistically it could present some challenges.
You sound like me at home. I'm not complaining. Just telling you how things are.
I don't ever want to be those sports writers that's sitting there complaining about stuff. Like,
no, you're addicted to it. You snort being a sports writer.
I like my job. Yeah,
I know.
What?
I mean that as a compliment. Stop being so
He's
defensive,
upset.
Harry.
He's upset.
God.
I'm just joking.
I didn't say anything until I started saying things now, but since you've given me the microphone and you let me talk, I'm going to filibuster here to make you regret your decision.
What did I say?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even talk, and you're like, oh, don't be so sensitive, Harry.
Oh, my God. Did I say Harry?
Yep. You did. Yep.
That is just reflex.
You did.
Meant to say Jason.
Yep. You said Harry. I thought you were, making fun of him calling him Harry. Because Harry gets upset all the time. But you actually called him Harry.
That is funny. So, Mac, you like the McCarthy thing, huh?
I do. I mean, I'm not rooting for it. I just wouldn't. I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world. People immediately painting this as this would be just a terrible decision. I mean, that's judging things based on Twitter, which you shouldn't do. But I think a lot of what Mike McCarthy's been about over the course of his career would really help the Steelers. They need to solve the quarterback position. They need to get better offensively. Again, I agree. Chris Shula is the more logical pick. That's where I'm rooting that they go.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there is an argument. Their offense needs modernized or needs to be made effective, or you need a whole rehabilitation. Mike McCarthy's done that. He has had a good offense for a lot of his career and has gotten a lot out of quarterbacks. Now, I understand Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Dak Prescott. He doesn't have those guys here. But I would still like somebody who can understand the offensive component, and I trust Chris Shula can, find that, whether it's Shieldhouse or somebody else.
If you're okay with McCarthy, then that's telling everybody you're okay with Aaron Rodgers coming back. That's probably the case.
I wouldn't be against it, Doran.
I'm not against it.
I wouldn't be against it.
I'm not.
I mean, I think they need, I would like to see them, if that happens, probably take a quarterback. Well, I'm going round and round because they need to solve the quarterback position long term. But they also, if they're bringing Aaron Rodgers back, you need to have additional weapons. And probably the best avenue to do that's the draft. So I wouldn't hate that either. I wouldn't. Maybe I'm part of the problem. Maybe I should just rip the Band-Aid off and admit it and move in a different direction. But that would be highly entertaining, man.
Easy, Harry. Yeah, it would be. It would be entertaining. I'm much more excited about McCarthy if I know that McCarthy is coaching a young quarterback next year. I would love if McCarthy...
Will Howard?
Will Howard.
Malik Willis.
Or Malik Willis. That's right.
I think that's probably the avenue I would prefer, of the non-Shula options. Give me Mike McCarthy plus a young quarterback that he can try to get something out of as the OC.
Yeah. As the OC.
Well,
he's not.
He ain't doing that.
You don't think so? You don't think so? He's 62. What other head job is he going to get?
I think at this point in your career, you either get a head job or you do something else.
I think he wants to be in football, man. I think he'd take an OC job. I do.
All right, we're going to have to end on that note.
Yeah.
Starkey show up next. Jason, good stuff. Doran, wonderful week.
Yes, sir.
That's so good to have you back.
Yes, sir.
Harry, maybe your best week ever as producer.
I'm so sensitive, damn it.
I just said it was your best week ever as producer.
Don't talk to me like that.
All right, good talk. We'll see you on Monday, maybe, if we're not all buried alive. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner. WindowNation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A couple of earlier items still being cleared up. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. The earlier overturned tractor trailer still blocking the right lane of northbound I-79, approaching the Coriopolis McKees Rocks interchange in Route 51. Watch for heavy delays approaching the scene heading into the S-Bends. Also, an earlier accident being cleared in Bellevue at the intersection of North Fremont and Tees Avenues. Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East heavy in both directions at the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the coaching search continues for the Pittsburgh Steelers as it's Anthony Weaver set to interview with the Steelers today, so that should be pretty fascinating. The defensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins that used to work for the Baltimore Ravens, who just hired a new head coach. Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator with the Chargers, sent a 5-year deal to be the head coach of the Ravens. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a football Friday.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Steelers. I hear, I'm not out here trying to play reporter or doing any of that nonsense, but I hear the Steelers are very interested in Mario Cristobal. And I think, the coach of the University of Miami, I think Mario Cristobal actually would really translate to the NFL. I watched his practice in the spring. Jason Taylor coaching the defensive line. They got 2 number 1 picks on that defensive line. Mario Cristobal coaching the offensive line. Their right tackle is going to be a first-round pick. There's talent everywhere on that team. But the way that Mario coached that team reminded me of what old-school coaches used to do. They're limited in the NFL, how many times you put pads on and hit and all that stuff, but they're going to get after it like they did. And I think Mario could actually transfer to the NFL.
Donnie, I don't say holy bird milk that much anymore, but I'm going to say it now. In fact, I just did. That was Brian Baldinger on the Best Football Show podcast. And as our friend and yours, perhaps especially yours, Andrew Filipponi said, Baldy is very close to the Steelers front office. Pony tweeted out yesterday he's talked on his show about his friendship with Andy Weidel. What do we make of this? Let's get to that momentarily. First, our salutations at the top. We're at Bowser Chevy. Love being out here. They have the studio just for us. It's a Donnie Football Friday, which means, quite needless to say, Donnie Football sitting across from me. And Austin City Limits Bechtold is back in the home studio. Gentlemen, how are you?
I'm good, Joe. I'm very excited about another Football Friday.
We got a lot.
Because we get to talk about something that's not just a hypothetical for the first time in station history.
Yeah, you mentioned it when I said that your career is so much in front of you and most of mine is behind me. And you said next time the Steelers do a coaching search, you could be long retired. And I might be. I might be in Florida with Ron, drinking at 11 a.m. by the time the Steelers choose a next coach.
Great for talk radio, my man.
But
I'd be very jealous of that. I think Ron's living the life.
So do I. This happens once every 15 to 20 years. That's the stage we're in, the state we're in, the time we're in right now. Limits, everything well at the home studio?
Everything is going well here, guys. Good to talk to you. Football Friday, always elite, so let's have a good one.
Well, in honor of Ron, why don't we do this in the form of a six-pack, and why don't you crack one for Brian Baldinger and Mario Cristobal? Wow, that sounded pretty good. Donnie, Your first reaction to this, is this realistic?
I don't think so. I know that Baldy is good friends with Andy Weidel, and I know that this is coming in what feels almost like the midnight hour of the coaching search. But now the Steelers are in a spot where they don't have to be a team that's rushing to the finish line here, because we've already seen a lot of the openings get filled, at least from people that I think are tied to the Steelers. And I know that the mindset right now is, okay, well, Shula is the favorite among a lot of people. I mean, how many people did you have on this week that mentioned Chris Shula as their number one guy?
Right.
Shieldhouse is rising up. McCarthy only has one team interested in him. And now Mario Cristobal comes out of this following the college football championship game as the only college football coach that works himself into the conversation. Marcus Freeman has denied wanting to go to the NFL. I just don't really see this happening. Now, I don't think Baldy is full of it. I think that there could certainly be interest there, but I think it would be a little bit, or really against the grain of what the Steelers normally do. And I know that they don't necessarily have to follow that same sort of prototype that they have in years past, but I would be a little bit surprised if Art II didn't do that, because I do think if he knows anything, he knows what his dad was able to find in a lot of the head coaches, or the main three head coaches that we talk about in this team's history, and he might not want to sway too far from that road. Going with a guy that is already in his mid-50s, has been at the college level for a long time, does not have a single piece of pro football experience coaching-wise under his belt, that would be going against the grain. That would be pretty bold. And we have also seen in the past these good or great college coaches, they don't always pan out the way you think at the NFL level.
Right, and that's a different question, is would it work? Here's the thing, Donnie. McCarthy and Flores are out of the norm, too, for what they've done. And, I mean, they've only done it twice or three times, I guess. So what is the norm, really? 3 times? If I've done something 3 times in 50 years, is that a habit, or is that just three things I've done in 50 years? Plus, here's the thing. Why would Baldinger, I'm not saying make this up, but why would he even mention it in the way he did? Like, as he even said, I'm not a reporter. I'm not doing reporter stuff. I just happen to know the Steelers are, quote, very interested. And as Steelers Depot pointed out, Baldy was ahead of the game on Kenny Gainwell. He basically reported that before it happened. So my antennas are way up here, way up on this one, because it's not like Antonio Brown. What's the name of his? CTE?
CTESPN.
It's not like that. It's not, although former players and things like that, guys with connections to the league, can still break stories. Have they broken anything on CTESPN yet over the years? Probably, at least one thing. This is Baldy, who has no reason to say such a thing. He could have phrased it very differently. Like, man, if I was at the head of this search, an old school guy like Cristobal at Miami would be at the top of my list. I can tell you that. And I know there are some people at the Steelers who have thought of him or who like him, whatever. No. This is, the Steelers are very interested in Cristobal. So I can't help but take this, well, very seriously. I do. And I'm waiting to see if we get news of them contacting him, or if they've already secretly talked to him. I don't know. But this jumps off the page because it's Baldy.
I'm also still wondering, we got the report around this time last week, or going into last weekend, and it was Jerry Dulac, who we know is more plugged in than anybody that's, that covers the Steelers. He's been covering them the longest. He has a pretty direct line in to what they're going to do. He also mentioned, unless I'm forgetting something, that they have 3 or 4 names they are likely to add to this search that we haven't talked about yet. And I don't believe we've heard any. So maybe Cristobal is one of them. We were talking before the show about Clint Kubiak.
DeFabo mentioned him just the other day as a possibility that they'll contact.
Yeah, and I know that he is still working. Cristobal up until Monday night was still working with his team in the national championship game. So maybe those are 2 of the names that they are likely to add to this search, because I don't want to say that they can take all of the time in the world, but they can take their time a little bit here, because it seems like more and more coaches are denying the Cleveland Browns an opportunity. We're seeing a new one every single day that says thanks, but no thanks. We are also...
As soon as they meet Jimmy Haslam, all of a sudden the number goes blank on the phone. They block it. They're done with the Browns.
The Buffalo Bills, even though I think that's a more enticing position because of the quarterback, the GM and the owner don't do that job any favors. Not to mention they're looking for probably something different, completely different than what the Steelers are looking at. I mean, I think at last check, I think Brian Dable was the favorite to land that job, or they would just give a promotion to Joe Brady. So they may be going a different route that the Steelers don't have to really worry about. And then who's left? Arizona, Vegas. The only thing enticing about either of those teams is that Vegas holds the number 1 overall pick. Otherwise, it seems like the Steelers are in a pretty good spot where they can play the field and take a little bit more time than usual to make this decision. Baltimore got their guy yesterday, and right now they are right up there with the Bills as the most enticing job.
Yeah, I happen to think that the Raiders is more enticing because I want the number 1 overall pick because it's a quarterback's league. But we could quibble about that later. In the meantime, Limits, crack another one, please. All right, let's get to the idea of whether Cristobal would be a desirable candidate. Thoughts?
I mean, I guess I didn't really think about him. I mean, it would come from somebody who's been on the offensive side of things. So if you're in favor of, hey, let's bring an offensive mind in here, then let's get the guy who has coached a ton of offense at the college level. He's been obviously a successful head coach at the college level at Oregon, at Miami, a team that just got to the national championship game. I don't know if I slide him into the top 5 right away, or if I do, Joe, I'm putting him right at the bottom of number 5. I get the feeling, though, that you are way more into this than I am.
No. Don't get that feeling.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm into the story, believe me. Not really.
You're into the idea, not the actual...
I'm into the fact that, wow, all of a sudden we have a twist in the story. That part of me is like I said, my antennas are way up here. But as far as him as a candidate, no, not really. Am I excited about that? I mean, he's been around for a while. He's 55.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he goes down right now as a legendary college coach. He was 27-47 at FIU. At Oregon, he had some success, but the guy after him's had more. And then at Miami, it took him a little bit to get going. It wasn't long ago that he was losing the Pop-Tarts Bowl, for God's sakes, Donnie.
Yeah,
and then this year they made a run, and I credit him, and I credit more than anything else, he's a great recruiter, it would appear, at least lately. But am I looking at this and saying, wow, they're getting this one of the great offensive minds in college football, or this huge winner from college football history, or this rising coach in college? No, I'm not saying any of that. There's really nothing here that makes me go, wow, yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah, I also look at him as a good, not great coach.
Yeah.
In college. And think of some of the college coaches that have made that jump. And we've even seen the best of them make that jump and not work out. It's rare that you get somebody like Pete Carroll, who I know had a disaster of a season and got fired out of Las Vegas. But when Carroll was at his coaching prime, he was able to go NFL, college, win a championship, come back to the NFL, win a championship. That's rare. Not many coaches have been able to do that and actually build up their teams at the same time. You know, Barry Switzer came along for the ride with the Cowboys more so than somebody that built that team from the ground up. So even though he's somebody that checks that box of national champ and Super Bowl champ, I don't really look at him in the same light. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really consider Cristobal like, hey, you know, this is a new, exciting addition to the story.
Yeah. Jim Harbaugh would be another example of a guy who's had success in both places, but it's not that frequent. There's nothing about this that makes me say, wow, this is, you got to consider this. You got to go with this guy. He jumps to the head of the class. None of that. But I'll tell you, it's a hell of a story. And if it's Baldinger saying very interested, a guy who's friends with Andy Weidel, connected to the Steelers, the way Baldinger is, it's something to track. It's something to track for sure. Limits? Can you track another? There you go. How many do you think Ron has had already today, Donnie?
10-18.
4?
You think 4 already?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say 2.
Yeah, I think 4. I think the morning walk, followed by this, followed by maybe a little nap, followed by a trip to the beach, and then happy hour every day. Everything free.
What a beautiful life.
Everything free, of course. All right, Donnie, let's take an abrupt turn here in our six-pack because there's Penguin news. There's also a great Penguin win last night. They hammer the Fighting Connor McDavids on a back-to-back night in Edmonton. They blow out Tristan Jarry, 3 goals in 37 seconds. And after the game, Evgeny Malkin tells reporters, I want 1 more year. I want everybody to see I can play next year. That's my goal right now. Donnie, this is a giant story. Is it a good idea?
I think so. Still over a point per game player. He's played 35 games this season, has 39 points. So until he looks like a guy that's a true detriment to the team, I don't see why not. Now, I think I've always been pretty pro Gino. I also thought this season would be a dumpster fire. I thought they would be very bad.
Me too.
And, you know, they have, you know, to my surprise and to my happiness, they do not look like that. Dan Muse has been a breath of fresh air. The team defense has been so much better than what we've seen the last couple of seasons. It seems like they're starting to figure out the goaltending situation, which could, you know, really, I don't want to say take the team over the top, but maybe bump them up to an actual playoff team. And I know that they're right there in the playoffs right now, and they would actually get home ice if the season ended today, which is amazing to me. I would absolutely sign up for another year of Gino. Absolutely.
So would I, for a number of reasons. One, he'd come cheaper than he does now. He'd be an unbelievable bargain. And if you look at points per game, he's ahead of a ton of notable players in the league. He's 25th in the NHL in points per game right now. You look across the league, there's notable players everywhere who are below him. 2, it looks to me like he's moving like the old Gino again. Maybe not the old Gino when he was in his prime, but for a while there, it looked like he was getting creaky and old and slowing down, like that old Gino Gallup was gone. Well, if you listen to Borky last night on the television broadcast, Gino's galloping again. He's moving around. He's having fun. He's playing freely and happily. He's not going to be keeping anybody else, any rising star in the system, from a job. So the worst that could happen is that it all goes south next year and you waste like $4 or $5 million. So what? You still get the nostalgia tour, by the way. And something tells me Gino, even at his worst, would still be helpful in a minimal role. And right now, it's far from minimal. Right now, he's one of the cogs that are making this go. And I don't really see a good reason why you wouldn't bring him back for another year. count me in 100% on this.
Right. It would be way different if he was truly playing bad hockey and we were just clamoring to the old days of, well, man, Gino's a legend. He's probably, I think he's a Mount Rushmore figure of Penguins hockey, but he's not playing bad hockey. 39 points in 35 games, only 12 goals, but he has 27 helpers. I mean, he has guys working on that second line who probably, for the most part, don't have business, being in that spot. And I also think there's something to be said, Joe, about working in some youth on this team, something that Dan Muse has done a pretty good job of so far this season. I know Kindle's the big one, but there's multiple names that have either gotten a cup of coffee up here or have been up here for a longer term, like Kindle.
Yeah.
I think there's something to be said about that rejuvenating everybody, because we know it's not a young roster overall, but there is finally some of that might bump up somebody like Gino, who's on the doorstep of 40.
Right. And Dubas is showing a keen eye for people who weren't working out elsewhere, journeymen, cast-offs, whatever you want to call them. Mantha, you saw again last night. Chinakhov, you saw again last night. As Gino told somebody after the game, I think it was Yoey, asked him after the reporter scrum, what did you think of that goal? And Gino just said, oh, my God, they may have found something there. Here's a couple people that Gino is ahead of in points per game this year. He's 25th in the whole league at 1.11, plus he's plus 15. Jake Gensel, he's ahead of. Mitch Marner, Tage Thompson, Sebastian Aho. I could keep going here. He's having a hell of a year. Jack Hughes, Brady Tkachuk, before he got hurt. Tons of guys. Bring him back. Limits? Why, thank you. Donnie, Jeff Hafley was an interesting candidate that the Steelers, I believe, had a video interview with, correct?
Yes, they did. He was among a handful of just virtual interviews.
Right. Now, he told people yesterday upon meeting reporters in Miami, basically said 6 teams wanted a second interview with him and said, if you've done your reading pretty much, you'll know who they are. Sounds like one of them was the Steelers. I know Alex Kozora from Steelers Depot, whose stuff I like very much. That was his choice. He has one of the deepest and most varied backgrounds of any of these people. And I think Miami did it right here. They went out and got their GM, John Eric Sullivan from the Packers, gave him free rein to hire, and he brought in a guy he's very familiar with. He's a football guy as a GM too, Sullivan is. And he brought in his guy Hafley, who they worked together in Green Bay. It seems like a very impressive tandem, and I'm wondering if the Steelers may live to regret that they didn't move faster on Hafley, who, like everybody else, seems to have rejected the Browns.
See, I actually don't think so. I really wasn't heartbroken to see that he got the job with Miami. I didn't think of him as highly as some of the other candidates that they have out there. I could very easily be proven wrong. There's no doubt about that. He could go to Miami. They could make a change at QB, and they could turn things around for an organization that at one time, before Tua had the concussion issues, was playing some really good football. But that wasn't going to be a guy I lost sleep over. Somebody else that made the jump from college football. I know it was Boston College, so it's not like he was playing at a true blue blood of the sport, but not an overwhelming, impressive resume from Hafley. I mean, I know he has a Pitt connection, and that always seems to score points. I mean, look how seriously Mike McCarthy is being taken now as a candidate just because he's from here. But I'm not at a loss with Miami going that direction and the Steelers losing out on Jeff Hafley.
I also like having a football guy as the GM. That's maybe just me, but I do like having the football guy as a GM.
Did you also happen to see that Stephen Ross forgot Hafley's name?
Did he?
At the opening press conference?
Yeah.
I know the morning show was talking about that, so I don't know if Austin has it.
Like Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons?
Yeah, but he forgot his first name at the introduction.
Incredible. Things that stood out about Hafley were the way some of his former players talked about him, too. Richard Sherman saying his preparation is some of the best I've seen. I've had some great defensive back coaches. I like the fact he was in a lot of different rooms, that he was a head coach. Boston College, 1 year went real bad, other 2 pretty good in a difficult time. I just liked how people spoke of him and his resume. But we'll find out. I mean, we're going to be comparing Jesse Minter with whoever the Steelers hire till the end of time. Did they pass up one there? I could say that about anybody, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah,
over the next decade.
I think that's something that's fun to me about all of this. Think about how often we do it with the draft, where we consider guys that the Steelers could have taken and, they took somebody else, or, whatever it may be, like the comparisons you do from draft night from, any draft over the years. We're going to be able to do this now about the coaching search following the 2025 season.
Yeah.
Kind of like what happened way back when. The cycle when the Steelers drafted Tomlin. I know that he was more of the unknown. I brought up the article that you wrote that my dad still has saved in storage from when Cowher resigned. You put out a list of guys, potential, next up head coaches. I think you had Tomlin at number 5 or 6 on that list. You had the obvious. You had Wisenhunt and Russ Grimm, Ron Rivera on there. Some of those guys had success as head coaches, but none of them reached the levels that Tomlin did.
No doubt. Limits, next. An interesting little twist on all of this. I don't know if it's a trend, maybe is the better word. Maybe I've missed this if it's happened in the past, but it seems different. Mike McDaniel, the latest Donnie, and welcome to a Donnie Football Friday, I might add. We're at Bowser Chevy here in Monroeville. Mike McDaniel, I thought this was done. He was going to be Jim Harbaugh's new offensive coordinator with the Chargers. And then today, I read that the Bills are going to view him for their head coaching position. And obviously, if he gets that, then forget the Chargers. Same thing happening with Brian Flores, re-signing with Minnesota. Oh, unless I get a head coaching job. It's interesting to me to see this, Donnie, on 2 fronts. But also, McDaniel just does not strike me as a head coach. I'd love him as my offensive coordinator. Maybe the Bills, I'm thinking the Bills want to pick his brain a little bit based on all their matchups. What did you see? How did you break us down? And I'm not saying he broke them down in all their games because they beat him most of the time. But they beat him recently. He beat the Bills this season, hammered him, in fact, almost upset them with Skylar Thompson at quarterback in the playoffs a few years ago. But A, this sudden trend with these 2 guys, and then B, McDaniel, what do you make of him?
You mean the trend of guys that have
not really a trend, but now we have 2 guys, who have agreed.
Yeah, agreed to a new job or an extension.
Right.
They're still on the head coaching market. Yeah, so it's almost just like a handshake deal. Pen was not put to paper.
I don't remember that happening a lot. Do you?
I really don't. Maybe it has, and we've just missed it over the years, but I don't recall a time where it's, hey, this guy is extending his time in Minnesota, or, oh, he just got a new job as the OC with the Chargers, but wait a minute.
Right.
He's still on the head coach market, so if he gets a job there, it's goodbye to that team. All I can think of is the weird move that Josh McDaniels pulled on the Colts years ago. He agreed to be their head coach, and then he backed out of it at the midnight hour. You think of the Belichick thing from way, way back, which basically rerouted NFL history, if you think of it that way. Yeah, I don't recall times where we've seen guys announced in a position, and then they say, well, wait a minute, if these guys, if he gets a head coaching job, then he's gone. So just forget about what we just said.
Right.
And then when it comes to McDaniel, I agree with you. I see him more as that savvy offensive coordinator, but who could be a great one in that role, and he has proven that. Great offensive mind. But I just don't see the guy as a a head coach. Like he's not a guy that has the element where he can command a room and lead, a bunch of alpha males out onto the football field. Now, I do credit the Dolphins turned things around this year when they looked dead in the water. They were 2-7 at one point. Then they started to rattle off some wins. They came in here on a Monday night with 4 straight wins before the Steelers beat them up. But McDaniel, to me, like you hear him talk.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers. That was kind of the extent of it.
The funny thing about all of that, you hear him speak and think that's the head coach. And I know that we will get to Anthony Weaver in a little bit, who is interviewing with the Steelers right now or at some point today. And, Austin, there are a couple of clips in Pony's folder that I cut yesterday. Then you hear Anthony Weaver speak, which, again, I know we'll get to in a few minutes. And that sounds like a dude who could be a head coach.
Yeah, for sure. And McDaniel, if you want that, if you want that offensive mind in your building, you might have to get him as a head coach. That might be the bargain that you make, but I wouldn't do that. Of course, he's another one who rejected the Browns as well. Did you see that?
Yes, he did.
Oh, boy. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Off the top, as I mentioned, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Donnie, we will get to Anthony Weaver next. We have a couple clips from him. We'll talk about the possibility of him becoming, how strong of a possibility is it that he would become the Steelers' next head coach, and what would we think of that? And also, Ray Fittipaldo coming up at the top of the hour, and I want to talk next. Ray did his annual cut him or keep him story. Wait till you hear about one of the guys he said the Steelers should cut. I couldn't believe it. It's like Ray's report card.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible stuff. Limits, everything okay back there?
Everything is going well, yes.
How well?
Well, I haven't seen any donuts here today, so I guess not as well as they could be going. Sometimes
Donnie,
there's donuts
usually,
here.
Yeah, we get Oakmont Bakery on Friday.
And oh my word, Oakmont donuts are incredible.
Yeah, they are. I try to keep myself away from those, though. I mean, I'm not denying how good the Oakmont Fridays are, but
I dive right in
your spots. Well, it's a little bit easier for you, Limits. I mean, we're built. We're right. Two guys built of different stature, and
Limits, you could eat 30 of those things and you'd lose a pound.
I'm just cut from a different cloth, I guess.
Yeah, Danny Smith.
Danny Smith?
You don't remember that quote?
No.
That went viral a few years ago. He said, I'm cut from a different cloth, and everybody loved it.
I love you. I love you.
Zangrilli and Danny Smith make the opening segment. Let's talk JP Roofing before we come back with a little Anthony Weaver talk and who Ray thinks the Steelers should cut. Joe Potocnik and his mustache, Donnie, they got started some 45 years ago. Are we getting close to 45? I think so. They've come out to my house a number of times. Really good people, know exactly what they're doing, identify the problem, and they fix it or lay out a plan, and they execute it. Owens Corning Preferred, they've achieved that status. Not easy to get. Can't buy it. You have to earn it. Only 1% of the companies in the region have that. JP does. Joe Potocnik, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call. $500 off your first siding or roofing project. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball takes the floor back at the Peterson Event Center after losing by 3 to Boston College Wednesday. They will host the NC State Wolfpack at noon. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Coverage will begin at 11:30 for the Panthers, looking for an ACC victory. Their lone ACC win this year came at Georgia Tech on Wednesday, January 14th. Dominated 89-66, looking for win number 2 in the conference. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
New Broncos starting quarterback Jarrett Stidham has a chance to add his name to a pretty illustrious list. Backups to win a Super Bowl. Jeff Hostetler did it with the Giants back in 1990. Nick Foles back in 2017 with the Eagles. So if Stidham steps up to the plate, beats the Patriots on Sunday, and wins Super Bowl 60, we'll be talking about Jarrett Stidham in the same tones we speak about Jeff Hostetler and Nick Foles. I'm Nick Costas.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries, she can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wall.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Bring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Our Genie Pandas making car buying wishes come true. Want an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary maintenance at no extra charge? Granted. Want to enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards in our easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Luxury should come with New Year perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. What a weekend we have coming up. Two really interesting games. Denver suddenly is a home underdog because of the injury to Bo Nix. How about betting on a team like the Rams? They're getting 2.5 at a very good Seattle team. You can do it all at DraftKings Casino. New year, new rewards on DraftKings Casino. Start the year with boosted rewards, and for a limited time, all players get a free chance at $50,000 in credits every day with daily rewards rocket on DraftKings Casino. You'll get a chance for an out-of-this-world reward. All you got to do is download the app now. Sign up with code THEFAN, then launch 3 rockets for a chance at $50,000 in credits. Come back to launch rockets daily for more rewards. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
If you don't know jewelry, you better know your jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go.
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Does this mean we're on, Donnie?
We are.
Something horrible has happened here. It's Pomp and Joe on Donnie Football Friday. Donnie and I out at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, having the time of our lives, as we always do out here. Unfortunately, with Anthony Weaver interviewing today, Donnie started singing Dreamweaver earlier, and now I can't stop singing it. And even Limits piped in, unannounced here, unsolicited, at the beginning of this segment. Dreamweaver. I can't stop. I can't stop now, Donnie. Neither can you, and neither can he. It's one of the catchiest songs ever written. You just looked it up. Limits, do you know who wrote and sang the song Dreamweaver?
No, and I never knew the song even existed until 20 minutes ago.
And now you're singing it, which indicates how catchy it is.
And you're
correct?
welcome.
Dream. I can't stop. I can't stop doing it, Donnie. It's Gary Wright. Talk about an obscure guy who had a big hit.
That had to be a one-hit wonder.
It's like Nick Foles in the Super Bowl, right?
Maybe Jarrett Stidham on Sunday.
Maybe Jarrett Stidham. And I just learned this was from his 1975 album, cleverly titled The Dreamweaver. And it has Jim Keltner or Keitner on drums. I don't know what his name is, Donnie. And it was inspired by a book given to Gary Wright. Is he related to Nick Wright from FS1?
We can ask Pony. They're buddies.
We'll ask Pony that, or maybe Tyler Wright, the former Penguin. I don't know. George Harrison gave Gary Wright a book called Autobiography of a Yogi. And out of that came Dreamweaver. Hit #1 in Canada. #2 on the Billboard Hot 100 in the U.S. I don't know what was ahead of Dreamweaver. Do you?
1975, you said this was?
75. Steelers on the way to their second consecutive Super Bowl. And out it comes. And there he is, Gary Wright, on the cover of Dreamweaver. And I also realized, like so many songs, Donnie, I've been singing it wrong all these years. The lyrics are wrong. The lyrics are wrong. I sang, Dreamweaver, I believe we can make it through the night. It's Dreamweaver, I believe you can get me through the night.
Oh.
Ooh, Dreamweaver. What's the next line, Donnie?
I have no idea.
Go ahead, sing it to yourself. You've done it before. Dreamweaver.
I don't know what the next one would be.
I believe we can reach the morning light. You didn't know that, did you?
No.
Limits? Well, Limits didn't know the song until 3 minutes ago.
That's the type of song where I just kind of mumble the rest of it, other than Dreamweaver.
My friend Dan Motzman thought that the famous Beatles song, Sgt. Pepper, that the line was, a girl with colitis goes by. Instead of a girl with kaleidoscope eyes, I think it goes. You know?
Oh, the calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Calliope eyes?
We all have these, Donnie, where we spend our lives, our whole lives, thinking we're singing the right lyric only to wake up one day and discover it was the wrong one. Do you have a song like that from your career?
Actually, you know what song, since we're just out of the season?
Yeah.
The song Mele Kaliki Maka.
Yeah.
The Christmas song, Bing
Right.
Crosby. I always thought the line was, is a wise way to say Merry Christmas to you.
It is.
Yes.
It's Hawaii's way.
What?
It is?
Are you serious? I was with you on that one. Hawaii's way.
Unless what I saw over like the last month was wrong. I always thought it was a wise way.
That's what I thought.
And I was told it was Hawaii's way.
Limits? Are you with us on that one?
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. I knew that, like, obviously it's a Hawaiian song and that Hawaii is in the song, but I didn't realize at that point in the song that it's Hawaii and not wise.
And then the Elton John song, the one that's on Almost Famous, the one that everybody sings with the little piano part at the beginning.
Oh, Tiny Dancer.
Tiny Dancer.
Yeah.
God.
Hold me closer, Tony Danza.
Right, exactly. No, I didn't think it was that. But Donnie, I went, and there was a recent recording I saw of that song, like the original recording. And I looked at the lyrics, or I heard the lyrics really for the first time. I'm like, what? I had no idea that what this song was about, or even that this was the topic matter. Let's see here. Piano man, he makes his stand in the auditorium. Looking on, she sings the songs, the words she knows, the tunes she hums. Donnie, I had no idea. It's about linens, clean linens at some point.
I just know it
dirty linens.
I just know it starts with Blue Jean Baby.
Right.
L.A. lady, seamstress for the band.
Right. Pretty-eyed. And then what, Limits? What kind of smile? A pirate smile. What's a pirate smile?
She married a music man?
Yes. Right.
Like a grin.
Like a grin? Like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean movie? Is that a pirate smile? I didn't know any of this. And I'm constantly surprised by this. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a busy day today. What? No idea. Did you?
No. I only knew like select lines, and then again, I just mumble the rest. By the way, Limits, it is Hawaii's way. Mele Kalikimaka is Hawaii's way to say Merry Christmas to you.
I feel like I only hear that in like parts of the song. Maybe I just have selective hearing.
I've never heard that in the song about Hawaii. That yet another example. All of which brings us back to Anthony Weaver, Donnie, who's in the building today, could be there even as we speak. Who's with him? Who's doing these interviews? We know that Art and Omar. Is Andy Weidel when he's not interviewing with the Falcons? Is he there? Is Danny Rooney there? Who do you think is in on the interviews?
I feel like it would be those four. I mean, we know for sure it's two of them. We know for sure it's Art and it's Omar. They would have to work around, I guess, whatever Andy Weidel's schedule is.
Yeah.
Because he is getting looks for other GM jobs. I would like to think that Danny Rooney is in on the process.
You'd think, right?
I mean, it was kind of the same way how, Dan Rooney had Art II in on the process for some of these guys. So, like, he saw how it was done. You transition to that next, level of the hierarchy.
Right.
So, I mean, I would think it would be those 3 to 4 guys.
I've mentioned to Bob a couple times since this process began that I feel like we're all wasting our time if we're looking at numbers and stats from when so-and-so was a defensive coordinator or, when Mike McCarthy was calling plays in Dallas. I don't think it's going to be Mike McCarthy, by the way. I think it's going to be the guy that walks into the room and immediately there's a different feeling. That's who I think the Steelers' next coach is going to be. I don't know who it's going to be. Shielhaas, maybe. Shula, maybe. Weaver, maybe. It's going to be that guy. And I'm not sure, as we sit here right now, Donnie, that they know. I don't even think they have in their minds who a front runner is. I think they're waiting to see things like today when Anthony Weaver walks into that room. That's the guy that's going to get the job, is the guy that walks in, and Art and Omar and whoever else is in the room, when they're done with the interview, say, wow, did you feel what I felt? Did you see what I saw when that guy walked in? That's what I think.
And I think Weaver's been a sleeper for this thing the whole time. Outside of the 2 Rams candidates, I think he's next on the list as having the best chance to be their next head coach. He's the type of coach, to me, it's not about, this guy's defenses had staggeringly good numbers and he is a savant on that side of the football. He gives me vibes of a Dan Campbell or Mike Vrabel type, Joe. Like the badass tough guy.
Yes.
Head coach.
Yes.
Not
Vrabel's a good one.
Not the wise guy savant like a Mike McDaniel per se. You could throw Sean McVay certainly into that same category, who I think is probably the best coach in football right now. But the way that Weaver seems to carry himself, the way that he speaks at a podium, that tells me he would be somebody that could take over an interview and really blow them away. I know that Austin's going to play these clips in a second, but hearing these, it makes you think, okay, this guy is certainly one that will have no problem commanding a room, a leader of men type. And I know that some fans are going to be turned off from that because they're going to say, well, didn't the Steelers just have that? They had a guy that would be such a great speaker and was that leader of men, but for so long he was unable to get it done on a big stage. And I would get that. I mean, sometimes you just need a real change of scenery, breath of fresh air for guys. But it's not as if Dan Campbell's coaching resume was anything amazing before he became the Lions head coach. And then he came in talking about biting kneecaps. People laughed at him.
Right.
And they said, this guy's going to turn around the Lions, and nobody's laughing a few years later. And I don't know. I just get the feel, I could be way off on this. It also could work out to be a disaster if they did go this way. But I I see Anthony Weaver. He obviously has a presence. He's a massive dude. The guy played defensive end in the NFL for, just under 10 years. And the way that he speaks, it just gives me that same vibe as a Campbell.
Well, let's hear at least one of those. We're running up against the top of the hour here, but let's hear an Anthony Weaver clip. How about the Mamba clip? Do you have that one, Limits?
Yeah, you certainly, you addressed the elephant in the room, right? So my message was very clear. Like, this is the NFL, right? There's a reason my name tag it slides out, right? It's not in there permanently. So nobody cares. Just work harder. The comparison I gave him was where we're at just as a team, right? And as a defense, I compared Nick Anderson. I'm aging myself now. I compared Nick Anderson in like the 1995 NBA Finals, Game 1 against the Rockets, right? He misses 4 free throws in a row, and they go on and get swept. And from there, like, his career kind of fizzled. Unfortunately, I don't know Nick, but his nickname became Nick the Brick Anderson. But I just remember how good he was as a player. And then I contrasted that with Kobe in his rookie year, when they were in the playoffs, and he shoots 4 air balls, right, in critical situations. I go, well, here's where we're at from an adversity standpoint. All right, got guys being traded, right, speculation, all those things. I go, you can either be Nick Anderson, and we can wallow around in self-pity. I go, or we can just figure out why we're where we're at, keep trying to get better, which I think our guys have done, right, to date, and try to be the Mamba. I don't think anybody wants to be the Brick, so our goal is to be the Mamba.
My God, how many strays can Nick Anderson take in one fell swoop there? The poor guy, he went to the line and tried to make some free throws, Donnie.
I thought you'd like that tie into basketball.
That was tremendous. And he may be that guy who walks in, Dream Weaver. All right, let's go back to something before we go to Ray Fittipaldo. Cracklin' Rose, we all know that song, Donnie, right?
Cracklin' Rose.
It's a Neil Diamond song along the lines of Sweet Caroline. I spent my whole life where Neil Diamond says, Cracklin' Rose. I thought he was saying, for my whole life, you're a stubborn woman. The actual lyric I discovered about 5 years ago was, Cracklin' Rose, you're a store-bought woman. What does that even mean? You're a store-bought woman. What?
Like a mannequin.
I guess you're a mannequin.
An online wife.
I guess. You're Lene Kukua. You're Manti Te'os. I don't know what that means.
Wow.
My whole life, Limits, I would sing that song, Cracklin' Rose, you're a stubborn woman. Not store-bought, Donnie. And this brings us back to Dreamweaver. We've all spent parts of our lives mistaking lyrics that weren't true.
Yeah, now I almost want to find a list, like a top 10 or top 50 songs where the lyrics get most mistaken. I mean, that's kind of a tough search. Like, it's not...
I think you can find it, though. If you try that, you'll find it. Limits, have people weighed in on the text line on this problem that we all have?
No. They've pointed out some other songs and stuff like that. But some people have also said, Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza was hilarious, Johnny.
Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza.
Do either one of you remember Tony Danza?
Who's the boss?
Know of him? Yeah. Limits, do you?
I've heard the name, but I couldn't put a,
face to the name. That's understandable. All right. Let's go to Ray Fittipaldo next.
Also, Crackling Rose is apparently about a bottle of wine, according to the texters.
Well, that's fine, but that doesn't mean there's not a line in it that says, Crackling Rose, you're a store-bought woman.
Somebody says it's a love song to a bottle of wine, hence a store-bought woman.
Ah.
Or is he saying that the woman likes too many material things?
I don't know what he's singing. Cracklin' Rose, you're a store-bought woman. You make me sing like a guitar humming.
Then why don't you ask Neil Diamond? You're the beat writer.
Is he around? Is Neil Diamond alive?
Yeah, he's still with us.
You're the beat writer.
Thank God. All right, let's get to Ray next. I'm trying to buy time because I can't find the reads that you gave me, Limits. Donnie, can you talk to Limits for a minute?
Neil Diamond's 84, Joe.
Is he?
Yeah, he's alive and well.
Wouldn't you love to see him do a live performance of Sweet Caroline?
He's alive. He may not be well. I hope he is. Don't get me wrong on that one, Limits. I love Neil Diamond.
Wouldn't you like to see him do a live performance of Sweet Caroline at a Pitt game?
Oh, would that be great? Tremendous. There's a movie out now about Neil Diamond impersonators and how this became like some sort of obsession with this couple. Like they were Neil Diamond Song Sung Blue, it's called.
Yeah, I've seen is Hugh Jackman in that?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Hugh Jackson is in it too. His team goes 0-16 in the movie.
My team is on the floor.
Listen to the Pop and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. They used to put out 33s Limits, little miniature records. On one side, you had the hit, and then on the other side, not. What was the other side of Song Sung Blue for Neil Diamond? Wrong. The song was called Gitchy Goomy. Sunny and a high today of 28, Parker Wotherspoon. What a player he's become, Donnie. And a low of 2. Do we have a 2?
Michael Vick. Steelers Michael Vick.
Jack Wilson.
What's Mason's number?
He's number 2.
There you go. Mason. Will feel like -6 tonight. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Ray Fittipaldo, in his annual cut or keep 'em with the Steelers, wants to cut a certain linebacker. Wow. I'm going to ask him about that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
How about those Penguins as they go to Edmonton last night, and they score 3 goals in 37 seconds off Tristan Jarry. They scored on their second, third, and fourth shots of the game as Anthony Mantha scored twice, including once on a breakaway. Sid scored his 27th of the year. Malkin his 12th. Chinakhov his 8th. Raquel his 9th. Penguins, second in the Metro, have won 3 in a row, and they're hot going to Vancouver Sunday at 6 o'clock. So while everyone is snowed in, we can watch the Penguins play in Vancouver, where I'm sure it'll be freezing as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 90 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and if your date nights have been ending in disappointment, if the fail music plays when you head to the bedroom, if your wife or your girlfriend are looking at you with kind of that sad and disappointed look, I'm here to tell you that there is help out there for you. It's Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for the old downstairs region. You can feel like you did in your glory days, in your prime with Blue Chew. You can be more confident where and when it counts with Blue Chew. And it isn't just about performance. It's about giving her group chat, they're always talking, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info.
Freaks on Parade presents Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson. Together again with special guests, The Who and Orgy, The Pavilion at Star Lake, Saturday, August 29th. The biggest tour of the summer. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Weaver. Anthony Weaver is interviewing with the Pittsburgh Steelers this morning as he was scheduled to meet with them at 7 a.m. So that meeting may have been already completed, but regardless, that's now Weaver, Mike McCarthy, and Brian Flores, the three that we know that have been announced, or at least that will be later on today, that have interviewed in person with the Steelers. That follows up virtual interviews that the Steelers have conducted with guys including Jeff Hafley, who took the job in Miami, Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator of the Rams, who's not allowed to come to Pittsburgh for a meeting until next week, and the same with Nate Scheelhaus, a virtual interview. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest, run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Ray Fittipaldo, brought to you by the AV-rated super lawyers, LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. All right, Ray. And you know Ray's stuff, of course, from postgazette.com. And what a wonderful man he truly is. I went through, it's a Donnie Football Friday. I should add that as well, because Donnie Football is right across from me here at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. We're having a wonderful time. And Ray, two things jumped out to me. We're going to go through your cut him or keep him piece today.
Okay.
Jalen Ramsey, trade him, you said. And Patrick Queen, cut him. Holy ostrich milk, Ray. Can you explain those ones?
Well, yeah, let's tackle Queen first, because I thought he was much improved during his second season with the Steelers. But way back when he signed that 3-year contract, the way it was structured, you kind of knew they could get out from under it if they wanted to. And I think this decision really is going to depend on who the new coach is, what kind of system do you run. But you could actually save like $11 million in cap space and put that towards your 2026 cap if you want to move on. And I think Peyton Wilson is ready for a full-time role. I think Malik Harrison can be your downhill run stopper if you want it to be. So, I think some people might have been a little bit surprised by that, but just going back to when they signed him, I kind of knew this was a possibility. If they wanted to move on, they would be able to do it with very little pain, salary cap-wise.
And then what about the Ramsey move to trade?
Yeah, listen, I still think there's some value there, and he is signed for a few more years, so it does not make a lot of sense to cut him. Again, depending on who the coach is, we'll see how he fits in the new system. Right now, I kind of view him as a safety only. I think there's versatility where he could move back into the slot. But just based on the way he played for the first half of last season, I think his days as an outside corner are over. And I just don't know if you could pay a guy, $17 million a year, which is what his cap is going to be a safety. You can get your safeties much cheaper in the draft or in free agency. And I just think he's probably a little bit too expensive to keep as a safety.
Ray Fittipaldo talking about some of the decisions Omar Khan and company will have to make in the coming weeks. By the way, before we even get back to that, Ray, that raises a question in and of itself. Like, who is Omar making these decisions with? I guess it's Andy Weidel right now. It used to be Mike Tomlin, with Mike Tomlin having a heavy, heavy say in all of these. So my question is, do you think the new coach will come in to what has been a coach-centric organization? In other words, if Anthony Weaver asked today, will I have the final say on draft picks, which Cowher, Knoll, and Tomlin all had, are they still saying yes to that question?
Well, I don't think Tomlin had that right away, Joe, nor do I think Cowher did. I think they both grew into those roles. I mean, we all know once Cowher had some success, he won that power struggle with Tom Donahoe. And I think Tomlin, just over the years, developed a really good rapport with Kevin Colbert. And I think the last 3 years with Omar, it was kind of seamless as well, in terms of traveling to the scouting days and, all of that stuff. So I don't think the new guy is going to come in and have final say over draft picks or anything like that. But his system does matter. I mean, if you hire Mike McCarthy or Nate Shieldhouse, why wouldn't you give him a lot of authority when it comes to the offense, especially a quarterback that you might pick in the draft or acquire via free agency? So I think, you kind of have to pick and choose where you let these guys, make some of those decisions in personnel. But I think really this is a perfect opportunity for both Omar and Andy, if he stays, to really shape this roster the way they want to shape it. And I'm not saying they didn't have that chance for the last 3 years, but we all know Mike was pretty involved in the process. So I think this is, going to be something new for them as they go through this with the new head coach.
Well, you and I have a different understanding then, because Chuck Knoll was definitely conferred, those powers were conferred upon him when he got here to make those decisions. And my understanding,
I don't think so for Cowher and Tomlin.
My understanding is it's always been that way, is that this is a coach-centric organization. Mike Tomlin's first two picks, Lamar Woodley and Lawrence Timmons, I'm not saying they made the picks. I'm saying the coach gets final say, so that's okay. We just have a different understanding. His second pick, Rashard Mendenhall, I believe, was absolutely a Tomlin pick in the first round. But I guess the larger question is, we certainly agree this is more of a coach-centric organization than many others. Will it stay that way?
Yeah, I have no reason to believe it's not going to stay that way. I think Art was asked this during the news conference. Are you still going to have the head coach report to you? And he said yes. So to your point, in a lot of organizations, the head coach will report to the GM, and then the GM reports to the owner. In Pittsburgh, the GM reports to the owner, the head coach reports to the owner, and there's really, no second guessing. They both have a direct line to the top there. So that's not going to change. Art said as much a week or so ago when he spoke to us down at Acrisure.
Ray, ESPN put out a report that some coaches could have holdups with the Steelers' job, more or less because they're afraid that Art Rooney is cheap when it comes to a coaching staff. So what kind of say will the new coach have in putting together a staff that maybe includes more actual coaches and bodies than what the Steelers are used to paying?
Yeah, I'd like to know who that coach is, or what coaches would turn down the opportunity to coach the Pittsburgh Steelers just based on the size of their coaching staff. I mean, not only is it one of 32 jobs, but it's been one of the premier jobs in the NFL for generations now. So, these guys can have their opinions, and speak to ESPN off the record. But I don't know what serious head coaching candidate would turn down the Steelers' opportunity. So that's my point. But I will speak to your topic, just because I know it's been out there for a couple of years now. I totally think, guys, and I don't know how many assistants the Rams have. The Rams might be one of these teams that have like 28 assistants. If Chris Shula or Nate Shieldhouse wants to have that big of a staff, I think it's entirely possible. I mean, listen, they just got done paying Mike Tomlin like what, 16, 17 million a year. They're not going to pay this new coach that kind of money. They'll pay him whatever the going rate is for a first-time head coach, and then they could spend that money elsewhere on the coaching staff. So if they spent, let's say, $25 million on coaches the last couple of years, they could still do that, but it'll just be divided differently among the staff. So I don't want to say it's overblown because I know it's been a topic, but I think the Rooneys are willing to spend that money because they've been doing it the last couple of years when they made Mike Tomlin one of the highest paid coaches in the National Football League.
Ray, I have a question here when it comes to Chris Shula that Nate tweeted in at me asking if they hire Shula, wouldn't it make more sense to keep Ramsey? Because by all accounts, they had a good relationship when they worked together with the Rams.
Yeah, absolutely. Ramsey helped them win a Super Bowl. Now, that was a few years ago when Jalen was still a really good outside corner. So I think, I don't know if the views have changed, but I have no doubts if Chris Shula comes in here, he has a previous relationship with Jalen Ramsey, and it's a good one that they could work through any issues of, hey, you're a safety now. This part of your career is in the rearview mirror. I think most coach-player relationships are very honest, and if Chris Shula feels that way about Jalen Ramsey, I think Jalen Ramsey would have a decision. Do you want to be a safety with the Steelers, or do you want to go somewhere else and still try to be a corner? I think, those are the conversations that have to be had here after the head coach gets hired.
Ray Fittipaldo on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can watch Ray on YouTube. You should subscribe to our YouTube channel. It don't cost nothing, Donnie. And people can get there through our website, 937thefan.com. Go straight to YouTube. Doing incredible numbers on our YouTube. Mostly because people want to get a good look at Bob when he's on the show, or at least the Bob mannequin when he's not there.
Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
Ray, Brian Baldinger isn't really given to reporting things. He wants no part of that world. Yet he said yesterday the Steelers are, quote, very interested in Mario Cristobal. And as Andrew Filipponi pointed out, Baldy is close to the Steelers front office and has talked on their show, the PM show, about his friendship with Andy Weidel many times. What's happening here? Is this serious? And what would you think of Cristobal as a candidate?
I haven't heard that from anyone else besides Baldinger. And, Joe, we're getting pretty late in the process here. So if his name hasn't even been mentioned yet, I'm not sure when he would get called up for an interview. I think, we all know the Steelers are on a timeline here. They got basically a week to get a new head coach in place. And I think the next step after Weaver today is likely the Rams assistants on Monday. So if that's going to happen, maybe it happens over the weekend, but it has been really, really quiet on that front other than what Brian Baldinger said. As far as, I don't know Cristobal's credentials, entirely. I know that he just coached the Hurricanes to a national championship. I do know that hiring college coaches to the NFL can be tricky. Look what happened to Nick Saban. Bobby Petrino, it's not a good track record. So I would be very surprised if the Steelers actually went down that road.
Ray, your colleague at the Post-Gazette, Jerry Dulac, he tweeted a week ago, the 8 candidates for whom the Steelers requested interviews is not the final list. They are expected to add 3 or 4 more names. Unless I missed those 3 or 4 more names, I feel like we have not heard them in nearly a week's time. So who do you think those could be, and are they just simply waiting for championship weekend to wrap up?
Yeah, I don't know if there are going to be any more after today. McCarthy and Flores were this week. Weaver is today, so that's 3 right there. Presumably, you have the 2 on Monday. The big unknown is, do they do anything over the weekend on Saturday or Sunday? They could certainly do that. We just haven't heard anything to that point just yet. And the one thing we really have to consider, especially with this snowstorm coming up and just the logistics of interviewing a head coach, are the Steelers going to go to LA on Monday to interview those guys, or are those guys actually going to come to Pittsburgh? I know a lot probably depends on the outcome of that game. I would imagine if the Rams are in the Super Bowl, the Steelers would have to go to LA to interview them. So there's just a lot of moving parts here, and this snowstorm, especially the timing of it, might complicate things.
What do you think of Anthony Weaver's chances to get this job?
I don't think the Steelers would be wasting their time bringing him in for an in-person interview. I think he obviously impressed them in the virtual interview, and I think he's a serious candidate. I think he's one of 5 right now. I think this group of 5 will be pared down to 2 or 3 probably by Monday night or Tuesday, and I think we'll have a really good sense of who the finalists are at that point. But I know he doesn't have like a lot of coordinating experience or anything like that, but I do know the Steelers were impressed by him in that initial interview. That's why they brought him in here today for a second interview, and we'll see where it goes after that. But he's a very serious candidate at this juncture of the process.
Ray, going back to your cut 'em or keep 'em piece that you put out there at the Post-Gazette, electing to keep both Cam Hayward and TJ Watt, should there be a discussion, though, about a trade for either of those 2 guys? I feel like you at least have to have the conversation.
Well, I don't know how much trade value Cam has. You could cut him without any pain. There's no guaranteed money there. I think you might get like a 4th or a 5th round pick for him, but a 37-year-old defensive lineman, I don't think you're going to get much there. But Watt, you certainly have to have that conversation, guys. You could probably still get a 2nd round pick for TJ, and you could start anew there with a new group of outside linebackers. So, we'll see how it goes, but just knowing how the Steelers are, I think the new coach might want to have some veteran leaders on his team. And what 2 better veteran leaders than Cam and TJ? Both those guys have been really good Steelers over the years, good teammates. And, I would think if unless the money was a real issue, unless you were up against the salary cap, and they're not, they're actually in really good shape with the cap, I would think both those guys stay. But the one unknown is, does TJ really want to be here? Does Cam really want to be here after what we saw him go through last summer with the contract, hold in, as it's termed?
Well, yeah, you threw us for a loop last week when you put Cam retiring at about 50-50, Ray. We spent the whole rest of the show on it, for God's sakes. Everything fell apart. You still believe that?
Well, yeah, I mean, does he want to go forward with a new – he's like starting over with a new head coach. Mike Tomlin is the only head coach he's ever known. Same with TJ Watt. I don't want to say those guys felt comfortable or got too comfortable, but there's certainly a little bit of that vibe, right? Like a new head coach is going to come in and he's going to challenge them. It's going to be different. So, I think it's fair to wonder if he wants to go through that, or does he just cut it off and say, hey, I've had a great career. I'm likely going into the Hall of Fame in 5 or 10 years and, just call it a day.
Well, Ray, one of the first big moves that Mike Tomlin made when he came in was cutting Joey Porter. Do you think there could be a stunner like that, somebody who is, sort of a lifeblood Steeler who spent nearly a decade here? Porter was here for 8 seasons, won a Super Bowl, and was cut by Mike Tomlin, one of the first big moves that Mike made when he came in here. So do you think there could be one of those surprising moves that happens?
Definitely a possibility. The new coach is going to have final say over the 53-man roster. He might not have final say over the draft where Joe and I disagree. But, yeah, on the 53-man roster, that coach is going to make most of the final calls there. So If there's an issue with, a coach running a 4-3, then obviously you're going to have a lot of upheaval on your roster in a lot of different positions. So that's why Art has to get comfortable, not only with the head coach, like he has to like him and think he can motivate the team and command a room, but I think the system has to be right too. I just don't know if the Steelers want to go down the road where they're retooling their entire team because the new coach isn't a 3-4 guy. So we'll have to see how that plays out. I know the Steelers play a lot of 4-3 when they're not in base. I understand that, but there are still a lot of guys who are specifically 3-4 players in this system, and it's hard to envision some of those guys, in a 4-3.
Oh boy, that's a bell ringer from Limits.
You're going to like this one, Joe.
What do we got, Limits?
Joe, you're going to love this. Adam Schefter is reporting former Colts quarterback and the current head coach at St. Michael Catholic High School, Philip Rivers, is interviewing for the head coaching job with the Buffalo Bills today.
Oh, my God.
The Buffalo Bills, Philip Rivers.
How does a franchise go from that playoff game the other day to completely falling apart in less than a week? What are we doing here? Phil Rivers? And then did you see the news conference the other day, Ray, in Buffalo?
Yeah, that's what didn't shine a very good light on the Pagulas. My question is, will he be the backup quarterback too? Or what are they going to do there?
Why not?
Yeah.
Mitch Trubisky will be out of a job.
When is the last time there was a player coach in the NFL?
That would be tremendous. Is that a serious question?
That is serious. Like when did that happen last?
Has it happened?
I don't know, maybe like 100 years ago.
Like, I don't know.
When the league
Elroy
began.
Crazy Legs Hirsch.
I know in baseball it happened a ton.
I was there when he coached and played. I don't know, Donnie. Has it ever happened, Ray?
How about Norm Van Brocklin? Was he a player coach?
I'm going to look it up.
I see you typing away there. You'll have to. I want to say it's happened. I can't. I want to say it's like the 50s or 60s though, but I don't know.
Ray, I do have a question, though, going along with that disaster of a press conference that the Bills had the other day. And I know that this is going to ache a lot of people because it's been a conversation now for 2+ seasons. But they threw a former first-round wide receiver completely under the bus. And not only did they throw him under the bus, they backed the bus over his dead body multiple times with what they said about Keon Coleman in that press conference. I feel like that the Steelers have to send feelers out about guys like that because they have been in flux at that position for 2 seasons now.
You know what I think they have to do at receiver? They got to get back to what they did 20 years ago. Draft and develop those guys. We saw Omar a couple of summers ago try to get Ayuk. That never came to fruition. We saw him finally get spend a lot of money in free agency on DK Metcalf. I would say that was a mixed bag in his first season. Some good, some bad, right? I don't know that he's truly worth that money or if he's truly a number one receiver. Guys, this is the perfect year to go out and spend a first-round pick on a receiver. It's a deep class. I was looking at Mel Kiper's top 25 prospects. 5 are receivers. You could probably get a really good receiver at number 21 if you're the Steelers. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think the last time they used a first-round pick on a receiver was what? Antonio Holmes back in 2006?
Yeah.
I mean, just based on their track record over the last decade or so, the Chase Claypools and the Deontay Johnsons and Sammy Coates of the world, maybe it's time to finally spend a first-round pick on a receiver and get back to doing what you did really well, a couple of decades ago when you were really good.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they need to stop screwing around at that position because we're a bit past the days, Ray, of everybody pumping their tires about, man, no matter where the Steelers draft a receiver, they find a good one, and that guy becomes a great player. They have examples of that, no doubt, but we're a bit past that. And I think they need to address a position that has been a problem of theirs, not as much as quarterback, obviously, but with the talent that there is at receiver in the draft, I feel you have to make that a priority in the first round this time around.
Yeah, I'm actually writing about that over the weekend. If you go back, so from the decade from 2012 to 2021, I think they drafted 10 receivers, Donnie. Only one made it to a second contract with the Steelers, and that was Deontay Johnson. And I think Deontay only lasted like one season after he signed that deal before he wore out his welcome. Now, I'm not saying all those guys were busts. Like Juju was a good player for a couple of years. Martavis was a good player. He just, he was just a troubled guy, and he could never get it together. But the Chase Claypools, the Sammy Coates, the Marcus Wheatons, they were getting guys like Antoine Randall in the middle rounds back in the day. They were getting guys like Mike Wallace and Antonio Brown and Emmanuel Sanders in the middle to later rounds under Kevin Colbert. So, Kevin's last decade wasn't great at receiver, but they got to try to get back to what they did years ago: draft, develop, throw some draft picks at the position, and see if you can turn it around. That's what I would do.
Curly Lambeau was a player coach. We have 1 minute for free association, Ray. One-word answers if you could. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
Or two or three. How soon does Andy Rooney become the main decision maker for the Steelers?
Danny Rooney, I'll say 5 years.
Andy Rooney's the 60 Minutes guy. Is he still alive, Andy Rooney?
I don't think so.
He's dead.
Okay, then it won't be him. Yes. How soon did you say?
Within 5 years.
Andy Weidel stays or goes?
I think he'll stay.
Who's going to be the coach?
Say Shula.
Who would your pick be?
I don't know. I wish I knew more about these guys, but I think they got 4 good ones in Weaver, McCarthy, Shula, and Shieldhouse, and we'll see which direction it goes.
Cristobal gets an interview, yes or no?
I haven't heard that, so I'll say no.
Clint Kubiak gets an interview, yes or no?
I'll say no.
Aaron Rodgers returns.
Depends on the coach, but no.
Cam will have another contract dispute if he comes back.
No, I think they'll nip that in the bud. He either comes back knowing he'll play on those terms or he won't come back at all.
Jalen Ramsey's here.
No.
Patrick Queen is here.
No.
Holy bird milk. Thank you, Ray.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
Thanks, Ray.
See you, buddy.
Yeah.
Andy Rooney. That took down the house, didn't it?
I thought you might go with Mickey Rooney after that.
You have a good handle on old school, whether it's pop culture or entertainment. You really know your history.
My dad taught me well.
Yeah, I don't think Limits would know Andy Rooney or Mickey Rooney.
Yeah, Limits. I think Ray Bechtold has to get you rolling on some pop culture notes from back in his day. There's some good finds. There's some good finds from the 70s and 80s.
I'm sure there's plenty. Yes. Ray Bechtold is a very modern day man, though.
Wonderful man. And he listens to the show. I know that. Coming up, a numbers game that I put way too much work into, and it's all related to this Steelers season. Oh, I'll give you a little treat, Donnie. A little tease here. 77.3. That's Dylan Cook's Pro Football Focus rating, the highest of any offensive lineman on this team. Oh, I've got another treat for you, Donnie. 2.5 and 2.9. 2.5 is the yards per carry for Caleb Johnson this year. 2.9 is the yards per carry for Aaron Rodgers. We'll have a numbers game next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins victorious last night as they scored 3 goals in 37 seconds against old friend Tristan Jarry. They beat the Oilers 6-2. Evgeny Malkin stated that he wants to come back next year. He has repeatedly said it, but made it more known last night in his comments after scoring his 12th goal of the year. Sid scored his 27th. Penguins will move ahead to Vancouver and play 6 o'clock on Sunday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Philadelphia 76ers look like they might be onto something this year in the Eastern Conference, beating the Houston Rockets on Thursday night in overtime. Houston, one of the best teams in the league, and Joel Embiid with a 32-point triple-double with 15 rebounds and 10 assists. The Sixers now 5 games over 500. The Knicks, the Celtics, and the Pistons all feel vulnerable at the top of the conference. If Embiid plays like this, watch out for Philadelphia. I'm Nick Custos.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to 10 grand off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, Chris Muller here. We're 3 weeks into the new year. All right, folks, time to face the music. Have any of you lost 20 pounds yet? You could have, and it's not too late to start. I was down 20 in my first 3 weeks with Awaken 180. Hey, Donnie, how about you?
Same story here, Malsey. We both dropped over 10 pounds in that first week, 20 in 3 weeks, and then just kept shedding 4 to 5 pounds every single week.
Pretty simple. By eating to lose weight. It sounds simple because it is. And once you know your body, once your Awaken 180 coach knows you, the rest, well, you get the point.
Both of us dropped 20 pounds in our first 3 weeks. Me, 45 overall. Chris dropped the 35 he needed to lose, and thousands of others have met their goals too.
If I could do it, if Donnie could do it, I know any of our listeners could too. Awaken 180 is a game changer. No working out, no pills, no hunger. Find out during your first call to the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Southside Jake here. Have you seen the upcoming weather report? There's a deep freeze heading to the area. It's imperative to keep your family safe and warm. If you encounter no heat, frozen water lines, or even worse, broken water lines, Southside Plumbing Heating is here for you. Remember, our technicians are certified, not commissioned, so they're trained to do the job right, not sell you something you don't need. Call today, 412-431-7455, or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're going to miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Anniversary? Time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Her ring. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directly.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 25.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Pomp and Joe, it's a Donnie Football Friday. Donnie Football with me out at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. It's them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you, and you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Nick Costos is under the weather today. He won't be with us at noon, so we're going to make some predictions on this coaching search, maybe get your thoughts. Listen, we all know who's out there, who might be out there. Is Cristobal, is that real, from Brian Baldinger? Who's your preferred candidate? Give us a call, top of the hour, 412-928-9370. Sunny, high today of 28 and a low of Mason Rudolph, 2. Will feel like -6 tonight. You said Chris Boswell for -6. Why did you say that, Limits?
Well, because it's still 6, but you just included a negative to it.
Good point. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Donnie, it's time for a numbers game. We did this all year. And today it's all Steeler related as we maybe wave one final goodbye to an interesting season, but ultimately a failed season, unless you're Art, who thinks they were in contention.
And Joe, I know you have some great numbers, so you were going to be the guy carrying the load today.
Not necessarily. I think you're underselling it. You usually win the numbers game, too. You win the numbers game, you win the quiz show, you win the predictions. They don't call you Donnie Football for nothing. You got a number for me?
I will give you a number, Joe. And that number is 26.
Le'Veon Bell?
The Steelers' final rank in total defense, in total yards allowed, 26 in the NFL.
I'm really glad you said that number because I have 3 numbers for you, actually 2 related to that. 1, the number of times Juan Thornhill bragged that the Steelers would have one of the greatest defenses of all time. And then 2, you said 26th in overall defense. I'll give you the number 17, their rank in scoring defense. I'm not that smart, Donnie, but I don't think they were one of the greatest defenses of all time.
No, I would say they just missed out on that just a bit. 408. The total yards allowed to the Houston Texans in the playoff loss a couple of weeks ago, which honestly, it feels like it was 6 months ago, Joe.
I know it
That's
does.
how long ago that game feels.
16 or thereabouts, the average margin of defeat in the Steelers' 7-game playoff losing streak. They are losing these games by more than 2 touchdowns. Isn't it incredible?
It's also ironic to me that the game against the Texans, that was the closest game at halftime in their entire playoff drought. That ended up being the biggest deficit at the end.
I know, and the worst home playoff loss in franchise history. Do you have a number for me?
73.7, Joe. That was the opponent fourth down conversion percentage against the Steelers. You want to know where that ranked in the NFL?
Last.
Close, 31st. 73.7% of the time the opponent went for it on fourth down.
Wow.
They got it.
8. Mike Tomlin wins in 20 playoff starts.
I have a number here, Joe, I want to put out there because I know you have a really good one that could follow up with it. So I'm going to say that my number is 94.8. The regular season passer rating for Aaron Rodgers.
My number again is 1. Russell Wilson's passer rating as a Steeler was 1 point higher than Aaron Rodgers. And now we're really going to get hot because now my research is going to come through, Donnie. Lead us off here.
958 the rushing yards for Jalen Warren, the leading rusher, they did not have anybody eclipse 1,000 on the season.
On that theme, I have two numbers that are related, 45 and 55, the longest runs by Warren and Kenny Gainwell, respectively. Both of them at least 18 yards longer than any run Najee Harris ever had as a Steeler.
5.8. This is a fun one, Joe. Yards per reception, 5.8. That belongs to Jonnu Smith.
Funny you should say that, Donnie. I have three numbers that are somewhat Jonnu Smith related. 51. The percentage of snaps for Pat Freiermuth this year by far is career low. Previously 62% of the snaps in his rookie year. So 51% for Freiermuth. 52. The percentage of snaps for Jonnu blanking Smith. And finally 9. The number of rushing attempts for Jonnu blanking Smith.
How many touchdowns did Smith get?
I don't know.
A couple. 11 is my number, Joe. The number of receptions from Adam Thielen.
Feeling good about that one.
Adam Thielen.
I have I have another combination number, and you're going to love it. -1. The difference between tackles for loss with Patrick Queen and Devin Bush this season. Bush only had one fewer than Queen. However, +1. Devin Bush's forced fumbles compared to Queen and Peyton Wilson combined this season. And last, but certainly not least, 2. As in Devin Bush had twice as many pick sixes this year for the Cleve Brownies as the entire Steelers defense combined.
Oh, that's a good one.
Let's have a hand for that one.
That is a good one.
Yeah, baby. Donnie, join in the hand. That's a good one. Here we go.
I also will go with the number 2, and it comes to rushing touchdowns for this team. The person that was third on the team in rushing touchdowns with 2, Connor Hayward.
I like that one. 579. That's how many more yards George Pickens had than any Steeler receiver this season, and it goes with a number 3. That's how many more receiving touchdowns George Pickens had than any Steeler receiver this season.
32. The number of field goal attempts from Chris Boswell, which was down from a year ago. I believe he had 44 attempts.
Wow. Yeah.
In 2024, so that number was at least down. You'd think it's a good sign. They got a little bit more aggressive, but it all had the same end result, Joe.
1. Combined playoff wins for Mike Tomlin and Mike McCarthy over their past 7 seasons as coaches.
9.5. Alex Highsmith's sack total, leading the team with 9.5 sacks. I have to look back, Joe, but I think it's been a while since not a single Steelers defender has reached double digits.
Wow. 0. Number of head coaching interviews that have resulted in a new job for Artie Smith.
But I guess I could say, would I say 1? Would I say 2? I don't know how many offensive coordinator looks Arthur Smith has gotten, but I do know this, Joe. He is talking to the Tennessee Titans, where it all began for Artie.
1. Number of times Artie Smith will bring Jonnu Smith to his new team. Here's a number for you, Donnie, and it's another combo pack. 3 and 35. Third is where TJ Watt ranks in salaries among edge rushers. 35th is where he ranked in sacks.
I think we could end there.
No, we'll end here.
Have more.
1 again. Combined playoff wins for Watt and Hayward combined. Or 2.
You could play the fail horn from Price is Right.
Or 2 combined playoff sacks for Watt and Hayward. Donnie, that was a hell of a numbers game, wasn't it?
That was a good one, Joe. I knew you had some great ones in there because you told me about it this morning.
You like the little Devin Bush
The Devin
section?
Bush one was good.
Limits, who won the numbers game?
Joe, I think you far and away won the numbers game like it was Seattle against San Francisco in last week's playoff game. You crushed it.
It was Joe's day.
Well, we haven't gotten to the quiz show yet today, which is going to be
that would be the opposite.
Right, a retrospective on Tomlin. I can't believe some of these numbers, Donnie. I didn't get to 7 double-digit playoff losses for Tomlin, an NFL record. Did you know that?
Say that one again.
7 double-digit playoff losses he's had in his career. More than one of every 3 of his playoff games was a double-digit loss. Holy ostrich milk.
Yeah, I just couldn't understand. I mean, I guess I can understand. I know there are a lot of defenders out there, but I don't know how it didn't feel like a breath of fresh air when we got the news on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think even for him, this is what I argued last season when they should have taken the Bears call and tried to work out a trade. Not knowing that he had a no-trade clause at the time. Was this is best for them and him? And him.
Yeah.
It just would have been, you know? And I know they won the division. They won a broken division, and then they had the worst home playoff loss in the history of the franchise. All right, Donnie, let's get to the new coaches. I want to hear from people. You all have had a chance to do the same kind of research we have and hear from the same people we have, and you all know who the names are by now. Who's your coach? 412-928-9370. Let's talk about that next on Pomp and Joe and a Donnie Football Friday out at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
How about this? According to Adam Schefter, Phillip Rivers is going to interview today for the Buffalo Bills head coaching job. Came back out of retirement to play for the Colts this past season. Ended up going 0-3, but played decently well. He is the head coach at St. Michael Catholic High School, and now he's potentially going to be Josh Allen's new head coach. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Clear your calendar for a Colonial doubleheader. Robert Morris men's hockey hosts Holy Cross Friday and Saturday nights, and men's basketball tips off Saturday at 2 versus Green Bay. Get schedules and tickets now at rmucolonials.com. Let's go, Bobby Moe!
Hey, Pittsburgh, Bob Pompiani here. Winter's here too, but the golf season is in full swing at 9 Yards Golf Lounge. Stay warm and tee it up on the #1 ranked Golf Zone simulators with moving swing platforms and auto tee technology. The most realistic indoor golf you'll find. Join a winter league, book a private bay with friends, or come out for great food, drinks, and good times. 9 Yards is now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township and in Washington, PA by the Meadows Casino. This winter, the best rounds in Pittsburgh are at 9 Yards Golf.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 23rd through the 25th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's top customs, hot rods, muscle cars, trucks, tuners, and more, including the ISCA Championship finalists. Catch the Dukes of Hazzard reunion with Cars and Stars. See the General Lee, Uncle Jesse's Truck, Cooter's Tow Truck, Daisy's Jeep, and Boss Hogg's Cadillac. Saturday, meet Catherine Bach and John Schneider. Sunday, meet Lou Graham, the original voice of the rock band Foreigner. The family will love the amazing Megamorph transforming robot car. The FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This weekend at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets available at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Part of the Summer Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See worldofwheels.com for more info.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Make this new year the time for a new home upgrade with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. Plus, there's 0% interest financing for 60 months, and you'll also get $1,000 off your entire project. Now is the time to take advantage of this great deal. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Got junk? JunkTruck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so Anthony Weaver interviewed, might still be currently at the Steelers facility, for the Steelers head coaching job. The Dolphins defensive coordinator, former staffer with the Baltimore Ravens as well. It would mark the 3rd in-person interview for the Steelers this week, as Mike McCarthy and Brian Flores have also interviewed in person. Steelers have to wait to meet in person with Chris Shula and Nate Scheelhaase until after Sunday's NFC Championship game. Hear the AFC and NFC Championship games right here on 93.7 The Fan with the NFL on Westwood One. The coverage begins at 2 o'clock. Kickoff from Denver of New England and the Patriot of New England and Denver will begin at 3 o'clock. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Pomp and Joe, and it's a Donnie Football Friday. Donnie and I out at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville in the studio they built just for us. Well, not just for me and Donnie, but for the whole station. And it's quite something, I'll tell you that. You love it here, Donnie? Look at it. Look at it.
I do. It's very nice here.
We're on TV back there. We have a nice TV over here, although it hasn't been on in a while. Is there something we can fix there?
I know. We may have to talk to our friend Gary
just walked
about
in.
that. Yeah.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel, January 23rd to the 25th, David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Exclusive discounts, convenient one-stop shopping. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets and details at pittsburghtravelshowcase.com. We're going to get into the conference championships in a moment, but first, Donnie, we have all the information we need, at least to this point. We have who's done virtual interviews, who's doing in-person interviews. It's Anthony Weaver today, Dream Weaver. Will Mario Cristobal interview at some point? We don't know. Are there any other mystery candidates out there? We don't know. But to this point, who's your choice and why?
I'm going to go with Chris Shula. And I do it with the mindset that I know a lot of people in Pittsburgh have started to have of, well, if they hire Chris Shula, he would likely bring on Nate Scheelhaase as his offensive coordinator. He has obviously the bloodlines, the grandson of Don Shula, and I know others in the Shula family haven't become legendary coaches, so you can't just hold on to that. But he also has a connection to Sean McVay where he can have access to some guys that he knows they have good offensive minds, or they're being built up to have some bright young offensive minds. And as long as they are under the McVay umbrella, they won't have that great opportunity to fully showcase what they can do because McVay is the mastermind in LA. Yeah. I also look at what the guy has done with very little resources with that Rams defense. They were the second cheapest defense in football in 2025, and he turned them into generally a top 10 unit across the board. So he was able to make it work with guys that were mid to late round draft picks. Something else to consider. They had the whole F them picks campaign years ago when they won the Super Bowl, and they have not had many on either side of the ball, but he is he is a big reason why that unit has been able to make things work with guys who aren't necessarily first-round picks or top-tier talent. They have multiple dudes on the defensive line. They have refurbished a unit that lost Aaron Donald, who may be the greatest defensive player in league history, or he's in that short list in that conversation. But you have guys like Jared Verse, Braden Fisk. They have players at every level. They have Carnell Lake's son, who was a late-round draft pick at safety, who has turned into a really good player. They have been able to utilize, he has been able to utilize guys who aren't top-tier talent, and he's turned them into a top-tier unit. Think about what he could do with a Steelers defense that has a price tag nearly $100 million more than what the Rams have.
I know, and I don't care about the Steelers defense. I care about a quarterback, and maybe we're both crazy because my guy is Nate Scheelhaase. He's my guy because of the young offensive mind. But isn't the Rams' success, even with the great Sean McVay, mostly related to the fact that they have an unbelievable stud quarterback?
Yeah, that they traded for. They didn't develop Matt Stafford.
Right. Right. So we agree that Stafford is the guy most responsible for their success there. Although McVay also, with Jared Goff, got to a Super Bowl. So for me, it's how do you get the quarterback? And I don't know that a coach can get you a quarterback. In the meantime, you do have to develop one. I want to go with the young offensive mind. If they're going to draft one, I want to have a guy also who can hire the right people. I think Shieldhouse can, despite his youth. And also, Jerry Dulac reported that he was the guy that walked into the room and had a presence about him. I've never met the man. I've heard him speak just from looking up stuff, interviews and stuff 4 or 5 times. But that stands out to me. He's my pick right now.
I mean, he's number 2 on my list. So
what about them as a package deal?
Well, that's one of the big reasons why I like Shula, because I think that's the only way you get them as the package deal. Whereas if you bring in Shieldhouse, there's no reason for Shula to take a lateral job to Pittsburgh as the DC. So he would have to.
But here's the problem with that, Donnie. Shula comes in and he's the coach, but Shieldhouse becomes the star coordinator like Ben Johnson, and then you lose Shieldhouse.
I get that, and I have thoughts about that, and my feeling is if that's the route that you go and you end up losing Shieldhouse to a deserving head coaching job in the next couple of seasons, yeah, that's going to be something annoying that they have to keep replacing as years go on, and, they're not always going to hit. You may eventually hit a dud. But that's a problem that I'm willing to worry about, almost like we'll cross that bridge when we get there, because that tells me that they figured things out on the offensive side, and they do have a good offense. This guy's getting head coaching looks, and that would also tell me that maybe they figured out the quarterback position. Yeah. And then it's ultimately more attractive for other offensive minds to come in here and be the coordinator, thinking, I could take that same route that Nate Shieldhouse did. I know it's not ideal, and I know I think the perfect scenario you work yourself into now is a Ben Johnson type of thing, a Sean McVay type of thing. You have the great offensive mind as the head coach, so you never have to worry about making that switch. But I'm not going to use that as a reason to not have both of those guys on the staff and think, well, Shieldhouse is going to be out of here in a few years.
I know. I just don't want to wind up.
That would tell me that the offense has turned a corner in a big way.
But I don't want to wind up with the second best head coach on the staff. You know what I mean? I don't want to wind up being left with the second best head coach of the 2 guys I hired, which I think is Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell right now. But I do hear what you're saying. Let's hear what you're saying out there at 412-928-9370. Before we get to that, Donnie, real quick, we said who we want. Who do you think it will be if you had to choose right now? I'm getting a funny feeling it's going to be Anthony Weaver.
I think he's higher on the Steelers list than on the general fan list.
Yeah, and that's just a guess, I should tell people. I'm not hooked in with Art or Omar.
My guess is still going to be Shula, that's who they end up with, but I certainly think Weaver is in the top 3. I would say it's Shula, Shieldhouse, Weaver, and then you get to like a Mike McCarthy. But I get the feeling that Weaver has been somebody under the radar this whole time. People are kind of pushing aside, the Dolphins DC, nothing really special about him. I get the feeling, though, that they're higher in that building than what the general consensus is.
Would they tell us, or are they telling us everything? In other words, if this Baldinger thing were true with Cristobal, could there be a candidate that they'd want to keep under wraps?
I just think
is that even possible?
I just think it's very difficult for that to happen nowadays with just the wave of social media.
Yeah.
I mean, Schefter has his hooks in everybody.
Right.
So it would, like, if Cristobal would get an interview, and I don't give him really any chance to be their head coach, if he would get an interview, we would hear about it. You would get the Schefter alert that the Steelers are reaching out to Mario Cristobal to interview him?
I don't know, Donnie. When I hear very interested, and that was the quote from Baldinger, I can't ignore that because he's not throwing crap out there. He's Brian Baldinger. He probably wouldn't even say it unless he heard it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's nonsense. I just feel like we would know if they are actually talking to him.
Yeah. Well, let's hear what people say. Limits, go to the lines.
All right, let's start out, guys, with Bill, who is in Clinton.
Oh, come on. This is going to be
Bill
Bob.
in Clinton.
Yeah. Okay. Go.
I had
Hello, Bill.
2 offers for the Steelers. They need to stop dragging their feet and just offer Chris Shula the job. Doesn't matter if he's going to the playoffs and he's still in there and can play in the Super Bowl. Offer him the job now so he knows he's got the job, and then that'd be that. Then you got your coach.
Okay.
The other option is we haven't heard.
I don't know, Limits. Bill from Clinton here. I feel like the call's going to go south, and you're going to have to dump it anyway.
All right.
That was my. Do you think that was legitimately a Bill from Clinton?
That the way he sounded, it might have been the actual Bill Clinton.
That was part of the reason I was worried.
I don't think he's in the greatest of health nowadays.
Listen, if that was actually a man named Bill from Clinton, I apologize, but I was erring on the side of caution there. It was headed in a direction where I felt like it wouldn't go well. Limits, what did you think?
I mean, I definitely had some hesitation about Bill from Clinton, but he seemed like a nice, nice fellow.
All right, who's next? What are you going to say, Donnie?
Well, I was going to say they also can't just do what he suggested with Shula. The guy is still actively working and they're playing.
Yeah, clearly. Next.
Here is Anthony from Cleveland. Maybe it's Anthony Lima.
Hello, Anthony.
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
Good.
I just want to call in and give my dream scenario and my prediction here. You know, I understand the hesitation around, hey, if Shieldhouse comes in as an offensive coordinator, Shieldhouse comes in as an offensive coordinator, he could leave. But guess what? Under Tomlin, no one left because we never had coaches worth leaving or anyone wanted. So I will take that 10 out of 10 days of the week. Like, this is amazing if we can get a guy like that up-and-comer, and he has success that people want him. I will say my dream is Shula, Shieldhouse, and then, a guy that Shula coached under at the Rams who has head coaching experience. He's looking for that other shot to be a head coach again. He did a wonderful thing with the Saints. It's Staley. Staley did a hell of a job with the Saints. If you look at it this year, over the last 6 games, they were number 2 unit in the entire league. I think that would bring a little bit of play calling, head coaching experience to the mix, but also give all 3 of them continuity and familiarity from the McVay tree.
Joe, I do like the point that Anthony brings up there about, that's a problem we never had with Mike Tomlin because none of the coaches were worth a crap to get another head coaching look.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And the Brandon Staley thing is interesting because it was such a disaster, like just his presence with the Chargers by the end and what happened to them. But that doesn't mean he's not a good coach. Doesn't mean he's not a good coordinator, right?
I mean, there's a ton of guys like that are good coordinators, but they're not made to be head coaches. I mean, the guy that's in New England, why Vrabel is in such an ideal situation now is because Josh McDaniels is in his 3rd go-around with the Patriots because the guy showed time and time again he cannot crack it as the head coach, but he's a great OC.
For sure. Can't argue that point. There's a lot of guys like that. And that's why I would prefer a coordinator with experience. But I want the head coach who I think is someone you identify on the way up and is more of a CEO type. Maybe an offensive-minded one, I'll grant you that. I just don't want, if it's Shula and Shieldhouse, to wind up with the second best coach out of those 2 in the end. I just take the first best one. If you take him a year too early, you live with that.
Shieldhouse is definitely the boomer bust. of the two, because you'll hear people bring up, well, this guy could be the next Sean McVay. Everybody's looking for that next Sean McVay. He also might not be that at the same time. Like, it could also end in absolute disaster, because it's, hey, this guy never was really in charge of an offense. He never called plays. He just happened to hang out with Sean McVay 7 days a week. And be part of that offensive game plan every week in those meetings. I think Shula is the safer bet of the two, because there's no question who's in charge of that defense. We find a lot that there is question of, do we really want this guy because he's not in charge of an offense? You know, they had a virtual interview with Clay Kubiak in San Francisco. But the immediate reaction is, well, Shanahan's in charge of everything. So why do we, I don't have interest in Clay Kubiak.
Well, I wish they'd talk to Clint Kubiak. I don't understand not interviewing him. But anyway, he's playing this weekend. Let's talk a little bit about the games and also have a Bechtold breakdown coming up next. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's 12:25. Time to check out 9 Yards Golf Lounge, now open at the Block Northway in Ross Township. And you can get a hold of City Limits on the Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Limits, you'll have a Bechtold breakdown next. Tell the people what you have.
Yeah, we got a coaching opportunity for Terrell Austin that has come about. That's a little bit surprising, as Artie and Terrell Austin have now potentially interviewed for coordinator positions. Also more on the Steelers' job search and how enticing the job might be. But Donnie, you have a message for the people.
Thank you, Austin. I do. Live betting is better on the BetParks app. You can join me, get some skin in the game. Live betting, it makes watching the games that much more fun with the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook. Bet the pro football playoffs in the conference championships this weekend. Sunday, 3 p.m., New England, 5-point favorite at Denver. Los Angeles, a 2.5-point road underdog in Seattle. You can bet on more than the final score. You can bet on touchdown scores. You can bet on individual performances like passing yards, rushing yards, receiving yards, and more. Plus, BetParks has a great offer for new users for the new year. Not only can you get up to $1,000 back in casino bonus if you're down in the first 24 hours, you can also get an additional $50 back in casino bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, our hottest new slot game. BetParks is the only app that I recommend to bet on sports and to play classic casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and hot online slots. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So, Pitt basketball will play tomorrow as they try to bounce back from a 3-point loss against Boston College on Wednesday. Panthers will take the floor at noon as they will suit up in the matchup against NC State. The Wolfpack come in at 13-6. They've won 7 of their last 10. The Panthers have lost 7 of their last 10, and they're on a 2-game losing streak. 11:30 pregame coverage begins. Also listen on your Odyssey app. It's AUD, ACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. No heat? Call McVay.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Baltimore Ravens hiring of Jesse Minter as their next head coach makes a lot of sense. The former Chargers defensive coordinator did an amazing job the last couple of years in L.A. and has strong ties to the Harbaugh family and a young defensive coach. But ultimately, Minter's going to be judged on his ability to get the most out of Lamar Jackson. Lamar off a down year last year. If Lamar plays well next year, this will go well for Jesse Minter. I'm Nick Hostos.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Bring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Our Genie Pandas making car buying wishes come true. Want an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty and complimentary maintenance at no extra charge? Granted. Want to enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards in our easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Luxury should come with New Year perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, their experts will perform a thorough 20-plus point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents.
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Dor Dickerson here. Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Buying her ring online can be risky. See it, touch it, trust us. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Minnesota will host Golden State for a 2-game series this week. Historically, Golden State has owned the series, but recent trends have tilted toward Minnesota, especially when they're at home. This matchup is sure to be a compelling watch from tip-off to the final buzzer, featuring explosive scoring ability and star power from both teams.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I think Limits is mad at me now.
Why? What happened?
I just realized, Joe.
Oh, he wasn't up.
I didn't have the mics on.
All right, then we'll let that one go. It's a Donnie Football Friday. Welcome to the Pomp and Joe Show. We're at Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. This is incredible, Donnie. There's openings for Steeler quarterback and Steeler coach at the same time. There's never been when was the last time this happened? When was the last time there was an opening at quarterback and coach? Cower?
I mean, what was the situation going into
I can't remember.
92?
Was it Bubby Brister?
I feel like they were always playing hot potato, though.
Yeah. I don't know that there certainly wasn't a guy. Let me see here. Neil O'Donnell played that year. He was the starter, and Bubby Brister started 4 games. They certainly didn't have a prodigy happening at that point. I mean, to have both these positions wide open at the same time, is amazing.
It would have to go back all the way to 69, right?
Yeah, and soon enough, it would even that. I mean, it was supposed to be Terry Bradshaw, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then he did become that guy. All right, Limits, where are we here, my friend? It's time for a Bechtold breakdown. First, let me tell you that sunny today and a high of Miles Killebrew, 28. A low of Mason Rudolph, 2. It'll feel like -6 tonight. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, Limits, let's do it.
All right, here we go. The Bechtold breakdown for this January 23rd begins with the Commanders interviewing Terrell Austin, Joe, for their defensive coordinator position. So pair that with the Titans talking to Artie Smith about their offensive coordinator position, will the Steelers upgrade at coordinator next year, depending on who the coach and coordinators are, compared to Artie and Terrell Austin?
Man, I hope so. We all know that Terrell wasn't even the defensive coordinator here. That was Mike Tomlin. In his last 2 stops, and I think Terrell Austin is a good football coach, but his last 2 stops didn't end well. I mean, they were getting blown up in Cincinnati. I mean, his last 2 stops as an actual coordinator. 55 points, I think, got dropped on him before he got fired there. And then here, the worst home playoff loss in Steeler history. You said it, they were ranked 26th, but again, it's really not even him. So the more I think about it, maybe if we go back to a time when he was kind of a hot commodity, maybe they'll recapture that guy, but I don't think I'd be hiring him, and I certainly wouldn't be hiring Artie unless Derrick Henry in his prime is coming with him. Donnie?
Yeah, I think it would be difficult to have worse coordinators. And I know that sounds harsh for Arthur Smith, because I do think there were games in the Arthur Smith tenure here that he did cook up some pretty good offenses. So I don't want to act as if the guy was just Matt Canada 2.0. But, I mean, they could have like a first-year guy be the coordinator of their defense next year, and it would be more suitable than what, Terrell Austin was able to do. I mean, think about what we were talking about with Shula, what he was able to do with the resources or lack thereof with the Rams, and what Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin failed to do with the most expensive defense in football. Just one way to illustrate that. But again, Arthur Smith, he's like smack dab in the middle when it comes to an offensive mind. I wouldn't say he's awful. I think people kind of underrate what he's actually able to do because they just hate the idea of Arthur Smith coming back. Listen, it could be a lot worse, but you can also do a lot better. Like, he is the definition of an average offensive coordinator. So I think the idea of some new, fresh blood, young offensive mind running your offense, yeah, I think that's something that they can manage.
Limits?
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to move on or not. All right, next. Joe, I need your reaction. You've been able to let it sit in for a little bit. The thought of Phillip Rivers coaching Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills, your reaction is what?
Just pure, unbridled, hysterical laughter. Like, the Buffalo Bills, in a matter of a week, have turned into kind of a laughingstock. It's still a great job. It's an all-time great job because you have Josh Allen, and it's all about the quarterback, and you can have all kinds of dysfunction happening above you and below you. If you have that guy, you have a chance to win the Super Bowl, period. But, man, they're not making it easy there with the owner, Pagula, and with the GM, Brandon Beane, and that joke of a news conference. And now, I mean, what is everybody's reaction going to be? You go in any city in America right now and talk to find yourself a football fan and say, hey, what's your reaction to Phillip Rivers interviewing with the Bills? They're going to laugh, Donnie.
I mean, I think it's pretty comical. I'm hoping that he's the first player / head coach that we get in over a century. Back when Curly Lambeau was doing it for the Packers back in the 1920s. We're not that far away from it, because if Phillip Rivers gets hired as the team's head coach and something happens to Josh Allen, he's going to toss those pads on. It's going to be like the old guy in The Longest Yard. It's going to be like Burt Reynolds in the remake of The Longest Yard. I forget who played the role in the original one. He's going to throw those pads on and think, I'm getting in this game. I'm gonna toss around the pigskin a little bit.
Where's he coached? A high school team? Or his son's middle school team? Where did he even coach?
Yeah,
high school team.
And if you are thinking out there, how could they possibly do this? No team has ever done this before, where they just give an NFL player a head coaching job with zero coaching experience at the college or pro level. The Colts did it not too long ago with Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, that
you may have
well.
memory hold that. Yeah, I know, and it was a disaster like many expected. I know ESPN was all rooting for it. They did that with Jeff Saturday within the last, 5 years?
Yeah.
So there actually is evidence of this happening. I do think it would be pretty comical, though. And something else that I think of, another layer to all of this, Joe, Adam Schefter reported a couple of days ago that Josh Allen would have input in the coaching search and who the next head coach would be. So is this him thinking, hey, let's call Phillip Rivers? I watched him when I was a kid, and he could still play.
I don't know what they're doing there. I really don't. I mean, it's Pagula. They should be thanking their. You know now where they would be if they didn't have Josh Allen. They'd be the Bills of prior to Josh Allen. They didn't win a playoff game for a quarter century, practically.
Yeah, I mean, I know that McDermott got there with Tyrod Taylor, and that was admirable. You know, you get back to the playoffs for the first time in what, it was like 20 years or something, the drought was.
Yeah.
When they got there that a year or two before they drafted Josh Allen. But that would be like their absolute peak if they didn't have Josh Allen. So that's why, to me, I don't want to say it doesn't matter who they hire, because it does. But Allen is going to make a lot of head coaches look good, the same way that Lamar Jackson makes a lot of head coaches look good.
Yeah.
Really, until it gets to the postseason and you run into trouble. But the quarterbacks are the guys that carry the mail, and they can make a lot of guys look good. You think Zach Taylor's really a good head coach? I know the guy got to a Super Bowl. His record without Joe Burrow is like below the Mendoza line when it comes to winning percentage.
Well, Gary Bowser was just in here. We're out at Bowser Chevrolet, wondering if McDermott would get an interview in Pittsburgh or why nobody's talking about him. I do think he's worthy of an interview. I do think that. Because you're right, he did sort of change the culture a bit before Allen really got rolling. And his record, regardless of the circumstances, would suggest a guy would get interviews. I think Cleveland would be a great landing spot for McDermott. And he's also proven he can hire some pretty good coordinators, right?
That's where I see a difference between he and Mike Tomlin. It seems like the offensive coordinator has never been an issue. But then again, you wonder how much of a factor does the quarterback play into all of that. At the same time, yeah, have a conversation with him. But to me, if the Steelers would actually bring a guy like that in, it feels like more of the same, because it's, I mean, hell, the two of them played college football together.
Right.
It's a coach that will win you around enough games to get into the playoffs. He does have more recent playoff wins to his ledger, but I will defend Mike Tomlin here. If you switched roles between Tomlin and McDermott, Mike Tomlin is also winning playoff games with Josh Allen, and then maybe coming up short in the AFC title game or the divisional round. But
although he did go 3-7 in the final decade of Ben.
He did, but I know that in the prime of Josh Allen, which is a window that is slowly starting to close, I think the guy would have won a couple of playoff games.
I do agree with that.
Time.
Limits?
You know, Joe, I feel like ripping Notre Dame because in next year's schedule they're playing 8 teams that finished like a 500 or below. But I think that's enough for me to be able to just to say that. So I'll move on to this. The college football playoff is staying at 12 teams for 2026. The Big Ten was trying to get it to 24. The SEC wanted it to be 16. A formal announcement is expected today, according to Pete Thamel. What is the right number of teams to be in the college football playoff, Joe? I think it's just fine right now at 12.
So do I. You're always going to have controversies. The problem I had, though, this year is that there were 2 little guys invited, Donnie. I'm okay with 1, but it gets watered down with 2. It did, because the chances of a win there are so minimal, and the chances of a horrifying game are pretty good, which we got from both of them. I like the little guy in it. I like the Cinderella, the chance of an upset, but I don't want 2 out of 12. So if 16 means getting more team. Notre Dame should have been in the playoff. I'm sorry. They were one of the best teams in college football. They could have won. I think they may have won, actually, the national championship. I honestly believe that. I don't want to see two of the little guys in there. So expand it if that means getting a team like Notre Dame in, like this year's Notre Dame team in, or just cut it back to one of those teams, right?
I'm also wondering if they would move it to 16 to satisfy the idea of a Notre Dame or even a Texas, teams that feel like they got slighted, and also allowing one or two of the little guys, as you say, to make it in. And on top of that, I do wonder, beyond Indiana, if there is any concern about the teams that get the automatic bye and that don't get a true home game in the college football playoff, because in the 2 years under this format, Indiana's the only team that has received a bye and has won. Teams are 1-7 if they have received a bye in the college football playoff. So I wonder if that's something they may look to ratify and change and say, hey, let's go to 16. Nobody gets a bye. We seed this thing, however we see fit. We allow the Notre Dames to get in. We allow the James Madisons and the Tulanes to get in to kind of, have our cake and eat it too. Plus, it's going to be more money. We know that's the ultimate goal here. And you start it right away. You have it finish around the same time. What I will say, and I was wondering if you guys had this thought, did it feel like the playoff almost was dragging on a bit too long? Because the regular season in college football ended on Thanksgiving weekend.
It always does.
And
it always feels like there's way too much time between the end of the season and the title game.
Yeah, I feel like you have to try to compact it a little bit.
Yeah.
If you want to shorten the process. I feel like 16 is where they're going.
Limits?
That's what you think, Donnie. But they're going to add an additional week to the season next year. They're playing the national championship a week later. January 25th, it'll be played next year. How about that?
Just play it in March next year. It'll be like hockey.
It's like the NHL playoffs.
Yeah, we'll have Game 7 on the 4th of July
I agree.
Year. Next.
Did you see the goal that Sidney Crosby scored last night, Joe?
Yes, I did.
What a deflection by Sid. Just in the middle of the ice, kind of just a shot pass towards him. And, it was just a perfect deflection. What do you make of the Penguins' overall outlook this year? What can they be? Should they be complete buyers at the deadline, or should they sell off a couple pieces, maybe an Anthony Mantha, some expiring contracts, and try to add on more young talent?
They should be a buyer, period. Absolutely. End of story. They should be a buyer. And whether that's a big buy or small additions remains to be seen, or could be argued about. The big addition, of course, Jason Robertson is out there. I don't know exactly what it would take to get him, but the Penguins have resources now. And it wouldn't be mortgaging their future to spend some of those to bring in a guy like him. Plus, you sign him, and then he's part of your future. He's only 26. I love what I'm seeing from the Penguins. Gladly, I was very wrong about Kyle Dubas, Donnie. I wrote about this in the Trib today. This guy steps to the plate and hits a home run every time, whether it's Anthony Mantha or Brazeau or Stuart Skinner or getting rid of Jari's contract, or the list goes on and on and on. Farm system getting better. Tons of draft picks ahead. This is really, really going wildly different than anyone could have imagined.
Yeah, I'm a complete 180 from where I was going into the season. I thought it would be an ugly one. I was ready to accept that as, if the Penguins had to take another step back, maybe they get one of the top 5 or 10 picks in the draft. That's what I was preparing for mentally, and they have come out and through 50 games. They are second in the Metro. They have the third best goal differential in the Eastern Conference, only behind the Lightning and the Hurricanes. They will stumble a couple of times. They still struggle in shootouts for whatever reason. But then they get back on the horse, and then they rattle off 3 wins in a row, 4 wins in a row, 5 wins in a row. And like you said, Joe, they have been able to pinpoint guys that can fit into what Dan Muse wanted to do. And again, and I know that people probably get tired of us bringing it up, but they moved on from a coach that won multiple Stanley Cups, got to the playoffs a good bit, went through a little bit of a drought, got rid of said coach. They bring in a guy who's a relative no-name. We're all asking ourselves, who is Dan Muse? He's never been the head coach of a National Hockey League team, and it has paid big-time dividends for them because we're starting to get to a point where, the bottom could still fall out. They could still collapse and miss the postseason. They're only 4 points clear of the Maple Leafs, who are on the outside looking in. But at the same time, I think it's proven this point. We are over halfway through this thing. This is no fluke. The Penguins have figured things out, and they are a good hockey team.
That's for sure right now. And, man, last night was the ultimate proof of that. On back-to-back nights, some ridiculous schedule, like 8 or 9 games and 16, something like that. And they just keep winning. They're getting better. They're playing a great defensive system. Thank you, Limits. That was wonderful.
Can I give you one further update here?
Please.
So the Pirates have just announced a change to Pirates Fest, saying due to the winter storm threatening much of the country, Pirate player appearances in Pirate Fest events times will change. Several originally scheduled players are unfortunately unable to make it to and from Pittsburgh, and the event is this Saturday at the Convention Center. In addition, due to the anticipated impact on the Pittsburgh region, Pirate Fest will now conclude 1 hour earlier at 5 o'clock. So with the changes, the Pirates are refunding all donations for the 2026 autograph sessions while still holding the session tickets and times. But a lot of the sessions are still going to take place as planned with current Pirates players and alumni, but a lot of players who were supposed to come in are now not going to be available. The Pirates have announced that this includes Joey Bart, Joe Stinson Garcia, Brandon Lowe, Ryan O'Hearn, Brian Reynolds, and Dennis Santana. They, who are the players who've been impacted and will not be able to attend Pirate Fest now. So
yeah, I mean,
big
that
changes to the team of Fan Fest event this weekend.
Right, and that makes total sense. A lot of people moving schedules around this weekend, including college basketball games moving around, and the idea is to keep everybody safe once this thing. When's it supposed to start hitting? Saturday night?
It's either late Saturday night or the early hours of Sunday morning.
Yeah.
And then from my understanding, it's going to snow pretty much all day Sunday. Continues snowing, but a little bit lighter the late hours of Sunday. I don't know once we get into Monday. I also don't know, as of the last few hours, if the number of inches has changed, if it's still 1.5 feet of snow in some areas, but it's the first time in a long time we're getting a snow like this. I mean, Snowmageddon was 2010.
Yeah.
I was in middle school back when that happened. So
I remember the blizzard of 77. I walked all the way.
What about 93?
Uphill both ways. No, 93 too. 77, when I was still living there, though, what was I? 11 or something. I walked all the way to school in a blizzard, knocked on the door, and it was closed. Had to walk all the way home.
School was closed, and you had no idea.
No. Back then, for some reason, it never got translated to me.
Were you the only kid?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. The only way we learned of it then was on the radio. You would turn on your radio and listen for your school, and it must have been too late. And then I'm walking to school already, and there's no cell phone. Nobody can get a hold of me. They just let me walk to school and walk back, Donnie. It was kind of fun, actually.
The way the times have changed with that too are always funny to me. I mean, you just said there was really no way of communication other than the radio.
Yeah.
And I know that on the AM, they'll still rattle off schools that are closed. Now, my dad always claims, and you guys are from the same generation. He claims that they never got a day off of school, no matter.
In Buffalo, we did.
No matter how much snow
it took a lot. It took a lot.
But and then me growing up, I would think Austin's kind of the same thing. He's a little bit younger than me, but kind of the same thing. We would have the local news channels on, and you're watching the ticker on the bottom like it's the NFL draft, waiting to see if your school's name.
Oh, when it did, it was a celebration.
Yeah, and then the boys are buzzing once they see. If I saw Greensburg-Salem closed, I mean the boys were buzzing. We knew it was a full day of Madden or actual sled riding, whatever.
Or outdoor football, slip-slidey football. We called it back home.
You know what else? And this is going to sound old man of me. I don't remember getting a lot of days canceled when it was just simply cold.
None.
That happens a lot now.
Cold. We went swimming when it was 8 degrees. What are we doing here?
But schools will cancel.
I know.
They do it so easily since COVID. They have really, really made it like, oh, guys, it's like 25 tomorrow. We're gonna close up shop, and you guys can just do the virtual learning. That's something else that would kind of suck.
Yeah.
If you were still in school.
Well, the other thing was...
You don't get to experience the true snow day because they say, we'll just do it online.
I know. That's cheap of them to do that, to still make you go to school. The other thing, Donnie, is if you were waiting for a girl to call you when you were, 16 or something, there was only one line at the house. And I had 3 sisters, 3 of them, and my mom talking on the phone all the time. There was like a 5-minute window where if I wasn't right there by the phone, what are you going to do? There's nothing you could do. There were no double lines then, anything like that.
Hello, I'm calling to talk to the savvy young news hound, please. Can you please put Joe on the phone?
How was Wendy Smith going to get through, Don? Her phone number was 391253, I remember.
Oh, you're going to give out her phone number?
I mean, it was in Buffalo in 1977 limits. Everybody's gone from back then.
All right, maybe we should call it then.
Everybody's
gone. Call Jay Zadel at 839-4440 if you like.
Was there an area code attached?
No. Nobody's there, limits. What are you doing for the quiz show?
Why don't you just find out when we get to it?
It's coming up next, and it's a Mike Tomlin retrospective quiz show. Do I at least have that right?
Yes, you do. And Joe, this is a different type of quiz show, which might be better for you or might be worse for you, but I'm intending for it to be better.
Okay.
That's X.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Anthony Weaver, the defensive coordinator of the Miami Dolphins, interviewing with the Steelers today. It's the 3rd in-person interview for the Steelers this week after Brian Flores interviewed on Tuesday. Wednesday, Mike McCarthy, Greenfield's own and Super Bowl champion with Green Bay, beating the Steelers in town, if he's not in town already, to interview with the Steelers. Nate Scheelhaus, Chris Shula, the chances for the Steelers to interview them will open up on Monday after the NFC Championship game. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 90 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Winters can be brutal in Pittsburgh, and if your heat's running nonstop but you're still cold, your old windows could be to blame. Window Nation can help. With over 3 million energy-efficient windows installed nationwide, Pittsburgh homeowners trust us to keep their homes warm, dry, and comfortable while lowering utility bills. And right now, save big with our Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. As a proud partner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, ask how you could score Pens tickets. Don't wait. Visit windownation.com Xfinity.com today. Sail in soon.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode, and all customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. So each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I can't wait for the NFC Championship game. NFC West battle between the Seahawks and Rams Part 3. What a classic. They played in Seattle for the 1 seed a few weeks back, and I like the Seahawks again to reign supreme. The Rams have looked shaky. Now they're about to take on the most dominant team in the NFC. Give me Seattle to make it back to the big game. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now. Double profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration to max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week in the beer garden, all the way from Kalamazoo, Michigan, Bell's Brewing Company's annual batch of Hop Slam Double IPA has arrived in Western Pennsylvania. Brewed with a select blend of 6 different hop varietals from the Pacific Northwest to create a pungent mix of tangerine, grapefruit, stone fruit, pine, and floral notes. A generous malt bill and a dollop of honey provide just enough body to keep the balance in check. Hop Slam is remarkably smooth for a beer weighing in at a whopping 10% alcohol by volume. Hop Slam pairs best with rich, savory, and spicy foods like macaroni and cheese, barbecue ribs, curry, and cheesecake. Since 2006, year after year, Bell's Hop Slam is the highest rated and most sought after beer in Michigan. Find out why. Bell's Hop Slam Double IPA is available wherever better beer is sold. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERCross.com.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Woo! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here. Every fight. Bam! Yes. One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Conference championship weekend in the NFL as the New England Patriots and Denver Broncos will get it going beginning at 3 o'clock in the AFC Championship game. The NFC Championship game at 6:30. It's a divisional matchup in the NFC West. Seattle hosts the Rams. Winners go to Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. The winner of Rams and Seattle will play in one of their division opponents' stadium in the Super Bowl. You can hear all the games right here with the NFL on Westwood One, beginning with the pregame coverage at 2 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And right now, it's time for the one, the only, the lovable, the joyous quiz show.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Donnie, this is miraculous, what you just handed me. Whenever I have soup, I literally pour out the broth and just have the noodles, the carrots, the chicken. You brought what I'm assuming is homemade soup, yes? Mm-hmm. From Sarah?
Yes.
And it doesn't really have broth. This is the way that I draw it up. You didn't know that, and you just handed me my very own bowl of this. And as a bonus, old school saltines on top of this. I told you early in the show, you have an old soul, and this is more proof. Nobody your age uses saltines in soup anymore, do they? At home? This is a miracle.
I don't know. Are those like out of the picture? Are those not in vogue anymore?
Kind of.
Saltines?
Limits, when's the last time you had a good saltine?
Probably the second to last time I was sick, so probably right around September.
They are a good sick food. Saltine and ginger ale, Donnie, right?
I know that's like the old grandma remedy, ginger ale.
No doubt. And saltines, too. All right. Thank you, Donnie. This was very generous of you and Sarah. I'm going to have to take it with me. I have an early dismissal today, but not until after the quiz show. Limits, let's do this, shall we? Tell people what the theme is, and then don't tell them what the score is, please, between me and Donnie. The season's over. I'm playing for pride at this point.
The score is Donnie a lot, Joe 2.
A little. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Would you gentlemen like to choose social media's biggest loser? Before we do this, how about Terry Pagula? Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Not only the joke of a news conference the other day, but the Bills are going to interview Phillip Rivers as their head coach. I mean, listen, I wasn't the biggest Sean McDermott fan in big games, although he sure won a big one in Jacksonville this year. And if his quarterback didn't screw up, and I love Josh Allen, they win the game in Denver. Sean McDermott was just your coach. You're interviewing Phil Rivers? What are they doing, Donnie? Do you approve of that for social media's biggest loser, Pagula?
Yeah, I approve of that pick. I mean, I'm hoping that they go with Phillip Rivers because I think it could be a disaster for them. The guy has never coached beyond the high school level.
It's ridiculous that they're doing it. Limits, let's go.
All right. Joe, I was caught off guard. I didn't know that you had an early dismissal today.
Sorry to announce it, Limits, but let's go.
All right. The first question goes to Donnie because of that, Joe. Donnie, Mike Tomlin, this is Mike Tomlin quiz show trivia. Mike Tomlin finished his Steelers career with 19 consecutive non-losing seasons. Should give Mike a hand for that. 19 consecutive non-losing. Donnie, only one other coach has more consecutive years of non-losing seasons. Who was the coach and how many years was it?
Tom Landry from the Cowboys. I'll say 20.
Tom Landry is correct, but you're incorrect on the year, Donnie. Joe, do you know the year?
Yes, I do. Tom Landry in 21.
That's correct. It was 21.
Kind of a cheap start.
Kind of a cheap start.
Yeah, I would feel slighted if I were Donnie. To get the guy right, but the number of years limits,
Yeah, that's
was
important. It's a record.
Should have been a bonus question, but I'll take it.
Yeah, okay. Joe, Mike Tomlin used the term volunteers, not hostages,
We need volunteers, not hostages.
when talking to Diana Rossini of ESPN before a Steelers-Ravens game to discuss this player in 2018.
Le'Veon Bell.
Joe is starting off hot. Le'Veon Bell is correct.
Donnie, I'm being totally serious with you. I think this is the best soup I've ever had. I'm not kidding. Go ahead, Limits.
Okay, so the next question goes to you, Donnie. Donnie, Mike Tomlin used this Tomlinism.
That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never.
To discuss this college job rumor.
LSU.
LSU is incorrect.
USC.
Here we go.
I'm turning into Joe.
3-0.
Donnie, the first cheap question goes his way, and then
I know that threw you off.
I'm falling apart.
Well, let's not pretend this is going way different than a lot of others. I get a lead, and then you win on the big play, on the big 3-point late question. However, I could clinch before that if I go up 4, which I'm about to do.
Should I change which question I'm going to ask?
No limits.
No, I won't.
Should he change? No, you go in the
I'm
order
trying
you
to
were gonna go in.
sabotage the quiz show against you, Joe.
All right.
I'm openly admitting it.
What do you got?
All right, here's your question. Mike Tomlin used this Tomlinism when discussing this injured player that was hurt in a game.
Mason Rudolph.
You did not even let me play the Tomlinism.
Ask somebody that's in charge of that. I don't drive carts and things of that nature.
What is your answer?
Mason Rudolph, it's 4-0.
It's 4-0.
Go to hell, Mosey.
You answered that like you knew the question.
Yeah,
Is this
you wouldn't
fixed?
even let me
Like one of the
finish the
political
question.
debates? I don't know. Did I get the questions before the
Like
debate
one of
here?
the political debates.
All right, Donnie, you need this to keep yourself alive, at least for overtime, correct, Limits?
But this is where things change now, Donnie. This is where things change. The next 3 questions vary in point value. The next 2 questions are 3-point questions. The final question is worth 5 points. Donnie, are you ready?
All right, Limits.
Okay, Donnie.
What are we doing here, Limits? You're just going to change the point values?
Yes, this is the way I intended it before the segment. If you remember me saying I had a big twist on the quiz show.
He did mention he had a twist.
But you walked away when Donnie was giving a message to the people.
All right, go ahead.
You might not have heard that.
Okay.
Okay, Donnie, 13 quarterbacks started a game for Mike Tomlin during his 19-year Steelers career. How many of the 13 can you name?
Oh, man. I'll name 10.
I'll name 11.
Donnie, can you name 12?
No, you can't give him that option.
Yes,
it's
you
a one
can.
Option. It's a one-option
No,
thing
it's
here,
not.
Limits. That's
All
the
right,
way
Joe.
we've done it
All
the
right,
whole
Joe.
season.
All right, Joe, 11.
Let's go 11.
Here we
You
go.
ready? This is, how did everything suddenly change when I got a 4-0 lead for once? I'm about to clinch finally a quiz show, and this dude is changing rules
This
left
was
and right.
always the format. Don't blame the questioner, blame the questions.
Ben?
1.
Do you say wins or just starts?
Starts.
Okay, Ben, Mason, Duck.
Yep. Looking for 11.
I know you are. Trubisky.
Yep.
Russell Wilson.
5.
Aaron Rodgers.
6.
Kenny Pickett.
7.
Dennis Dixon.
8.
Byron Leftwich.
9.
Charlie Batch.
10.
And Landry Jones up 5-0. Woo!
Now, Joe, you are currently up 7-0.
Donnie, I have a touchdown lead with the extra point. But he can still come back because you've switched the rules, right?
That's correct.
All right, go.
All right, Joe, this question goes to you now. Joe, since the 2001 season, 16 different head coaches have won the Super Bowl. 8 retread head coaches is of that 16.
Yeah.
How many of the 8 retreads can you name?
All 8. That's how confident I am right now. Yep, all
We can
8. I'm
name
not
all
even
8?
giving Donnie the option here.
Wow.
I want to blow Donnie out and send a message for next season.
You want to blow Donnie out and send
Yep.
a message? Wow. Okay.
You ready? All 8. You ready for these?
Yes. Is he looking at his computer, Donnie? Is he
No.
cheating?
Since the turn of the century, correct?
Since 2001.
Okay. Bill Belichick.
1.
Andy Reid.
2.
Gary Kubiak.
3.
Pete Carroll.
4.
Oh, now I'm in trouble.
Now he's in trouble.
Pete Carroll is 4.
Now he's in trouble, Donnie.
Pete Carroll is 4. They didn't win a Super Bowl. They didn't win a Super Bowl. He didn't win a Super Bowl either. What have I done? He didn't win a Super Bowl. They never won a Super Bowl. Tom Coughlin.
5.
How many do I have to name?
8.
8.
Nah, I'm in pretty big trouble here then. I'm in big trouble. I don't think I can.
10.
Even though I know
9.
them.
8.
Tony Dungy.
6.
Tony Dungy. Who's the guy? John Gruden.
7.
Oh my God, Donnie! The comeback is legendary. I need one more. I said Kubiak, right?
Yes.
You did.
Okay.
10.
I need one more. Okay.
9.
Yep.
8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1.
No, he didn't win it.
Joe, we need an answer.
I know, and I'm.
The play
unfortunately-
clock has been pumped back up to 5.
Okay.
4. 3.
Doug Peterson.
No!
Oh.
Doug Peterson is incorrect. I thought you had it. And Joe, you're going to be kicking yourself when you know the answer. Donnie, do you know the answer?
I don't think so.
You guys should know the answer. He used to coach here. As an
Bruce
assistant
Arians.
coach.
Oh, my God.
Bruce Arians. Bruce Arians in Super Bowl 55.
Bruce Almighty. Now punch me in the face. What's the score now? 7-5?
It's now 7-3. But this is a 5-point question.
Okay. So I'm going to lose on the last question again. And this time with a 7-point lead. All right, whose turn is it?
It's Donnie's turn.
This is ridiculous.
Donnie, Mike Tomlin is tied for 9th on the NFL all-time wins list with 193 wins. Who are the 9 other coaches that Mike Tomlin is either tied with or trails all-time in wins in the NFL as a head coach?
9 that he's trailed with or tied with. Okay.
There are 9.
Don't give him much time to think here. He's got a pen out. He has to say it.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying the amount that I can get, right?
Correct.
I'll go 6.
Joe, can you name 7?
Yes. Even though I can't.
Donnie, can you name 7? Now,
I'll
Joe,
let him do it.
Remember, if you get this wrong, you lose the game.
I'm well aware of that, Limits, and it's about to happen.
We have to let the audience know that.
All right. 7 coach, or not, I don't know. How many do I have to get? 7 who are ahead of Tomlin
7
on the
that are
all-time list?
tied or ahead of him.
Or ahead of him. All right. Belichick.
Belichick is 1.
Paul Brown.
Paul Brown is 2.
God, I thought I lost it on the second one.
You need 7.
Belichick, Paul Brown, Tom Landry, Don Shula.
3, 4.
Okay, I need 7. Oh, Chuck Noll.
5. Noll is tied with Tomlin.
Yes, he is, isn't he? That's 5. Give me one of these old guys. Oh, George Halas.
6.
Oh, my God. If I get this, Donnie, there's going to be a celebration like there was when the Pirates won the 60 World Series. I'm going to drive all the way from Monroeville to Shenley Park and just sit down and look at it like Maz did after the homer. All right, I'm going to say this guy's name, and it better be right. Wait a second. Curly Lambeau.
Joe? You're a winner!
Yes! Woo!
Listen to that crowd, Donnie.
Listen to the crowd, Donnie.
What a performance today by Joe. Some might say it was fixed. Some might say I gave Joe the answers. I would just say that's the savvy old news sound.
Now, for you to even suggest that undermines my victory here. I had no clue what you were going to ask at all.
That probably would have been, if Joe didn't get that answer, that would have had to be the first time in quiz show history where somebody won without getting a single question correct.
Oh my God, that's right.
I didn't get a single one right. Well, technically, I got the first one. I just didn't get the amount of years.
Yeah, and that ultimately kind of decided things because it set you, I think, on a bad path.
It did.
All right.
It really did.
Thank you, guys. And Donnie, I'll see you next week. Limits, I'll see you on Monday.
All right, sounds good, Joe. See you later.
Joe Potocznik is what I want to talk about on the way out. Donnie, I'm taking the soup with me, okay? Do I have to give back the bowl?
Well, you can't eat the soup without the bowl, Joe.
I know, that would be awkward.
Joe, you might have to pick me up for work on Monday if I'm snowed in.
Oh, yeah, I might have to walk to work on Monday, and I'm actually capable of that. I'm like 2.1 miles away from the office.
So, Joe, you might have to host and produce the show on Monday.
I can do that, Limits. Joe Potocznik, 45 years we're closing in on, and one hell of a mustache. Man, am I feeling good after that quiz show victory. I feel good when Joe and his people come to the house, too, to fix something that's gone wrong or install something that I need. And he can do the same for you. Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company, you got to earn that. You can't buy it. Only 1% of the dealers in the region have that. Companies, I should say, in the region have that. Joe does, and he earned it through customer satisfaction, through good old-fashioned hard work. Give him a call, $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins with a nice victory last night in Edmonton as it started off with a bang. Against the Oilers, going up against Tristan Jarry, they score 3 goals in 37 seconds. 3 on their first 4 shots on shot 2, 3, and 4. Archer Shelovs gets the win, faced 30 shots himself. Jarry faced just 23 and allowed 6 goals, including the first 2 from Anthony Mantha. Crosby scored his 27th, Malkin his 12th, Chinakhov his 8th. Raquel also with his 9th. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly. Because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Baltimore Ravens will hire Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter as their new head coach. Minter makes a lot of sense for the Ravens, but this search started with the organization saying they wanted to hire someone to get the most out of Lamar Jackson. With a lot of coaches on the market with offensive backgrounds, the Ravens go defense. The challenge for Minter is to connect with Lamar. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My Lowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Ring in the new year with a little magic from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Want a lifetime warranty and complimentary maintenance? Want rewards and an easy-to-use Spitzer VIP app? Granted. Want to lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE from $165 a month? Granted. Hurry in and grant your New Year's wishes today. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,082. VIN 5YFB4 MDE 5TP 390565. 39 months. 4,099 due at signing through TMS with approved credit. Does not include title tax, license, registration, accessories, and dealer fees. $477 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. See dealer for details. Ends 2/2/2026.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of our team of highly trained employee installers. Schedule a free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Early dismissal for Joe Starkey. In such a celebratory mood after a decisive win in the quiz show. I could have made history there. I could have become the first person in quiz show history to not get a single question correct and end up winning. Although I got Tom Landry correct. I just said 20 years instead of 21, but potato, potato. So Joe is out of here early. Chris Muller, a solo performance in 20 minutes. You may also see him on the camera if you were watching the show on YouTube or on X. Back-to-back shows at Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Limits, we do have some games to pick before we part ways today. And I also have no idea if there are any reads that need to be done because Joe slammed his laptop shut the moment that clock hit 1:25 and raced out of here. So you can finish up any reads that we may have. That works out for me if it works out for you.
Donnie, What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group. It's Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's a cold one out there, Donnie. The current feels like is 6 degrees, expecting a low of 3 tonight. And, of course, on Sunday and into Monday, the low is going to get down into 1. The feels like will be in the negatives. The low Tuesday is -4. And we are expecting potentially a foot of snow. It is now 12 to 14 inches, the precipitation that is expected, at least according to my weather app.
Get that shovel out, baby. And you have a long driveway. I do know that Ray has somebody come over to take care of that, though, because you have that long downhill driveway. That would be a real you-know-what to have to shovel when you get snow like this.
Terrible.
So.
Our next-door neighbor, Mark, great man, has a plow. So he plows his, he plows ours, and he plows the neighbor next to ours. And his family all lives, like, on our block, so he plows the whole family and ours.
Yeah, I'm thankful that I have a small driveway, but we do have 2 neighbors that are older women, so I usually shovel their driveways too, so it's 3 all for the price of 1 limits. And I also hope that you have gotten your toilet paper, everything important, your bread, your water, everything for the weekend. We are going grocery shopping later once I get home, and it's going to be an absolute war zone.
Oh, it'll be Armageddon out there, Donnie.
In the West Mifflin area. You know all of the places out there. You know where I'm going. Absolute war zone is ahead, but I'm looking forward to that after we get to our picks. Limits, what do we got?
Donnie, it might not be college football, but with so few NFL games left, let's make a college basketball pick, Donnie.
Do we have WVU basketball?
No, we're actually going to go with Pitt basketball this time. Yeah, might not be the better choice. So the Panthers are 5.5-point dogs against NC State. Maybe I should stress dog for Malsey in the building there. I know how much he loves that. The Wolfpack are 13-6. They've won 7 out of their last 10. The Panthers have lost 7 of their last 10, and they are on a 2-game losing streak. They are at home, Donnie, but I think that NC State will win. Let's just pick who wins straight up in this game. I take the Pack.
Straight up? Oh, my God. That's a blessing.
Okay, you want to do 5.5 then? You want to do the spread?
Yeah, let's do 5.5.
Right,
come on, we're
5.5.
adults, Limits. I'm easily taking NC State. You could have said 25.5, and I probably would have taken NC State.
Wow, Donnie. Well, the last time the Panthers took the floor, they went to Boston College and only lost by 3.
Oh yeah, perennial power in college hoops, Boston College. Limits.
Hey, they're 9-10. Pitt is 8-11. They have a better record than the Panthers do. They've won 2 in a row.
They also took the floor against Louisville last Saturday and lost by 41. Wasn't it like 42-6 at some point in the first half?
Well, they only lost to Clemson by 11. Pony was at that game. Not even the curse of Pony could have Pitt win in that game to curse his own school in Syracuse.
Yeah, I'm going to take NC State proudly -5.5. That seems like a gift.
And we will need to check in with Joe on these as well. This actually might be him calling in on the hotline right now, Donnie, if you want to talk for a moment here. I feel like this might be him calling in with his picks.
Okay. I was a little bit surprised. I know we'll get to these NFL games that how little we have talked about them for the 3+ hours, almost 4 hours today. I don't know if Mulsey will be talking about the games in much detail from 2 to 6 because there was so much to follow with the Steelers coaching carousel. Anthony Weaver into interview with the Steelers today. Now the Mario Cristobal rumors are out there thanks to Brian Baldinger, who we know is buddies with Andy Weidel. So that adds a layer to all of this. I'm excited to get going about the AFC and NFC championship games once Austin is off the phone call there.
Yeah, let's do it, Donnie. And what do you know?
Was that Joe?
It is the savvy old news hound who wants to make his picks.
Perfect timing, Joe.
Hi, Donnie.
Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Did you hear our college basketball pick? You must have if you were feverishly calling in to join the show.
Yes, I'll take whoever's playing Pitt. In the meantime, have you ever figured out the phenomenon of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, why there's always traffic, and yet today, and I'm in it right now. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, Joe.
It's the first time in my life, and I've been in Pittsburgh for like 35 years, 40 years, I don't even know how many years. I've never not had traffic except for today. I
Great
just
story,
flew
Joe.
right into the tunnel.
Cool.
What?
Great story. It's Mulsey. By the way, Joe, I think you hung up on a nice guy named Bill from Clinton, PA earlier. I was listening.
Was that you?
No, I mean it. Like, here's what happened. So I was in my car, obviously. I heard it. You had, like, the willies, like he was going to say something. And I think he was just an old guy named Bill. And so I was going to piggyback off of that, and I did get right past Bechtold unless he, like, screened me and told you guys not to take it. I immediately called in as John from Kennedy Township. And he goes, all right, I'll put you on hold, John.
Yeah, I was not taking that. That was way too fishy. I was putting you on hold to let you sit there, Mulsey. But when you hear John and Kennedy right after Bill and Clinton, that's right out of the Starkey playbook.
I mean, what? Like, I feel like next week it's going to be Barack from Obama Academy. I mean, who knows what it could be? Limits. It might get past you the way it gets past Nelly.
I was going to say I was going to be Franklin from Roosevelt Avenue in Philadelphia. Anyway, boys, I just wanted to insult you, Joe, and congratulate you on the worst quiz show win I've ever heard, and then take the mic and silence it again. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mulsey. All right, I'm ready.
The worst quiz show win ever. How about that? Any offense taken, Joe?
None whatsoever. I'm ready to win the predictions, too. We're coming down to the final week, right?
All right, here we go. Patriots and Broncos. And check out the scores as well, Joe. I am in first place, 78 and 71. Joe, you're in second, 75 and 74. Donnie's trying to get back to 500 at 73 and 76. New England 4.5-point favorites at Denver. No Bo Nix, Donnie. Who are you going with?
I'm going to take the Broncos. I'm going to take Jarrett Stidham to pull off a miracle of all miracles. I'm also going to take, they're getting 4.5 points. I think their defense can keep them in the game. I think they have the right coach that can cook something up for his team to keep it close down to the final whistle on Sunday afternoon. The Broncos and Jarrett Stidham. It might be a story like the Eagles with Nick Foles. I'll take Denver plus 4.5.
Joe?
Wow. I won't. I'm taking the better quarterback here, and it ain't Jarrett Stidham. I used to have a friend named Glenn Stidham. He was 7 feet tall, grew up in Buffalo, and he didn't want to play basketball, but we put him on the team anyway, and he hated practice every single day. Jarrett Stidham hates games because he stinks in them, and the Patriots are going to win this game. I think going away, actually. I think Drake May has a big day. He just went against a great, great defense. This is not. This is an overrated defense. The final score will be 27-12 Patriots.
I am going under the logic of the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. And when I make picks, can sometimes be stupid because I will overthink it and think, man, well, maybe Jarrett Stidham can backdoor cover. Nah, I'm going with Drake May. Unfortunately, I'm going with New England. Here they are again. The Patriots of yesteryear is forming potentially another dynamic roster of 10-plus years. but their quarterback and head coach. NFC Championship game, who will play in their rivals' home stadium in the Super Bowl? The Rams or the Seahawks, Donnie? Seattle is favored by 2.5.
So I'm picking first again. I'll take the Rams here. I will go with both underdogs in these cases. It's going to be a great trilogy between both of these teams. I am going to take the team that still has the better quarterback. The Seahawks have the better defense, probably the better overall roster, but it is still going to come down to Sam Darnold in a massive game and in a big moment getting the job done. I will take L.A.
Joe, I'll let you pick last. This is not the Super Bowl that I am asking for, but this is the Super Bowl that we are getting. And once again, I feel like it'll be somewhat of a disappointment. Because remember when the Patriots and Rams played all those years ago, and it was like 13-3, and it was one of the most boring Super Bowls you ever seen? I don't know if that'll be the result of the next one, but I think that's what we're going to get. The Rams go to Seattle, where the last time they played there, what they put up like 450 yards, maybe 500 yards, and that was without Devontae Adams. And it took Seattle to have a miraculous 2-point conversion in the end, where they won in overtime to beat the Rams. I think the Rams are more talented. They're a better roster. And yes, I love Sam Darnold, but I trust Matthew Stafford more in this moment. Give me the Rams to go to the Super Bowl.
Wait a second here. How do I get on 579? No.
Oh, my word.
Joe, it's the Veterans Bridge. What are you doing? How long have you lived here?
Here we go.
Joe, can you make your pick?
Joe, how did you come from the generation that had to read maps?
I haven't seen a map in like 20 years. Yeah, we had to pull over and read maps. We got lost a lot. Think
Joe,
about that.
I don't mean this to be offensive, but it will be. I think you're one of the best sports columnists this town has ever seen. I think you're a unique and interesting mind on the radio. I also marvel on a daily basis that you manage to get out of your house to work and back to your house in one piece.
Here we go. I'm home free on 270. Why is there a 579 North Mulsey? The street lasts about 3 yards.
It's the shortest interstate in the United States. It's just the Veterans Bridge. That's all it is, man. What are you doing?
Why does it exist? Why is there a 579? Why not just make it 279 right from the start?
I'm begging you.
All it does is confuse things.
I am begging you. Well, if it was 279, it would be two different roads. I'm begging you next week, when this coaching search has reached a boiling point, to spend at least 10 minutes with somebody from PennDOT who explains to you why 579 exists. That's all I ask.
All right, I will. And I'm going with the Rams. Of course I'm going with the Rams. How many picks did Sam Darnold throw against the Rams this year alone? 5? By far the better quarterback. I mean, it's a one-game situation, so you could see something weird happen. Seattle does have a great defense, but I think that Stafford had 5 touchdowns and no picks against them in 2 games. This is another one where the Rams win, I think, by a touchdown. I'm going to go 31-24, maybe 29-22, but it's going to be the Rams. The 2 best quarterbacks win, and the 2 best quarterbacks play in the Super Bowl, and the Rams get revenge on the Patriots from all those years ago.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Donnie. Thank you, Limits. And thank you, Mulsey.
Thank you, Limits. Thank you to everybody here at Bowser Chevy Studio B in Monroeville. Chris Muller is here solo from 2 to 6 coming up next. Donnie Football signing off.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Conference Championship weekend. The NFL in Westwood won. The coverage begins right here on the Fan, beginning at 2 o'clock on Saturday. So you can hear Denver hosting New England at 3, followed by the Rams in Seattle against the Seahawks at 6:30. And also stay tuned on Saturday for Dan Zangrilli's coverage from Pirates Fest, as the NFL games are Sunday. Zangrilli at Pirate Fest is this Saturday and also tonight on The Fan. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Mulsey and the PM team is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the book with Western One Sports. NFC title game on Sunday, and it's the trilogy between the Rams and Seahawks. In the first meeting, the Rams were +3 in the turnover department, but nearly blew a 9-point lead in the final 3 minutes. In the second meeting, the Rams were once again +3 in the turnover department and put up 581 yards of offense and still blew a 16-point lead in the fourth. This time, they finished the job. Give me the points with the Rams. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months, or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deal. Better deal. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the bill for details on all offers.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Freaks on Parade presents Rob Zombie, Marilyn Manson. Together again with special guests, The Who and Orgy, the Pavilion at Star Lake, Saturday, August 29th. The biggest tour of the summer. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Don't miss Rob Zombie and Marilyn Manson. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
New year, new ride, better value. South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding January lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $359 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive. Only $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offer excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry, these January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer & Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours, thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 goals from Anthony Mantha, a goal and a helper from Evgeny Malkin, and the Penguins roll over the Edmonton Oilers 6-2 last night in Edmonton. Penguins will continue their Western Canada swing when they take on the Vancouver Canucks, 6 o'clock on Sunday. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
I mean, I'm not sure why you waste a year of your life and not trying to contend. Obviously, your roster is what it is every year. It changes every year, and so you deal with what you have every year and try to put yourself in position to compete every year. And sometimes you have the horses, sometimes you don't, but I think you try every year.
Welcome in to the PM team. A solo Mulsey day. Pony with one of the more interestingly timed when it comes to the weather, quick weekend jaunts that you could ever schedule. We'll see if he's back in time for the show on Monday. It's a mystery to everybody whether or not that will be the case. We are live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, or as Joe Starkey would say, Monroeville. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is on the other side, back in Greentree of this arrangement. You just heard Donnie, Bechtold, and Joe go through a quiz show, and then me harass Joe at the end of the show. Some old habits die hard. You can always hit us up, too, on the fan text line. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I started the show with that clip that you've already heard probably numerous times in this coaching search coverage here on the Fan and elsewhere. That clip from Art Rooney from the outro press conference of Mike Tomlin's Steelers career, where Art Rooney addressed Tomlin's resignation and the Steelers' plans moving forward. I played that clip again for a very specific reason to start today's show. The Steelers are interviewing Anthony Weaver today. We already know Anthony Weaver seems like the kind of guy who can win the interview, who can certainly speak in an engaging and kind of arresting manner where it gets your attention very quickly. And a guy who maybe if he was just leader of men and not coaching might actually not be the worst candidate in the world, even though the Steelers, he's got really no juice in the process. There have been a smorgasbord of candidates, and Weaver has been like the guy at the very end of the line here for a lot of people. I played that clip, though, from Art Rooney for a very specific reason, because what this search has generally been in terms of how we have covered it, in terms of how most people cover it and talk about it, has been as follows. Hey, look at this candidate. What does he have that's good? What does he have that's maybe not so good in terms of attributes? Do you think the Steelers should hire him? Okay, let's look at this candidate. And it's a wash, a rinse, a repeat, and that's not a criticism of anybody. That's how it probably should be. But sometimes you miss the forest for the trees here, and maybe sometimes something that gets mentioned more in passing, in fact, is the most relevant part of the entire situation, which is why I start today's show with a very simple, very straightforward, I'm not trying to be the smartest guy in the room question, one that I really would love to hear from you guys on at 412-928-9370. Truly. Like, this is something that I don't think Pony and I have asked you guys point blank in this will be the 9th show, I guess, since Mike Tomlin resigned. He resigned last Tuesday, so we did the entire show on that because it happened at 2:05, Donnie's famous announcement, Walter Donkite announcing that on the air and all of us losing it because we couldn't believe it had happened, etc. This will be show number 9. I am just going to ask this as the broad question and not a tacked-on part, a sidebar to somebody calling in with their take on who should be the coach, okay? Because this is really, in a lot of ways, what the whole thing boils down to. It's the spirit of the thing. The question is this. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get this right? 412-928-9370. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get this right? Because that's the bottom line, question we're all wondering, or we should be. And, yeah, you can guess as to who should be the next head coach or will be the next head coach. You can have a strong opinion on it. They've gone 3 for 3. The chief hired Chuck Knoll. I'm sure Dan Rooney was involved in that to some extent. That was a home run. Dan Rooney hired Bill Cowher. Also a home run. I count we'll call Chuck Knoll a grand slam. He won 4 of them. Bill Cowher, home run. Mike Tomlin, also hired by Dan. Another home run. He won 1 too. This is Art Rooney II's big chance. And he knows, really, that he only has one of them. And that if he gets it right, one's all he needs, and one will have him being remembered very fondly into his later years of life by Steelers fans. Long after, if he does it right here, he has ceded control of the franchise to his son, to Danny Rooney. I think that clip that I played there about Art not believing in taking a step backwards, in saying, why waste a year of your life? He's 73 for the record. Has been the cloud that has lingered over the process from the second he said it. There's a certain excitement, particularly for this fan base, that I echo when a coach who has functioned more like an emperor, because that's what the franchise tends to want from their head coaches, actually steps aside. There's a shock. You can't believe it. There's everything else that accompanies it. And then you start to move on and do the next thing, which is look at who might replace him. But Art, in the very first remarks he made, the only remarks he's made about Tomlin's departure, if you take him at face value, telegraphed where his head is at. Not just when it comes to who he might hire, but what his expectations are. He made it very clear, whoever takes this job, whether it's 62-year-old Mike McCarthy, whether it's 30-something Nate Scheelhaus, whether it's 30-something Chris Shula, whether it's 40-something Anthony Weaver, whether it's, I guess, Mario Cristobal, why not throw him in? He made it very obvious, very overt, that his expectation is that if you take this job, you should be hitting the ground with your legs already moving and get right into a sprint. And I do wonder how much that expectation, how much that view of the current situation affects who he thinks is the best guy for this job. But more fundamentally, I wonder about how what Art said about not wanting to take a step back, about expecting to compete, just colors how he's going to own this franchise and steward this franchise over the next couple of years. I think that there is a potential here for the owner, the guy who makes the decision. Omar Khan will have his say. He will tell Art what he thinks. And he'll have input. And Art's son will have input. But at the end of the day, one man makes the decision. One man is remembered as making the decision. All of that. At the end of the day, does Art Rooney understand where his franchise is, the kind of hard times it's fallen on, relatively speaking, the stagnant times it's fallen on, and does he have the gumption to make the kind of hire that might shake that up, make it worse at first, but set it up for better days ahead? It is a very simple question. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get it right? Forget about who you think should get the job. Do you trust the guy making the decision to make the right one? You can look at it basically like any other, I think, decision that gets made in a football game. To go or not to go, what play to call. We all feel better about certain coaches, let's say, making certain calls. If somebody said, Chris, would you feel better about, just for instance, Ben Johnson dialing up a great two-point conversion play, or Matt Canada having had to do the same thing a couple of years ago? I'd say I trust Ben Johnson a lot, and I trust him a lot more. Art Rooney has never actually been the principal guy doing this. He has never been the man in this situation. He knows this is probably his only shot at it. He wants it to be his only shot at it. We already know where he stands as far as how he views the team, views the roster, views the job, and views the expectations for the job. Is he going to get it right? Is a man who has denied what has been the observable reality on the ground for this team, okay, is that man willing to quietly and probably never in full view of the public say, yeah, we need to do things a little bit differently. I need to spend more on assistant coaches. I need to have a bigger coaching staff for whoever the next head coach is. I have to realize this roster is not what I actually think it is. It's getting older. It's expensive. It has expendable parts. I don't feel great, if I'm being honest, even though they're interviewing the right people, I think. They are dipping their toe into the correct pool. I don't feel great based on a lot of the, because all I can do is judge Art on what he says publicly. And we all can hear whispers about how this or that is going. We can all hear different takes on which coach is good, which coach is not good. But we generally have to take these people who are making the decisions, or this person in this case, at their word when they say it. And some of Art's remarks have me concerned that he is either going to make a rash decision, like hiring Mike McCarthy, trying to capture glory immediately, or possibly make a scared decision and take a safer pick. I'll just use Chris Shula as an example. I don't think he's a bad candidate, versus maybe rolling the dice on a Shieldhouse. I even think Weaver at this point would constitute a roll of the dice. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. That is the very simple question. That is where I want to start today. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get it right? Jeff is in Dormont on 93.7 The Fan. Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, I absolutely do not. Unfortunately, I wish I could say I did. And you said it based on what has come out of Art II's mouth. He lost me as soon as he said at the press conference that he would have rolled it back another year with Mike Tomlin, which would have put us another year behind, right back in the same position we were. And to defend Pony and all you guys for being giddy, not that it was the wrong thing when it came out that Tomlin was done. I was just as giddy, and I have the same now pit in my stomach that I did under Tomlin at the end with the thought of Mike McCarthy, and I'll leave it at that.
I think Mike McCarthy is basically the inverse of Mike Tomlin. And that's the name that worries me. I think if you made me rate those guys, I think I've said this before, but I'll reiterate. If you made me grade both of those coaches just in a vacuum, is Mike Tomlin, like, what letter grade do I give him? It's probably like a B- at this point. I don't think he surrounds himself with great people. I think he has too much control sometimes on a defense that clearly doesn't deliver the results that it should. But he wins a lot of games. And, like, at some point, if winning the game suddenly doesn't matter in an evaluation of a person's job as a coach, then I don't know what we're doing here. McCarthy runs very good offenses. He wins a lot of regular season games, too. He doesn't win playoff games very often anymore. And his teams usually, for all their offensive fireworks, have the opposite problem as Tomlin's. They can't stop anybody, although neither could Mike, but neither here nor there. They're both like B- coaches. That would be I believe my team has to win right now, and I'm desperate to win right now higher. It would not be in the long term. It would be in the short term that the thinking, Art's thinking. 412-928-9370. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get this right? This is, without exaggeration, this is the biggest decision the Steelers will have made since when? Probably hiring Tomlin? It doesn't really get bigger than a head coach. Firing Bruce Arians? Bringing in Todd Haley? I mean, really, it's been shuffling around some of the most uninspiring deck chairs imaginable with some of these recent coordinator hires. Ooh, boy, Randy Fichtner out, Matt Canada in. Wonderful. Oh, there's Terrell Austin. I remember when he coordinated bad defenses in other cities. This is the Whopper. You get it wrong, you set your franchise back, and you start to slide towards being, quote-unquote, like everyone else. Dave is in Finleyville on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
My answer is no, I don't trust him. And the reason I don't is I was listening to a business channel, and the business channel said that a company works this way usually, that the first generation who starts the business and creates it and makes it successful works hard. The second generation takes over, and they pretty much maintain it as it was. When the third generation takes over, they run it into the ground. So in this case, we have Art Seniors 1, Dan Rooney was 2, and Art the second is 3, and he's the guy who's running this thing into the ground.
The funny part about that, I think a lot of us, thanks Dave, have heard that basic axiom of business. Art Sr. did not exactly cover himself in glory when he was really the only guy at the controls. He made bad trades. He was more of like a thing he owned so that he could, pal around with his buddies. It just was not. He's a legendary owner. I would not call him as far as making football moves or like stewarding, shepherding the franchise. I would not call Art Sr. the chief, even though he is a legend. I would not call him a great owner by any stretch. The legend or the great football person in the Rooney family was Art's dad. And I think, Danny is more like that than he is like Art. But Dan Rooney was the reason for the greatness of the 70s, really for the reason for a bold hire of Bill Cowher in 92 and a resurgence back to high levels of prominence. Art so far has presided over an era that has been defined almost exclusively by frustration and missed expectations, unmet expectations. Now he's got a chance to flip it here. You make the right hire, you have this thing turned around in, say, 2 years, 3 at the most, and you look like the New England Patriots where they got the quarterback, figured out the head coach, and now are playing for a trip to the Super Bowl. I think a lot of people forgive and forget with a lot of Art 2's tenure so far as the owner of this and president here. What say you, though? Do you think he'll actually do it? Do you trust Art Rooney II to get this right? 412-928-9370. Hear from more of you guys on this one. You can always hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. More on your take on whether or not you trust Art Rooney II to make the right move here, whoever that might be, coming up next. Live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It's the PM team. Here's Charlie Borges.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
With the impending weather storm or ice storm, snowstorm, whatever you want to call it, coming in, Pirates Fest has been affected. They're ending 1 hour earlier tomorrow night for everybody that was going to the convention center. They are ending at 5 o'clock, and there are some players who were supposed to attend that will not be attending, including Joey Bart, Justinson Garcia, Brandon Lau, Ryan O'Hearn, Brian Reynolds, and Dennis Santana. So be aware if you're going out there tomorrow and be safe. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Giannis Antetokounmpo says chemistry issues might be to blame for the recent blowout losses for the Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis said, quote, "We're not playing hard, and guys are being selfish. With the trade deadline coming up on February 5th, let's keep our eyes on this situation. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Giannis asked out of Milwaukee sooner than later." I'm Chris Black.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back. not your wallet.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode, and all customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. So each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. I can't wait for the NFC Championship game. NFC West battle between the Seahawks and Rams Part 3. What a classic they played in Seattle for the 1 seed a few weeks back, and I like the Seahawks again to reign supreme. The Rams have looked shaky. Now they're about to take on the most dominant team in the NFC. Give me Seattle to make it back to the big game. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now. Double profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token, expiration, and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 90 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Taps Brick Oven and Poorhouse, Greensburg. Ask about the new catering menu.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I've been willing to give Mike the extension on his contract for 2027's March. And did he ask for that?
No, I'm not going to get into his contract at this point. I was certainly willing to, take another run at it next year with Mike, and that's what I was expecting to talk about yesterday, but obviously went in a different direction.
Live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. PM team, Solo Mulsey today. Pony, I think, taking a quick weekend jaunt to New York City that might end up being longer than he wants it to be because of snow, because they're supposed to get pummeled with like 1.5 feet all day Sunday. My sister-in-law, I was just thinking about like this. Here's what how I was connecting the dots here before we get right back to the lines, talking about a very simple question. I like simple questions sometimes. I think it's easier to just get right down to the brass tacks here. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get this hire right? But I was thinking if Pony flew, which he did. We always joke that if I'm out, it's because I have explosive diarrhea. He loves to go with that or the norovirus. It's one of his little hobby horse jokes, and I frankly appreciated it. And then the one time that he was out, he actually did have the norovirus, which was, like poetic justice. Bubble guts on a plane has to suck. My sister-in-law, Borges, 14.5-hour flight. She's in South Africa for a couple weeks for this essentially like big guided tour group type of thing where you do like a couple of running races and all this stuff, right? I cannot imagine being like stomach sick on a flight of any length. Of 14.5 hours, I think I would like request to the flight attendant, can I just have this bathroom? You wall it off, you put caution tape or something, and it's just mine at that point. I've never also been on a plane that big where they probably have like 8 or 9 bathrooms. Nothing from Borges. He must be screening phone calls. That's fine. Doesn't want to think about bubble guts right now with Content Craig in there, most likely. 412-928-9370. But I digress. You hear Art Rooney say right there, I was planning on running it back with Mike. I thought that's what the meeting would be about. Now, if we take Art at his word, we take him at face value. Let's say he somehow was blindsided by this. He said surprised, not shocked, because maybe he got the sense Mike was maybe one more year left and Mike just cut it a year early. Think about that when it comes to deciding whether or not you buy Art's ability to get this hire right. We, on the outside, very frustrated with some very basic things on the Mike Tomlin front. And I've even heard this from people I know are staunch backers, for the most part, of Mike, who had finally, grudgingly said the following. He doesn't seem to have a plan for the offense. He seems to keep wanting to put Band-Aids on the offense. He's connected too close to Rodgers, who wasn't really working out, and wasn't allowing them to run a real offense, things like that. And when you consider that the owner, the guy making the decision on the new coach, is only in this search because the coach told him, I'm done, I don't think that really raises or creates a bunch of confidence that his head's in the right place to make a new hire. A new hire we all want to chart like a new course for the franchise, kind of reset things and, okay, this is what the Steelers for the next 15 years is going to look like. The owner, the guy making that hire, was happy to go with them being the same thing, right, for the next year at least. Run it back. Does not fill me with confidence and fill me with excitement. But maybe he'll get it right. I mean, he's got the right names. What I will say for Art is I won't make this just a one-sided bash session before I go back to the phones. He is swimming in the correct pool. He is interviewing McVay people. That is the tree that has yielded a lot of fruit. That is the tree that has produced a lot of people who seem to know what the hell they're doing. And if Art was ignoring all that and just going his own way here, I would be very concerned. The fact that a couple of Rams guys might well be 1 and 2 on their list and they're waiting patiently to actually have a second interview in person with them, that is something I think is in Art's favor here. I like that from his perspective. All right, back to the phones we go. Brad is on 93.7 The Fan. What's up, Brad?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I guess I have a couple of points. I was listening to your lead in here, and I guess I have one more point to add, which is, their desire to maybe roll back on Tomlin again. That seems to be more of a Rooney issue, not necessarily an Art issue, because remember, go back into the Wayback Machine, they held on to Lowe probably 5 or 6 years longer than they probably should have. Roonies are good for this. That's what they always seem to do. My next point would be, let's look at who he's passed on, and I think you were, again, sort of even talking there. Who have they passed on? They passed on Harbaugh. Do we agree with them passing on? They've passed on Minster. They've passed on, Minter. They've passed on Stefanski. Do any of those names jump out at you saying, man, they really should have passed on this?
Stefanski would have been interesting because the fact that, let me put it this way, the fact that they are willing to interview Mike McCarthy, who is a retread, and we always hear they want younger and never been a head coach before, that's been their posture. I would rather, if they were going with somebody who was an offensive-minded head coach who has been a head coach before, I would have taken Kevin Stefanski 10 times out of 10 over McCarthy. But the problem there, I think, Brad, and thanks for the phone call, is the optics would have been not what Art Rooney II wants. Cleveland fires this guy, and we're going to actually interview him and give him a serious chance. Never mind the fact, by the way, that the average fan now is savvy enough to realize, A, Kevin Stefanski technically coached the team that came in here and won a playoff game, and that Kevin Stefanski is a better coach than that franchise at this point probably deserves. Most fans, I think, understand that the Browns are a comedy of errors, a trash fire, a place where the GM seems to have buddied up to the owner to force the coach out. They made the worst transaction and trade in NFL history to get Deshaun Watson, then gave him the worst contract in league history. The degree to which Stefanski was or was not responsible for something like that, I think, is pretty nebulous. I don't think Kevin Stefanski would have been a bad guy to interview at all. I mean, I think, can coach. He had Jim Schwartz in there. We know he can hire a good defensive coordinator. Tomlin loves Jim Schwartz. I think most people around the league respect his acumen. I think it was a misfire. If you're going to interview a guy who's been a head coach before, who's not currently coaching, and he's offensive-minded, Kevin Stefanski's better right now than Mike McCarthy. Let's go to Chris in Clairton on 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, you have the South Hills riled up with this one. 2 points. One, I think Art is obsessed with recreating history and romanticizes the past. And I think, though, that we might be able to break through just by, Art, can you give us the history of the recent playoffs? Like, what has the Steeler philosophy, the quote-unquote Steeler way, gotten us
yielded
in
lately?
The playoffs?
Well, so hold on. That's very funny, Chris, that you bring it up. It's a very insightful point. I would expect nothing less from a person named Chris. The problem is there is, a disconnect that I've mentioned numerous times between what we on the outside see as the yield from the Steelers' way, what it's produced, and how Art views that very same thing. Art sees that, and Art goes, oh, we made the playoffs. We won the division. I mean, what do you want us to do? And we on the outside, I think, have a clearer picture of it than at least he's willing to admit publicly what it's actually doing, which is a whole lot of nothing.
That's why in the next, if there is a next, interview with Art, taking questions, Art, can you give us the scores from the last 5 games in the playoffs? We'll give you 30 seconds to bring it up.
Art, can you tell us what was noteworthy about the Texans game? Thanks for the call, by the way, Chris. Can you tell us what was noteworthy about that Texans game? You actually had a lead in the first quarter. Incredible. After what? I think it was 73 or whatever to nothing in the first quarters of those games. Delightful. Let's get Dave in Delmont here. Like talking to him on 93.7 The Fan. What's up, Dave?
Hey, not much. Malsey, thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I have 2 points. One, Art is out to lunch. If we were the Cleveland Browns and we were making the playoffs every year, okay, that's fine. But we're the Pittsburgh Steelers, and unfortunately, Chuck Noll won a bunch of Super Bowls when he was coach. So we're kind of spoiled.
Hold on, Dave. That is the first time in history somebody has said the actual sentence, unfortunately, Chuck Noll won a bunch of Super Bowls when he was coach. I know where you're going with this, but I do think that is a funny thing to actually hear in a vacuum.
Well, I wanted just to throw that out there because if Art would walk out of his office and walk down the hall and happen to see 6 Lombardi trophies, he should get the hint that we don't care about the playoffs unless you're winning them and making it to the Super Bowl. But that's my take on Art. I just think he should let his son take over.
Well, thanks, Dave. I think that's probably not going to happen still for, I don't know. I heard Ray Fittipaldo on with Joe and with Donnie. I think they made him quickly do the fast association game. How much longer will Art be the man in charge? And Ray, I think, said something to the effect of 5 years. I would think you'd want it to be sooner than that. That's just me, though. I would think maybe 3 years. Sees it through this as the principal, as the dude, sees it through this transitional phase where maybe you are going to have a losing season or two, and then start to hopefully see it go on the way up and then turn things over to your son. I mean, they're obviously grooming Danny to be the guy. Very alliterative start to the show. One more here. Mike in Morningside on 93.7 The Fan. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Chris. I don't trust Art. Just can't trust him to make the call, but we're going to have to live with it. The only way I would tolerate McCarthy is if they went and got Schliehoff as the OC and said, hey, here's the deal. You're going to teach him how to be a head coach and show him he hasn't had that. I think that's what I think will be the downside if they did get a shot at Schliehoff. People are going to say, well, he's never been a head coach.
So that he hasn't done it. I mean, that's been, thanks, Mike. That's been what they've tried to find, though, in coaches is haven't done it before, don't have scar tissue from maybe having it go bad on them. Somebody sent me this, and I haven't had a chance to actually watch it because it's 3+ minutes long. And to be fair, it looks like it's one of the kind of things that's edited in-house by the Rams to make Nate Scheelhaus look really good, look like this great leader. But essentially it was sent to me, it's him interacting with his players And I guess what the upshot is wow, this guy is super impressive. His way that he deals with other people with personalities would really appeal to the Steelers. So take that for what it's worth. Coming up next, we got Fair Game with Nick Farabaugh. We love talking to Nick. It's a Football Friday, even though the Steelers ain't playing. And it's going to be Coaching Search Edition of Fair Game with Farabaugh. That's coming up next, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It's the PM team. Here's Charlie Borges.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins victorious last night in Edmonton by a final score of 6-2. Anthony Mantha with a couple of goals. Yegor Chinakhov with his 8th of the season, and he's been playing fairly well with Evgeny Malkin. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now, a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, Andrew Filipponi back to talk about Mike's Beer Bar. Guys, I get it. We're going to have a horrible storm on Sunday. So get out with your friends and experience Mike's Beer Bar before the snow hits. 80 rotating taps of awesome local craft beer. Excellent dining options like steak on a stone. And my favorite part of Mike's, when you go there, the games will be on. You want to watch this red-hot hockey team? They'll be on this weekend. Basketball, wall-to-wall Saturday, same thing. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Don't marry a person you can live with. Marry the person you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. The Start Something New sales event offers up to $10,000 off on Ram 1500s. Jeep Wrangler Sports or Grand Cherokees, your choice from only $329 a month. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville, PM team. Andrew Filipponi off today, but we are keeping it rolling. Still very busy. Anthony Weaver sitting down and meeting and interviewing with the Steelers today. A little bit of a lull, I think, at that point for a couple days in this coaching search. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And that very Fan Hotline is where we find the great, the powerful, the insightful, the thoughtful, the sometimes jolly, sometimes subdued Nick Farabaugh. He is the Steelers beat reporter for Penn Live, does an excellent job. It's a little segment we like to call Fair Game with Farabaugh. We hit Nick with questions and say, is this fair game or not? So if you are new to this one, I don't know where the hell you've been. If you are not new to this segment, then that was just me rehashing something you already know. All right, Nick, it's going to be Fair Game Coaching Search Edition here, so here we go. Is it fair game right now to say that if you were trying to make a bet, if you were given odds on who the next Steelers coach would be, that betting one of the two Rams guys would be the safest bet?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I think that's exactly where the Steelers' mind has been really since before even Mike Tomlin stepped down. I think that they had a list of guys that they wanted to bring in, and we saw them do that in pretty short order. Didn't take them much time to put it all in. And I think Shieldhouse and Shula were on that list. I think Shula's been a guy they've had their eye on for a while. And I think he is still the front runner in this race, to be quite honest with you. I think he fits what they like, young, upcoming defensive assistant. He's coached defensive backs. He's coached linebackers. He's coached pass rush. He's coached all of those. He's been a defensive coordinator for 2 years. He checks that box. He has a really, really vast network of connections to offensive and defensive coaches, so he can build out a vast staff. So yes, I do think that the Rams guys are the safe bet. I do think Shieldhouse is the type of guy that could maybe come in and stun people with just how great of an interviewer he is. I think he really lights up a room. His X's and O's expertise is really impressive. So I wouldn't count out Shieldhouse yet, and I do expect both of them to get interviews.
Is it fair game, Nick, to say that they are going to have a new head coach by this time next week when we would be talking next Friday?
You know, I'm not necessarily sure they're going to hire one next week. I think it's fair to say that they might. I could see them waiting till the next week after that, though, because they have and are going to have a large scale of operations down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. I will be there, so I'll see what's going on there and everything. But I do think the Steelers in general are going to maybe hold some meetings down there with some coaches, try and figure out some background as much as they can, because it is basically a coaching convention at the Senior Bowl. A lot of these coaching hires happen down there just because it almost is that in the after hours and the networking that they get in. So I think it's probably fair to say that we might have a name by Thursday, Friday. I could see early into the week after that, but I do think there's a real shot that they have a head coach next week.
Is it fair game to say, Nick, and it's fair game with Nick Faribault here on the PM team, that Art Rooney is making this decision predominantly by himself as opposed to getting significant input from his lieutenants?
I think obviously he has the final say, but I do think Omar Khan, Danny Rooney are going to be guys that are going to have at least input in this. But yes, it's Art making the final say. He's going to have the primary forefront of this. So yeah, I mean, I think that is fair to say that Art Rooney is the point man and is the end all be all with this conversation. But I do think Omar Khan is having a significant hand in this. He gave Rooney, I believe, the list of interviewees. He has kind of set the stage of what they want. So Omar Khan is doing a lot of work here too. I don't want to discredit what he's doing, but Art Rooney obviously is the guy that's going to make the final call.
Nick, is it fair game to say that in that vein, then, if Art's still the guy making the final call, that he would rather have a coach who is more of a CEO type or than someone who will call plays actively on one side of the ball or another?
Yeah, that's 100% true. I think he is all about CEO leadership, guys that can command the room, get the most out of their team. I mean, that's his whole thing with Mike Tomlin. That's why Mike kept coming back. Despite the X's and O's shortcomings, I think he felt that Mike was an effective CEO candidate type. And so I think that's going to be a big thing that the Steelers are going to look for. This is why Anthony Weaver is such a big candidate that continues to pop up and why he's had 2 interviews now. He is a CEO type. And I think I've said this before, but when I talk with people around the league, they liken Anthony Weaver to Dan Campbell. And Dan Campbell is the ultimate CEO type coach in the league right now. He's the new age CEO type. And so Weaver's going to be a guy that's really going to intrigue them from that perspective. But I 100% think that's the type of coach that they want.
Is it fair game to say that Art Rooney II genuinely believes his own words and isn't putting like lip service out there when he says that he wants the new coach to hit the ground running in the sense that he wants them to try to compete right away?
100%. That's 100% true. He doesn't want to tear it down. He doesn't want to strip it to the studs. The Pittsburgh Steelers will never fully tank. They will never fully try and rebuild. They're going to try and rebuild while winning. And you can look at the way they've acted. They could have done it this past year. Instead, they made aggressive moves to try and win. They're going to do it again. They're going to try and make as many moves as they can to win in 2026. So 100%. This is not going to be a rebuild type. Now, might they rearrange the deck chairs? Sure. I think we could see a big roster shakeup. But that roster shakeup's not going to be coming in and playing the young guys necessarily. It's going to be replacing vets with maybe other vets or young guys that they feel that can play right away. If they feel like they're going to make the swap for vet for young guy, it's because they think the young guy can play right away. And so, yes, I think that they are 100% going to try and win now, regardless of what happens. That is a organizational philosophy from the top down.
Nick, is it fair game to say that the Steelers are, as Brian Baldinger put it, quote, very interested, end quote, in Miami Florida head coach. The people in Oxford, Ohio will get mad at me for this if I don't correct it. Mario Cristobal.
I don't think that is a serious candidate. I think that they have done work there. I think that they also did work on Marcus Freeman and Kurt Signetti just to see what it was like, but I don't think they ever truly were going to go the college route. So no, I don't think that they are seriously interested in Mario Cristobal. In fact, I'd be pretty surprised if Cristobal even got an interview.
Is it fair game, Nick, to say that there is a mystery candidate out there that we have not yet heard about that they're interested in that might make a very late charge here?
Listen, this happened back in 2006. Chan Gailey was that, if people remember. And I think there is a possibility that it could be Sean McDermott. That's the one guy I think that could maybe come in and get an interview next week that maybe isn't on your radar yet. McDermott's the type of guy that the Steelers have done legwork on just to see, what he's about, what went wrong in Buffalo, how much of that was him, how much of that was Bean, how much of that was Pegula. I think he's the type of guy where if you're going to try and win now, he's the type of coach that could fit into that mold. So, they've done a bunch of legwork on other candidates that didn't get interviews. But if there's going to be one that I think gets an interview that hasn't yet, I think it's going to be Sean McDermott. I'm not sure he will get one. I could see them just bringing in Shieldhouse and Shula, doing those 5, calling it a day. But I do think McDermott is somebody that they've at least done the background work on and could be someone that comes in for an interview.
Nick, is it fair game to say that the Steelers at least aired a little bit, and this is more of an opinion, in your opinion, that they aired in not talking to Kevin Stefanski if they were willing to bring in a Mike McCarthy, an offensive head coach who's been a head coach before, for an interview?
Yeah, sure. I think, I would have brought in, Saleh as well. I think both those guys are worthy candidates. Obviously they are. They got head coaching gigs. I think, Stefanski was tough for the Steelers because the Steelers got caught in the fact that they came in a week late. And once Matt Ryan came into the Falcons organization, zeroed on Stefanski, he was hired, I think, a day after the Steelers started their interview process. Like, it was real quick. So it's kind of tough, for the Steelers to have gotten in there. And I'm not sure they could have wedged a gap between Stefanski and the Falcons because I think Stefanski really likes that Falcons roster. I do think, he would have been a good candidate. I think he fits a lot of what they need. I think if you're talking about developing young quarterback, I think that's a really good person to lean on. So, yeah, I mean, you could definitely say, there's error in not bringing in Saleh and Stefanski, but you also have to question how much of an in would they have had with them. So I think there's real questions there. But I do think when you look at those two candidates, I don't necessarily think Stefanski was going to be the offensive mind that they were going to go after. I think it was always McCarthy, and it's because McCarthy has so many ties to the org, right? Omar Khan and Andy Waddle were in New Orleans with him in 2000. He's got Pittsburgh ties. He knows the Steelers organization, all of this, yada, yada, yada. He's an accomplished coach. He's a Super Bowl. All these things work in McCarthy's favor to where he is like a shining bullet for Art Rooney to really like if he likes that win now model.
All right, last one, Nick, and it's a stupid one because Pony, even though he's flying to New York City for a quick trip this weekend, wonderful timing on his part as far as the weather, he is still creating content on Twitter because that's all he knows how to do in this world. He is loving on this video he took. He is loving the new Pittsburgh International Airport, right? He says he's got a pet peeve, however. The Super Bowl dates are all the year the game was actually played, not the season. So 1980, 06, 09. He says it should be the season year on this big display. What say you? Fair game to say that the airport got it wrong with the year the game was played versus the year the season actually was?
I mean, listen, the year that it was actually played, I think, is the correct way to do it.
Really?
It's the right notation. I think that's the way you do it.
So wait, this year's Super Bowl champion, whoever it is of these four teams, you will consider them the 2026 Super Bowl champion?
No, but on the display, it makes no sense to put 2025. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't call it the 2025 Super Bowl. It doesn't make sense because it's played in 2026.
So what?
It's not like it's like
what years have the Steelers won Super Bowls in your opinion? I'm fascinated.
I mean, they've won them in they won it in 05,
74 and
right?
75.
Right.
78,
in my
79, 05 and 08, right?
Right. So to me, it's still 05 and 08, not 06. But like, if you're displaying it on in terms of the Super Bowl, it's totally fine to be Super Bowl, I don't know, 47 date score.
That's not what they're doing in this video.
Oh, I misrepresented it. Okay. The pony's correct. 100%.
I'll tell you what, pal. You've got a future in politics if you ever get bored with beat writing. You just tried to thread the world's most unbelievably tiny needle with that answer and keep everybody happy. But I appreciate the effort as always. Yeah. Nick Farabaugh, Penn Live Steelers beat writer, for another edition of Fair Game with Farabaugh. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks for having me on.
Nick said something at the end of that interview that I also just want to pose it as a fun one. I think the broad overarching question is going to continue to dominate the early part of today's show, at least. Do you trust Art Rooney to get this right at 412-928-9370? That is I think, very fair and fun question to debate right now. By the way, haven't heard a brave Art Rooney supporter come out and say, yeah, I actually think he can get her done here and he's going to do a good job with this. So if you are somebody who thinks Art is actually going to surprise everyone and do the right thing, make your voice heard. 412-928-9370. It's what Nick said at the end of that interview. Not the part about the Super Bowl years, the part about if there is a Chan Gailey in 06, a late charging horse that people might know is out there but hasn't really been connected, it would be Sean McDermott. Let's get into that a little bit coming up next. By the way, vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. It's today, January 23rd through the 25th, David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience. Tickets and details, PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Sean McDermott as a potential late charging horse, if there is one, what would you think of that? And do you think Art Rooney II is actually going to get this right? 412-928-9370. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's going to get real cold, and then it might snow a whole bunch. Be right back, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It's the PM team.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi, back to talk about Comer and Cross. Look, we're going to get a huge storm this weekend, and a lot of you want to keep that car in the garage and not out in the snow. Thinking garages and thinking about the transformation my garage made this fall, thanks to the people at Comer and Cross. They completely gave my garage a facelift. My garage floor was disgusting. It was stained. It was cracked. It was only 5 years old, and it looked like it was 50 years old. They came in and completely changed it into something that I can't wait for the weather to get better to use that space to hang out and have fun in. Let them do the same thing for you. No more chips, cracks, or tire lift. They're going to change all that with Comer and Cross. A garage floor can be yours. Sign up like I did today. Take advantage of their preseason sale. Lock in that great price and pick out the installation date that you want with Comer and Cross. And by the way, they'll be in and out of your garage in one day, and they'll take all of your stuff out of the garage for you as well. So do yourself a favor and call right now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERCross.com. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
NFL playoffs? Let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. In the postseason, the game shifts fast. And with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. With DraftKings, you're covered through the entire player half. Why bet player props anywhere else? New customers, here's your shot. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Poorhouse on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about. Happy New Year from D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating and cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio's services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Coming clean, brought to you by Mr. Magic. Download our all-new app today to unlock exclusive savings and perks.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
New year, new ride at Joe Ball GMC. Get a brand new GMC Sierra with up to $11,000 off or 0% or lease for just $279 a month for 24 months. That's $279 a month at Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Crenshaw. See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Time to get your home zero-resified with our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $119 plus a free hallway and take 15% off all regular services. Mention the 93.7 The Fan special. ZeroResPGH.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins will travel to Vancouver. They take on the Canucks at 6 o'clock on Sunday after a 6-2 win. 2 Anthony Mantha goals for the Penguins in that one. Also, rumors are connecting, at least for the time, possible interest by the Steelers in Miami, Florida head coach Mario Cristobal. That coming from Brian Baldinger, of all people. So keep an eye out for that one. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, can be found at 937thefan.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So, they've done a bunch of legwork on other candidates that didn't get interviews. But if there's going to be one that I think gets an interview that hasn't yet, I think it's going to be Sean McDermott. I'm not sure he will get one. I could see them just bringing in Shieldhouse and Shula, doing those 5, calling it a day. But I do think McDermott is somebody that they've at least done the background work on and could be someone that comes in for an interview.
That was Nick Farabaugh just now of Penn Live, Steelers beat reporter in his Fair Game with Farabaugh segment. That caught the old attention of one Christopher Michael Muller. I know Sean McDermott's been out there, but Nick's the first person, and admittedly, he was saying this is an if situation, not an it will. But I asked him who's somebody who could come from sort of off the radar and get an interview and get serious interest, and he gives Sean McDermott's name. He made the Chan Gailey comp from 2006. We all know McDermott's out there, but it's just, I feel like the thing that makes his candidacy, I guess, less inspiring is just that the reputation would be, well, he looks like what Mike Tomlin would look like if Mike Tomlin had a great quarterback. But then again, Mike did have Ben Roethlisberger, and McDermott has gone further with Josh Allen than Mike in Ben's last prime years went with him. Now, I could get everybody all ticked off here on a Friday, and I'm not going to, and point out that while Allen hasn't yet won a Super Bowl and Ben has two, Allen has something Ben never got and never even got a vote for, which is an MVP award. I will suggest that they are both two of the best quarterbacks of this century, and I think each resume, even though Allen's doesn't have a title on it, speaks for itself in that regard. McDermott's interesting, though, as, by the way, it is the PM team, a solo PM team. Andrew Filipponi is en route to New York, apparently disgusted, and I actually think rightfully so, very, very perturbed that the display of the Steelers Super Bowls at the new airport puts the year that the Super Bowl game itself was played in and not the season that Super Bowl was won for, i.e. like 06 instead of 05, 09 instead of 08. Pony out for the weekend, and so you've got me live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. The estimable Gary Bowser here at Bowser Chevrolet was very excited when I relayed to him during the break just now what Nick said about Sean McDermott, because Gary is a big McDermott backer. He is of the opinion, as I think many people are, that it's head-scratching that the Bills canned Sean McDermott, that it is an absurdity magnified by the fact that they had one of the least inspiring press conferences in history, Pagula and Brandon Beane, just talking all over themselves, crapping on Keon Coleman, blaming McDermott very much. I think they said there was like a general sense of despair around the franchise that motivated them to move on from him. And so a lot of people feel like a really good coach came available very later in this process, and you'd be crazy not to hire him. I don't think that would be like a slam dunk, though. I would grade that higher. I still am sticking to my guns and saying Scheelhaus, who I think has the most chance to be like a superstar level coach of this crop. He also could, like, it's the Rob Deere, Dave Kingman thing. He could hit a ball 500 feet. He also might miss the pitch by 4 feet, right? I still think that would be my A+ higher, or A, or whatever the highest grade I'm going to give out is. Shula, I think, is like a B+, A-, depending on how you come down on him. McCarthy, I said I'd give him an F, even though I think he's a much better coach than that, because it would suggest a ton of bad things as far as what Art Rooney II's motivations here are and what he thinks of this franchise. And then Anthony Weaver, I don't know. I'd give that like a C, because I don't actually think it would be as bad as McCarthy, because at least the guy is a lot younger and still would be at an age where he could be here 10 to 15 years if you got it right. Is Anthony Weaver, though, going to fall into the same trap that Mike Tomlin did, where he wants to coach the defense instead of just be a CEO? Like, he's a guy where the results, by the way, for me, do not suggest on his side of the ball that you give him the keys to a defense. You basically say you are a great leader of men. You fire people up. We trust you to make big decisions. Oh, by the way, you're hiring good people. You better have a nice Rolodex. That's what I would say about him. McDermott would be like in the, I don't know, like B- higher. Who's he got in his network of people that now could come in and run the offense? Who's he got? Does he want to come up with the defensive game plan again? I do think he's done a good job of that sometimes, but then their defense falters in the playoffs. It would be B-, C+. It would just feel like you were going from Mike Tomlin to a marginally more successful version of Mike Tomlin of late, but also stripping away that which he had that made him more successful, which was Josh Allen. So it's a name that absolutely, like, kind of, oh, yeah, get an eyebrow raise. It is not a name that when I actually flesh out the scenario happening in real life necessarily fills me with glee. Chime in on that one if you want, though, 412-928. 9370. Nick Farabaugh suggesting that if, I will be fair with Nick's words here, if there is somebody who is a late charging horse from off the board who gets an interview and maybe gets a serious look at this job, he thinks it would be McDermott. What say you to that? 412-928-9370. That's the Fan Text Line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Back to the phones, too, on our other big discussion point of the day, which is just straight up. We have covered every candidate as much as we can. We have talked to people that have covered these guys. Shula and Shieldhouse. Everybody kind of knows Mike McCarthy. So it doesn't need as much of an introduction. Talk to people about Brian Flores. Just haven't asked the question straight away, do you trust Art Rooney II to get it right? And that's what we've been doing for a lot of the day. So let's go right back to it. 412-928-9370. Nico in Massachusetts, of all places.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, Nico. You're on the air. What do you got?
So asking the question on, do you trust them? And I started out thinking yes, just because of the history of, the single-digit head coaches that we've hired. As time goes on, I just don't. And you hear these, reports of they've had the lowest number of assistant coaches, that, Art doesn't want to spend money, this and that. And I just starting not to trust this whole thing at all. And something else that's caught my eye, which I don't know if you feel the same way, the Steelers have only interviewed, 7 or 8 candidates, but compared to the Raiders or the rival Ravens, they're double digits, 14 and then 20 for the Ravens. I know we were behind in terms of interviewing, but I mean, to me, it feels like even that isn't right. It should be as many candidates as you can get to, one, filter out who you think can fit, but then also, you learn what's happening in the league, how things are evolving and whatnot, and I feel like they're not even doing that.
Well, let me offer a counterpoint, though, because you bring up something like that I hadn't really thought about. But my counterpoint to basically they haven't interviewed enough people, i.e. they haven't cast a wide enough net, right? Here's what I would say, though. There are names coming off the board. Now, I happen to think the 2 Rams guys are legitimately their 2 top picks for this job. I think that's who they want to hire. And let's just say, though, for instance, there is somebody else that maybe would be like candidate 3, and they could at least be talked into it. You start interviewing everybody under the sun, you maybe start losing track of, well, not losing track, but you lose out on somebody who might go somewhere else. Now, I know there was like the Jesse Minter situation where he just told the Browns thanks, but no thanks, because he pretty much knew he was getting the Ravens job. I think there's probably a sweet spot where if you know for a fact there's like a handful of guys you are really interested in for this job, you cast a wider net than that, but you don't necessarily fish in the entire ocean either. Because it's clear that a couple of things. They like Shula for a while now because there was the Albert Breer report a couple months ago that just kind of randomly mentioned that. It was a very weird factoid at the time to throw out, or a weird nugget. And it's obvious they like Shieldhouse because there is some recognition there on Art and Omar and everybody else's part that they need some offensive minds in this search. And he's a McVay tree guy. And thanks for the call, Nico. And we know, by the way, that they like McVay tree people because Art has gone on the record and more or less acknowledged that you look at the success, you have to start interviewing these guys. I would not be interviewing 20 people. If you really thought your pool was about 7 or 8, and you thought within there maybe there's the lead candidate, a couple people who could knock your socks off in an interview, a couple people who, for whatever reason, their background intrigues you, I'd keep it around there, maybe 10 at the max. Like, think about the Raiders, though. Are the Raiders really the franchise to emulate in these situations? They just hired Pete Carroll, then fired him a year later because it was such a stupid decision. So I don't necessarily just like chastise the Steelers for not having enough candidates actually in for interviews. Let's go to Troy on Mount Washington. Hello, Troy.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good, man.
So just first thing is like, just kind of been like thinking about this, and I talked to Crowley about it last week, and it's just like, if I asked you this question, Chris, and I said, there was a coach who won a Super Bowl that contemplated retirement because he felt like he could go into TV and do well, but he had a quarterback that was with him that he, didn't want to leave, and he wanted to stay with that quarterback. If he were to continue and win another Super Bowl, and then that quarterback that he stayed around for decides to retire, don't you think that maybe he would want to retire and take some of that Amazon money? Or because Sean McVay is going to be in a situation where his contract runs out at the end of this year, and he has thought many times about stepping away from the game.
He's flirted with it. He's flirted with it.
With it. If the Rams win the Super Bowl, I think Devontae Adams leaves. I think Matthew Stafford retires. I think Sean McVay steps away and goes to Amazon, and Shula and Shieldhouse won't want to go anywhere. And why would they?
Well, I don't think we're going to actually have to worry about that, Troy. You know why? I think the Seahawks.
You think they're going to make the call next week, or
no? I think the Seahawks are just going to beat them this weekend. So I'm not as worried about that. Unless you think that win or lose, McVay's peacing out.
I think he's peacing out with Stafford.
So I've got a little bit of a. I like that you always call in and have something a little bit outside of the box, Troy, and thank you for doing that exact same thing here. I think McVay is I'm not saying boy who cried wolf, but he has. When you talk about it for this long, you either do it because like you're trying to negotiate in some way, shape, or form. Or because, like, you predetermined a year in advance, like, you know, a certain date in the future where you were legitimately going to retire. Like, I don't think he's mentioned it this many times in a serious capacity, I guess. Because if he had, I feel like he'd be, you know, the old, if you're thinking about retirement, you should already be retired, right? I'd never taken it ultra seriously with him. Partly, one of the things about them, and one of the things I like about Shieldhouse is this. Part of the whole appeal is, they have modernized big time. They have modernized, the Rams have, their passing game and their offense. Like there was a big thing during the divisional round about how McVay realized that teams were defending things differently and teams were going about just handling them differently. And he had to adjust, and he did. And he brought, Stafford, that obviously all happened, and then they've kind of renewed the offense or turned over. It's like a snake shedding its skin, the offense, in the last couple of years. That doesn't seem to me like a guy who's resting on his laurels and just wants to retire. He seems like he's still very much in the fight and likes the chess match that being a high-level coach like he is actually is. So I just don't sense it there at this point. Emmanuel and Carnegie, before we take a quick break on this one of our favorites. What's up, Emmanuel?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Ever since Tomlin resigned, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit in a pickle, and maybe you can help me out. What would be defined as a success for a coach? I mean, I agree. I think we should get Shula or even Shula. But what would be defined as a success for them to come in? Is it just a revamped offensive scheme? Is it about wins and losses? Is it about developing a quarterback?
What's your time frame? I got to ask you that. What's your time frame when you're talking about this?
And that's what I was going to say. Within 3 years, what is defined as success now? I don't even know. Like, to be honest, this is the first time in a long time I have no expectations for us this year coming up. Like, maybe we win 6 games, I'll be okay. Maybe we would go 9-8 with a new coach, I'll be okay. I don't know now. Maybe you can help me out.
My 3-year battle plan. Honestly, here I have a pretty good answer for that, I think, Emmanuel. And thanks for the call. I'll say this quickly. My 3-year, what is a success? Get to the playoffs by year 3, because I have what I think is a pretty realistic look at this roster and opinion on this roster and what it's capable of. Get to the playoffs by year 3. Ideally, win at least a playoff game. Don't you want to be the New England Patriots? Isn't that really the goal? Now, obviously, they fired Gerard Mayo, and that almost felt like, in a weird way, like sabotage by Belichick on his way out the door, because all the reports on Mayo were he was not ready to be a head coach, maybe ever. They get rid of Belichick. They hired Gerard Mayo. Gerard Mayo is objectively terrible, even though he's got Drake May as a rookie. They immediately flip that around and get Vrabel in here. Now, Vrabel is more taking over a situation that is potential to be ready-made because he's got the quarterback. He has a ridiculous first year. They're 14-3. If, say, next year doesn't yield the quarterback because there probably isn't access to one in the draft in this coming 2026 draft, 2027 is the real, like, kind of the Mayo year for the Patriots, where hopefully you have your rookie and he starts as a rookie and he takes his lumps or whatever. Then by year 3, I want to have maybe not a 14-3 season, but like go 11-6 and make the playoffs with that quarterback in his second year and maybe win a game. To me, that would tell me that you're on the correct path at the very bare minimum. 412-928-9370. I like it when callers add something that I think is a worthy topic of discussion. I think Emmanuel did just that. Let's limit it to 3 years. What does success look like, whoever they hire? Whoever Art Rooney chooses to be the head coach of this franchise, After 3 years of that person on the job, what is your barometer for success versus not success? Versus this is a failure, this is heading in the wrong direction. I think that's an interesting one. Chew on that one. 412-928-9370. Hit us up on Twitter as well, at 93.7 The Fan. Twitter feed is brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Continue to talk Steelers coaching search. Does Art Rooney II, does he have your confidence? Do you have confidence in him, to get this right? What would success for a new coach look like after 3 years? What's your barometer? And what would you make of Sean McDermott being a late-charging horse in this race? All up for grabs right now, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It's the PM team.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins were victorious yesterday by a final score of 6-2 over old friend Tristan Jarry. The Penguins scored 3 goals in 37 seconds in the first 3 minutes of the game. A lot of threes in there, a lot of alliteration. Anthony Mantha with 2 goals and Sidney Crosby with 1. It was just a good old time in Edmonton. They continue their Western Coast road trip against the NHL worst Vancouver Canucks a couple days. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now, Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. Big Friday when it comes to the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. You can join me on the BetParx app. Get some skin in the game and live bet, because live betting makes watching the game that much more fun. And you've got the Pro Football Playoffs Conference Championships going on this weekend. Sunday at 3 o'clock, New England up to a 5-point road favorite at Denver. That would make Denver, I believe, the biggest home underdog in a conference championship game ever, which is quite a mouthful. Sunday, 6:30, Los Angeles, a 2.5-point road dog at Seattle. A trilogy being completed there between those two divisional rivals. You could bet touchdown scores, individual player performances for passing, rushing, and much more with BetParx. Plus, they've got a great offer for new users for the new year. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours, plus an additional $50 casino bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, the hot slot game. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. BetParx.com has all the details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week in the beer garden, all the way from Kalamazoo, Michigan, Bell's Brewing Company's annual batch of Hop Slam Double IPA has arrived in Western Pennsylvania. Brewed with a select blend of 6 different hop varietals from the Pacific Northwest to create a pungent mix of tangerine, grapefruit, stone fruit, pine, and floral notes. A generous malt bill and a dollop of honey provide just enough body to keep the balance in check. Hop Slam is remarkably smooth for a beer weighing in at a whopping 10% alcohol by volume. Hop Slam pairs best with rich, savory, and spicy foods like macaroni and cheese, barbecue ribs, curry, and cheesecake. Since 2006, year after year, Bell's Hop Slam is the highest rated and most sought after beer in Michigan. Find out why. Bell's Hop Slam Double IPA is available wherever better beer is sold. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Indiana winning the national championship on Monday night was the most watched college football game in 11 years. The Hoosiers and the Hurricanes averaged 30 million viewers. College football is all about tradition, and it's cool to see people get wrapped up in this underdog story with Indiana's title run. I'm Chris Black.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Got junk? JunkTruck.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Crown Mitsubishi kicks off the year of more. More selection, more discounts, more for your trade. 7-passenger Outlander, 0% financing for 72 months or up to $7,000 off. Eclipse Cross, up to $4,000 off. PHEVs, gotta go. Now to $10,000 off. Plus, we will buy or trade any vehicle regardless of remaining payments. New ownership, improved process, better deals. Better deals. The bow tie means a better buy. Get more at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Now, for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some heavy congestion on the Parkway West outbound. That's from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway East outbound slows you down right before the bend at Bates. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cold Pittsburgh winters making your home uncomfortable? Window Nation installs energy-efficient windows to keep your home warm and lower energy bills. Buy 4, get 4 windows free. Plus, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It's the PM team, Solo Mulsey. Pony has caused a storm. He has broken the algorithm on Twitter. He has just figured out Elon Musk's engagement algorithms, I guess. And now everyone's got big opinions on whether or not a display about Steelers Super Bowl title should be marked with the year that the Super Bowl was actually played, which is always the year after the season, or the season itself. I am firmly in it should be team season. Season. The game itself happens at the end of a season. The Steelers are 1974 Super Bowl champions, 1975, 1978, 1979. 2005, 2008, Right? It gets confusing if you do it any other way. So I guess you could sound off on that if you really wanted to. Is this new music we have playing, Borges?
Yes, it is. That was one of the topics of discussion when Content Craig came in. We have new music beds and trying to get some feedback on them.
Oh. Now that sounded like somebody I guess I can't really use this to slag them because I kind of laughed about the Amazon Thursday Night Football one, but now that's stuck in my head and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a football theme.
Yeah, we're trying some new things out. I guess there was some behind the scenes sausage making that that needed to be changed.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Guess what? Speaking of behind the scenes, well, not really, because we tell you guys this all the time. You can listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can also hit us up on the YouTube feed. We're also streaming on X. I do think, Charlie, we found out why sometimes we don't get, why our numbers on X can go crazy high. It's the pony bump. He's got that huge follower base. Maybe we're going to have to keep working this in the right direction here, but it might be the pony bump. Maybe I have to work harder at getting followers again on that website. I don't know.
The pony bump is one thing, but lately, the Donnie bump has been helping me out every now and again.
I know. The Donnie bump is significant.
It's not as significant as pony because I don't know how pony figured it out.
I think he figured out the algorithm by just tweeting dumb crap sometimes that also includes low resolution pictures. And
he does that on purpose, doesn't he?
Yes. If you have to ask yourself, is he doing this on purpose to try to get people mad at him? I feel like the answer is 80% of the time at least. Yes.
There was that one can of Pringles that was in here that one time, and he tweeted the can of Pringles, but nobody could understand, nobody could make out what the Pringles was until he said, "Oh, this is a can of Pringles."
That's correct. Let's go back to the phones. 412-928-9370. A lot of different things that are up in the air right now. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get this hire right? What would you think if Sean McDermott entered the race late as a charging horse and actually got the job? How would you grade that? And also just how would you define success for this team over the first 3 years of the next head coach? I think that's a very good question that our buddy Emmanuel in Carnegie posed. From Emmanuel, one of our regulars, to another. Lou in Staten Island. Hello, Lou.
Hey, Chris. Haven't talked to you, man, since the day our friend decided to quit. And I'm going to be honest, man. I've been celebrating for the last 7 days, wondering what it was going to be like.
Staten Island, you've been on a bender right now, just celebrating.
I'm serious, man. And at the same time, I'm concerned about the coaching thing. But you know what? We knew this was going to happen the day Tomlin either got fired or left. So I'm willing to deal with the ramifications. But let me say this. When you look at your weather forecast there in Pittsburgh for this weekend, you're going to have some bad weather, right? Snow, rain, ice, whatever they're calling
and
for.
You're not actually in Staten Island, or you would too. You're somewhere down in Florida.
It's 82 right now, and I'm sitting by the pool. I'm not to rub it in.
I was going to say any more, and I've got my hand on the trigger, and you're just going to have an abbreviated call today if you say any more.
Don't hang up. This is important. I'm going to calm your fears and a lot of the other fans' fears. You guys, us as Steelers fans, there is a better chance at you getting a sunburn tomorrow than the Pittsburgh Steelers hiring Mike McCarthy. And let me tell you why. That would take the owner to do something that he's shown all of us since he's been in charge he don't do. And that is act as an individual. Do something different his father didn't do and or his grandfather didn't do. So so they're not going to hire a retread. They're not going to hire a coach in his 50s. They're probably not going to hire an offensive coach. I'm not certain yet, but he's going to go along with.
I think Shieldhouse has a real chance to actually bowl them over and actually get the job. I do think he has a real shot to do it, and I would like that.
Maybe, me too, Chris. But maybe I'm not going to sign up for that. But what history has shown us, especially with the owner, okay, is that even though they've done some different things, right? They signed Metcalf and they gave the Water contract extension, both which might turn out to be mistakes. So they sort of modernized themselves. I'll give them credit for that. So maybe they'll go offense. But at the end of the day, they're not getting retreads. The guy from Buffalo, it's not going to happen. And they're going to wait. They're going to take their time. I think you're going to wait to see what goes on to coach with the Rams. They're not going to rush. They're probably one of the last teams to do it, too. And last but not least, if you look at the last two hires, and I pride myself on knowing everything about this team. I didn't even know who Mike Tomlin was when his name came up. And with Bill Cowher, he was a special teams coordinator for the Browns. And then I think he was a defensive coordinator maybe 1 or 2 years max before they hired him. And he wasn't a household name either.
Right.
So I think it's going to be something like that.
I would just tell you, Lou, thanks for the phone call. I would tell you if that's what you're going with, if you're saying like it wasn't a household name, that's Shieldhouse then. I freely admit I did not know who Nate Shieldhouse was 2.5 weeks ago. I might have like remembered that he played football at Illinois. I didn't know who Nate Shieldhouse was. Would anybody have any reason to be really dug in on who the passing game coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams was? Maybe I had seen his name like one time connected to coaching searches that were already underway before Tomlin actually resigned. I think that might be the truer thing. So maybe like 3.5 weeks. I had seen like his name in passing, or I had heard it on a podcast or something. But that was it. He was like a nerds only candidate. So if Lou is right there and you're like of the opinion that Lou is that they're going to do something that's maybe outside the box, or that it's going to be a person we haven't heard that much about, honestly, Shieldhouse of the remaining candidates is the guy who checks that box the most in the boldest ink. Because Chris Shula, people have known the Steelers were interested in him for months. His last name is Shula. Hard to hide with that one in the NFL. I guess Anthony Weaver would count as somebody that was sort of off the grid too, but comparatively speaking, I would imagine you would have known who the defensive coordinator of the Dolphins was more so than the pass game coordinator for the Rams. Cody is on 93.7 The Fan. What's up, Cody?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
So I've got 2 points about Art and then the 3-year plan you had mentioned. So firstly, I'm less optimistic than I was a week ago, but I'm still cautiously optimistic that he'll get it right. For me, the only way I see that he doesn't get it right is if he hires Mike McCarthy. That would be a complete disaster, in my opinion. I'm personally a big Shula and Shieldhouse guy, but as a Minnesota native who catches a lot of Vikings games here and see how that defense runs, I'd love to see Flores back in Pittsburgh. And then as far as the 3-year plan, I'm kind of in the mind with like kind of what Ben was saying, minus the whole Mike McCarthy thing. I'd say start Howard if Rodgers doesn't come back. Best case, we found a diamond in the rough. Worst case, we get a good pick in 2027, draft a QB there, give the coach and QB a year to mesh, and then hopefully by 2028 we're kind of in the running for the playoffs again.
I mean, I think the 3-year plan, I don't know if his call just dropped or what, but I was going to say thanks for the call anyway. I think the 3-year plan part's the most interesting part of it is like, I've said this a million times. I've kind of laughed and rolled my eyes at people who are obsessive about Will Howard being the answer. They just want to see Will Howard get a chance. They might have a diamond in the rough. The overwhelming likelihood is you probably don't. You probably just have a guy who's a 6th-round quarterback who would need a lot of work on his accuracy to be, quote-unquote, a diamond in the rough. But if you do that, you at least accelerate the process of either he somehow is good and I have to eat a ton of crow, or you just go like 5-12, 6-11, and are probably positioned well enough to actually draft a replacement, which would at least like kick things in the correct direction, which is I think what most people want. They just want to, at least I do. Maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody here. I just want to see things trending in a direction that I think is like broadly speaking in line with how most NFL teams find a way to compete again. That's all. I think that's a reasonable ask too. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Up next, this is always a fun thing for me when Donnie has his Football Fridays with Joe. Up next, it is the Donnie Football Debrief, guest starring Charlie Borges. Why is it always one of my favorite things? Because it's always a mystery, a beautiful mystery, as to how Charlie is going to turn a football debrief, okay, into something about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers come hell or high water. How will he do it? We all find out together in a couple minutes right here on 93.7 The Fan. Here's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nuh-uh, Mulsey. The Pirates Fest is going to be ending a little bit early tomorrow for those who are going to the convention center. 5 o'clock is the ending now due to the impending snowstorm, so be on the lookout for that. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now, Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. I want to tell everybody about Blue Chew. Yes, fellas, specifically, I want to tell you guys about Blue Chew. It's not just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew can be like somebody gave the old downstairs region if it's been long dormant, fellas. Like somebody gave you a pep talk, a gym membership, slapped you on the back and said, get out there and do your best. Blue Chew is also the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, which means you can be more confident where it counts. It means your date nights can get longer and better for everybody involved. And it also means that you can be ready when she is, which is the most important part of this entire situation that we're talking about. And guys, it's not just about performance. It is about giving her group chat, Owza, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris, BlueChew.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight. Bam! One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
Looking for an unforgettable Valentine's Day experience? This year, trade chocolates for casings at Keystone Shooting Center. Start together in the classroom, learning safety and fundamentals. Then move to the range with Keystone Shooting Center's expert instructors for hands-on guidance. Your firearm and ammo are all provided. One fee covers you and your partner. Limited spots are available for sessions on February 13th and 14th at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Give the gift of a new adventure. Sign up today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
From Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Mark Cabali will join, not on location, but Mark will be on a crystal clear connection give his latest thoughts on this coaching search. Anthony Weaver interviewing with the Steelers today, and then it should be a small lull, and then I think the expectation on most people's part is that they interview both Rams Chris Shula and the Rams Nate Scheelhaus and go from there next week. So, but we won't be talking about that here because this is the Donnie Football Debrief, which is the repository for the biggest football story of the day, which coincidentally, when Charlie Borges pinch hits, almost always seems to involve Todd Bowles for some reason. Charlie, take it away.
No Todd Bowles today. The debrief.
Todd Balls?
Todd Bowles?
Did you call him Todd Balls? Todd Bowles.
Well, that's the way his team plays when he's the head coach. The debrief, January 23, 2026. Malsey, get your thinking cap on, as I told you before the break.
7 5/8 or 7 3/4 when I had hair.
I can't picture you with hair.
There's a picture that everyone likes to send around from when I was on ESPN News a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Everyone gets a good laugh out of it, me included. I'm one of the few people I feel like on the earth who electively looks better without hair. I have asked my wife on numerous occasions, mainly to just get kind of like put in my place again. Hey, honey, do you want me to grow my hair just to see what it would look like? And before I finish the question, she has already said no emphatically. So there's that.
Have you always,
I've had crappy hair my whole life.
Did your hair grow down? What was the longest your hair has ever been?
Long enough that when I would, do the whole college, put the gel or the mousse or whatever, the paste in it to like style it up for a night out, drinking 15 beers at Penn State. I would say like almost 3 inches high, maybe. So I could like put together a reasonable looking faux hawk at my best.
Well, congratulations on all your
never
faux hawk success.
never like long enough that it was like
you're at a metal concert, you can let it fly.
Yeah, never long enough that it was approaching actual long hair.
Fair enough. Anyway, your thinking cap on. There have been 8 head coaches in NFL history to be traded. 4 of them have won Super Bowls with the team that they were traded to. Can you name the 4?
4 head coaches who were traded and then won Super Bowls with the team that they were traded to.
Can you name the 4?
Oh, man.
It's a good question, isn't it?
It is a good question. And I'm kind of stupid on this stuff. Like, I know Sean Payton just got traded. He hasn't won a Super Bowl with the Broncos.
He could be the 5th because he's
in
the final
still
4.
alive. Whatever the hell happened with Belichick and the Jets and the Patriots, did that constitute a trade of any kind? Was there a trade in there where that's like a loophole because there was a remedy involved to get to make the Jets whole?
Belichick is one of the 4.
Okay, that's what I thought.
There were 3 draft picks involved in that trade, including a first-round pick.
Because I've seen that one like ESPN 30 for 30 or whoever did it on just like the weird drama involved there. All right, so that's 1. This is difficult, though, because I'm trying to think of all the guys who have been good enough to get Gruden, right?
John Gruden is 2 of the 4. You are halfway there, Malden. Also including a first-round pick in that trade.
Sweet sassy Molassy. I would love to get this right.
I will give you 1 hint.
Okay.
You have the 2 of the middle.
Like timeline-wise?
What's the word I'm looking for? Chronologically.
Chronologically, I have the middle 2.
You have the middle 2.
I should be able to get this then. I'm not that stupid. I mean, I'm pretty dumb. Oh, man. It wasn't John Harbaugh. He wasn't traded. Wasn't whoever coached. No, it couldn't have been him. Could it? Could it? No, he went to USC and then came back. It ain't Pete Carroll.
Nope.
Oh, this is going to torture me.
It's a great question.
It is a really, I will give you credit. It is a very good question that I am enjoying trying to work my head around and answer. Barry Switzer didn't get traded. No one would have in their right minds traded for him or George Seifert. Is one of them like some real old thing, like some just absurdly old team? Like, is this one of those deals?
I don't want to say absurdly old, but yes, old.
Pretty old.
Yes.
Super Bowl era.
Yes.
Don Shula?
He is 3 out of the 4. There was a weird loophole where the Dolphins hired Shula, but the team, I forget what the team name or the team that had him prior, they put up a big fuss about it, and the NFL said you need to at least give them a draft pick.
It would have been the Baltimore Colts, I think.
I do believe so.
Yeah, it would have been the Baltimore Colts.
The NFL counted it as a trade.
Oh, this is enraging me now, though, because I've gotten Belichick and Gruden, so that takes me through 2002. I'm just working over who won Super Bowls in all these random years. A lot of Belichick's in there.
I will give you another hint. That's not going to give it away.
And I know it ain't Andy Reid, because he just left Philly.
Yep. I asked Donnie the same question. He did not know that this head coach was traded until I told him, and it clicked for him.
Oh, son of don't swear.
Well, while you wait, the other 3 head coaches who were traded that did not win a Super Bowl with their team that they were traded to, Bill Parcells.
I knew he got traded. I knew he didn't win one.
One head coach that was traded and made it to a Super Bowl but did not win. Mike Holmgren was traded from the Packers to the Seahawks.
Yep, to the Seahawks. I was pretty sure he was another one. I think I would have gotten both of those on my own time.
Herm Edwards was traded from the Chiefs to the Jets, or the Jets to the Chiefs. It don't matter. Herm Edwards was terrible wherever he went.
You play to win the game. Put me on like a 30-second timer. And then if I don't get it, you can tell me this.
NFC team.
NFC team. Okay. Not him. Not him. Nope, not him either. You know what? I'm going to go with this. Tom Coughlin.
No.
All right.
Not Tom Coughlin.
All right. I guess I'll give it one more stab here. Oh, Bruce Arians. Damn it.
Mulsey, you have 4 out of the 4.
You did make it about the Tampa Bay Bucks in one form or fashion.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers sent a 6th-round pick to the Arizona Cardinals in exchange for Bruce Arians and a 7th-round pick.
Do you know why that's so pathetic of me? I listened to them today on the quiz show or whatever, and that came up about Bruce Arians.
Being traded or winning a Super Bowl?
The traded coaches thing. Or it was, I guess in that case, it was retread coaches, and somebody mentioned that he had been traded. I should have gotten that one first.
So you got 4 out of 4. Good job, Mulsey.
I did. It was kind of like I needed to lead myself to it. But you know what? On the sliding Mulsey scale of performance, that's actually very impressive by me. All right, that was a good debrief. You not only did a brain teaser, but you also paid off the how is Charlie going to somehow make this about the Tampa Bay Bucks. That was good. That's called good radio right there, and I'm very proud of you, Charlie. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Guess what it's going to be over the next, 72 hours? Cold, probably pretty snowy, and miserable if you hate those two things. That is fan weather. Coming up, Mark Cabali joins the show. We'll get Kaboom's take from the Pat McAfee show, of course, on the latest on this coaching search and just kind of timelines and what he kind of thinks happens next here. How much the Steelers are still very much interested in these Rams coaches, if he's sticking with his guns or to his guns on the McCarthy front. All of that with Mark Cabali coming up next on the PM team.
Hey, Andrew Filipponi back to talk about his new friends at Mr. Magic Car Wash. And guess what? Today's your last day. Get to Mr. Magic Car Wash on Instagram because you can win 2 tickets to watch the Red Hot Penguins take on the Chicago Blackhawks January 29th at PPG Paints Arena. That's next weekend. Get 2 tickets to the game, a $100 gift card for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Giveaway entries are exclusive to Instagram. You must follow Mr. Magic Car Wash on Instagram and check the official giveaway post to enter. Giveaways run. Right now is the last day. Winner will be picked and announced today, so get there right now. Mr. Magic Car Wash on Instagram.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off January with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive. Only $299 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Just $205 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry. These January lease offers end February 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. PNC Supply. In-app only.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek with Subaru's legendary symmetrical all-wheel drive. And available X-Mode for rugged traction, the Crosstrek is ready for whatever Pittsburgh winter throws at you. And right now, get 2.9% APR for 36 months at Bowser Subaru. So don't wait. Get to BowserSubaru.com or visit us in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
What's up, everybody? Dan Costco's here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. New England and Denver coming up on Sunday for the AFC Championship. The total of the game is 42.5, and I'd like to target the over, like the over in this game. I think Denver's head coach is going to sling it, even with the backup quarterback, and we think New England's quarterback will be able to score on this Denver defense. I like the over 42.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you ignoring repeated notices that you owe PA Turnpike tolls? Think it will just go away? Wrong. Unpaid tolls don't vanish. They stack up fast. And so do the penalties. Suspended registration, mounting fines, court action. You can't dodge it. You can't outrun it. It's time to pay your fair share. Call 877-736-6727 to set up a payment plan. The PA Turnpike. Pay now. It's the law.
If you've been thinking about home security, now's the moment. Guardian Protection is offering 50% off their Essentials home security package, but only for a limited time. Protect your home from intruders, fires, and water damage with one smart system. Don't wait until something happens. Get protected today. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN now. Terms and conditions apply.
Ring in the new year during the Start New sale at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills, and Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Get great savings on remaining 2025 models. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander for 0% APR for 60 months. Or get a 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New York style, yins are made. Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Poorhouse on Route 30 East in Greensburg. And be sure to check out their new winter cocktail specials. Come see what everyone is raving about. Happy New Year from D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating and cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio services all brands and provides 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling, 724-838-9360. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
We'll have partly cloudy skies for tonight, but it will be very cold with a low around 1, but wind chills going down to -5 to -10. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies. Highs are only going to top off in the mid-teens, and it's not until late that we start seeing that snow fly. But Sunday, that's a KDK First Alert weather day for significant snowfall accumulations. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Get to Tapped Brick Oven and Poorhouse and check out fun winter cocktail specials.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This report brought to you by Staples.
It's a new year, and Staples has fresh deals to get you fully equipped for 2026. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. This deal means business, and so do these printers. Shop in store and online today. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Checking in on another coaching search, the Buffalo Bills will be interviewing, if they haven't already, Phillip Rivers for their head coaching job. Yes, that Phillip Rivers, not some random coordinator named Phillip Rivers that you've never heard of. That Phillip Rivers. So the grass isn't always greener, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say here. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Will this hour of radio be perfect? I mean, probably not, but we're going to do our best. Mark Cabali, Steelers insider for the Pat McAfee Show, is on the other end of things right now, as he is every Football Friday here on the PM team. This time it's Football Friday, Coaching Search Edition 2.0. Have the feelings of surrealness that we're actually talking about a coaching search worn off yet, Mark? 9 days into this whole process now?
Yeah, it's pretty much wore off.
It reminds me of 20 years ago now, minus the internet, I guess, to this degree. But, it seems like everybody knows the answers, but nobody has the answers. I'm talking about fans, media, and experts alone. So it's, if it goes on a little bit longer here, it's going to really get annoying. So let's hope it's here in the next week.
Well, wait a minute. Who was the wrestler that said every time they think they know the answers, I change the questions?
Roddy
That's
Piper.
Right. That was Piper's line, so maybe that's the real problem here. The questions keep changing. Do you think it will, by the time we would talk next week at this time, Mark, do you think they'll have a new head coach?
I think we'll have a pretty good inkling of who it is, right? If you don't hear anything within the next week, we know it's going to be a Rams guy. If it's all of a sudden somebody else comes in that's wasn't part of their big 3 or 4, or even some of the virtual interviews, they might not be happy or 100% happy with what they've had so far. And if they're going to hire a guy like Mike McCarthy, why are you waiting? So I think we'll know without knowing potentially here within the next week.
Are you a little bit cooler on the McCarthy stuff now that it hasn't, something hasn't happened, or do you think they still want to play their process out, even if that is actually the guy they want to hire?
You might as well play the process out, right? I mean, it's not like the teams that are remaining in need of a head coach or attractive jobs. So you can sit there and just play the long game right now with a guy like a Chris Shula, right? Where's he going to go? Obviously, he doesn't want to go to Cleveland, right? He doesn't probably want to go to Arizona or Vegas either.
Who does want to go to Cleveland right now, or Arizona right. For that matter?
That benefits the Steelers right now, who can sit and wait. It's not like we've heard a bunch of teams knocking down Mike McCarthy's door right now as well. So you might as well just take your time right now. The only thing I guess you would have to keep an eye on would be Buffalo and see where they swoop in at. I don't think they would be interested in a defensive coach, but I mean, we thought that maybe Baltimore wouldn't have been interested in a defensive coach too, and they went that route too. So that's the only one you have to keep an eye on, this Buffalo.
Mark, could you clear something up for some people in the YouTube chat? One guy wanted to know, because you mentioned the Rams coaches. Just make sure you say this for everybody out there. I thought they could hire a Rams guy next week regardless. Can you just, because you obviously said if it's not announced by this time next week, we think it'll be a Rams guy. Just tell people why you said that.
You can tell the guy we're hiring you, but you can't officially hire him until that Monday after the Super Bowl if the Rams are in the Super Bowl.
They don't want
the Rams get eliminated,
superseding and conflicting and all that.
Yeah, and even today when they interviewed Anthony Weaver, now it really they're allowed to really hire anybody they want now because they satisfied the Rooney Rule where they had to interview 2 minorities in person, and that would be Flores and Anthony Weaver. So they're pretty much all set right now unless they want a Rams guy, right? Then you have to wait.
Do you think there's any chance, because you did mention somebody comes from out of nowhere a little bit, do you think there's any chance they're going to, just because of name recognition and they have to just know enough about him, they've played against him, he bounced them from the playoffs one year, do you think they're going to be interested in at least talking to Sean McDermott?
As of a couple days ago, it was not yet. I guess they're waiting to see. I read that as waiting to see if these initial candidates pan out of how they want them to pan out. If it doesn't, maybe they'll go back to that. But if I'm Sean McDermott, I'm probably taking a year off, right? I mean, you're a pretty accomplished coach, and you're going to go to Arizona. You're going to go to Vegas. You're going to go to, Cleveland. No, you might as well take a year off and be number one on that list next year. So if I'm McDermott, I'm probably in that Tomlin realm. If Tomlin does come back, there's no use coming back right now. But like I said, they might give him a call here within the next couple of days if they're not quite happy with how this all plays out. So that's only one other guy I think they would probably reach out to. I know the Mario Cristobal's name's been thrown out there. I haven't heard anything. That doesn't mean they're not interested. I just haven't heard anything.
Go back to Weaver for a minute, just with you, because you mentioned him in passing, and that feels like kind of what we've done with Anthony Weaver this entire time is mention him more in passing, even though when you actually hear the guy talk, it's obvious that he could win the interview because he's a very good speaker, very memorable speaker, and unlike Tomlin towards the end where it turned into self-parody because he was just doing all of his favorite cliches, like the guy actually does have an original way of speaking and telling stories. Why do you think he hasn't been, for lack of a better term and way to frame this, taken more seriously maybe by fans in this process? Because it seems like if you were going with what the insiders think, the people who talk to the agents and everything else, they keep kind of coming back to, Mark, don't leave out Anthony Weaver. And yet if you want to talk to fans about it, they go, who again? What was he? So how do you explain that disconnect?
Well, I mean, obviously McCarthy's a big name. Everybody's going to know who that is, and everybody has an opinion on him. As for Shula, I mean, he does have that last name, and he does have that Rams tree that is very attractive. You look at Anthony Weaver, and you're like, well, the Dolphins haven't been that good of a defense. And I don't think he just has done it. He hasn't done it as long as probably Shula, or has been successful as Shula as defensive coordinator wise. That's probably a reason. I mean, a lot of times with the name recognition too, I do believe that has something to do with it. But John Harbaugh talks glowingly of him. He'll be a coach eventually. It just might be a little bit too soon for him, just like I truly believe, and I know you're adamantly against this, I still think it's just a little too early for Nate Schillhouse. I just don't know if he's ready for that head coaching job yet.
I mean, I
think that's where
acknowledge
Weaver goes too, I think.
So I acknowledge, though, that Schillhouse is probably, like, there's a chance he's a year, maybe even 2 years early. I just think he's got the best chance of being that home run McVay, like, if it clicks. And my whole thing is, I know those guys can always pop up at any minute. Did anyone know who Ben Johnson was, I don't know, 5 years ago, Mark? But we're kind of prisoners of the moment. And if I think that's the best guy to check those boxes right now, I'm willing, for them to court a little bit of risk. Speaking of people who call plays, since I mentioned Ben Johnson, I know the Steelers delighted, maybe not actually delighted. They probably hated people having this narrative out there. They tried to obfuscate, though, who actually called the defense on game day. Is it Mike calling it? Is it Terrell Austin literally calling it in after Mike tells him what he wants? Like, what is the way that this goes down? And I think the commonly accepted sentiment is Mike basically called it. Terrell might have relayed it, but it was Mike's defense on game day in every way. Do you think the Steelers would prefer that whoever they hire for this job, no matter what the person's background or level of expertise is, that person be a CEO and not be somebody who also calls one side of the ball?
I think they would leave that up to the head coach, whoever they hire. But, everybody before that has been that CEO type of guy, didn't really take over any of the coordinator position. But that has to be an interesting conversation, to be honest with you, because if you do go with a guy like Shula, obviously he has the defensive coordinator background. You would imagine that he'd have his big stamp on it as well. Same with McCarthy on offense. I don't know if they would come in and say, no, you need a coordinator. You're not doing all of this. I'm sure they'll relay it like that to us. I'm not quite sure if that's the way they go. I think they would let him do what he needs to do and probably steer him towards, hey, you got a lot of other responsibilities. This might not be it. I wonder how many there are in the league, head coaches / coordinators. You better have yourself a good number two right next to you, you know what I'm saying, to help you out.
So, I know three big ones. I know McVay, Ben Johnson, and Andy Reid all call the plays on game day. Like, they've all got the sheet, and they're all – because, that's the real art form of it, especially on offense, Mark. It's, you can know offense. You can know how to scheme up a good game plan, but, the flow state that you got to get into after that opening 10 or 15 play script is what separates, I think, the good from the great. You know what I mean? And I don't think you hear that as much on the defensive side because, quite honestly, the list of calls. Yeah, the list of calls you can make on that sheet, even if you're if you're Vic Fangio, is only so great of a list. I mean, it's still just like base level, formations and blitzes and ideas versus very specific schematics.
Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, you probably have a better chance to do that on defense than offense. But if you hire McCarthy,
The guys who are good at it on offense, though, are phenomenal at it. That's my point, I guess. Like McVay, Reed, Ben Johnson.
Yeah, who took one over this year, then realized
Dan
Dan
Campbell took
right?
it over, but he took it over because the guy, I think he had Johnny Morton calling plays, and he took it over, and they got better, but people kind of chuckled and noticed that he took over right when they played a horrible defense, so it would have been tough to look like really bad. I think Zach Taylor calls him in Cincinnati, and I think that's like a classic. When Joe Burrow's healthy, that's a good thing, and when Joe Burrow's not healthy, that might not go so well for Zach Taylor, but I think he calls him too.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the defensively, I mean, that's most of that works is done on Monday and Tuesday, and I think that's where Tomlin had most of his input at. And on game day, Austin would follow a script, and if Mike Tomlin would chime in and say, "No, you're running this," then so be it. I think that's more which it is. So you're not really the defensive coordinator, but you really are, because your decisions are being put into action, so to speak, on Monday and Tuesday. So that's where, even if Shula does come in, he could get away with being a CEO, but still having a huge part into the defense.
By and large, Mark, we've got a lot more to talk about. Mark Cabali is going to be here till 4:40 or thereabouts, maybe a little bit after. We'll get into both just the Art Rooney II sort of process here coming up, as well as a couple other little angles of this search. I know things like Mark is super excited to talk about, like coaching staff size and everything else for whoever the new head coach of this team is. I do want to hit you with an unserious one for 1 second. Did you see Pony's video at the airport where he was praising? Not. So, okay, he was praising the airport because he's taking a quick jaunt to New York City, Pony and the Big Apple and everything. And he was talking about how nice the airport was. And then he did something very classic Pony, which was he pointed out where the I think Dick's Sporting Goods has like their display of all the Super Bowls and like the titles won by teams in town. And for hockey and baseball, this is not an issue. They play their championship game or championship series in the same year, really, that the majority of the season is in, right? They list the Steelers' 6 Super Bowls, though, as 75, 76, 79, 80, 06, and 09. Your thoughts on listing the actual year of the game versus the season that it represented?
Yeah, I'm more of a season it represents. I mean, I'm not a fan of the 06 Super Bowl in Detroit. That was the 05 season. So, I mean, it's really misleading because those early ones were played in January, weren't they? They were played in January.
I think the earliest ones were still. I think they were still played in January. I'd have to go back and look at like Super Bowls 1, 2, 3, and 4. But I think it moved to become a post New Year's thing pretty quickly.
What's the overall sentiment? I like the year.
Most people are saying year of the season, not year of the actual game being played. I think it looks like I think they probably put it into Chat GPT or something. And once again, you can't trust AI for common sense.
Yeah. I tried Chat GPT today about who the Steelers' next coach was going to be, and it was just a conglomerate of every Twitter mention of those guys' name just slammed into one.
Yeah, kind of a blunt instrument, frankly. Mark Cabali continues with us from the Pat McAfee Show. Let's talk about something that we started the show with Mark coming up next, which is just kind of people's overall confidence level in Art Rooney II to make this decision, how that decision will be reached, what that process looks like internally, and what they might value more than any single other attribute for a new head coach of this franchise. That's coming up next with Mark Cabali. Text us, 412-928-9370. That is the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here is gorgeous Charlie Borges with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins victorious last night 6-2 over old friend Tristan Jarry and the Edmonton Oilers. Anthony Mantha and Sidney Crosby combined for 3 goals in the first 37 seconds, in 37 seconds. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now, a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi, back to talk about Comer and Cross. Look, we're going to get a huge storm this weekend, and a lot of you want to keep that car in the garage and not out in the snow. Thinking garages and thinking about the transformation my garage made this fall, thanks to the people at Comer and Cross. They completely gave my garage a facelift. My garage floor was disgusting. It was stained. It was cracked. It was only 5 years old, and it looked like it was 50 years old. They came in and completely changed it into something that I can't wait for the weather to get better to use that space to hang out and have fun in. Let them do the same thing for you. No more chips, cracks, or tire lift. They're going to change all that. With Comer and Cross, a garage floor can be yours. Sign up like I did today. Take advantage of their preseason sale. Lock in that great price and pick out the installation date that you want with Comer and Cross. And by the way, they'll be in and out of your garage in one day, and they'll take all of your stuff out of the garage for you as well. So do yourself a favor and call right now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Jarrett Stidham has the chance to be a hero in Sunday's AFC Championship game. He's got a top 3 defense in points per game and yards allowed per game, and a Super Bowl winning head coach in Sean Payton to get him ready. Mix that in with a great home field advantage, and Jarrett Stidham turns Mile High City into Stiddy City. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Repurposed jewelry that's been in your drawer for years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Cloudy and cold tonight, the low -2.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
a report for an accident on 28 outbound right at the exit towards the 31st Street Bridge. This is causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle. Need a new roof? Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. CallThePickle.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This one, Char. This is Vader, isn't it?
It is not.
It's not Vader? Oh no, his always went, it's Vader time. Oh yeah, Demolition. Okay. I should have known that. That's bad. You're hearing that music on a Football Friday, wrestling music, because Mark Caballi is here. Mark Caballi, of course, is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Do you remember, Mark, what the snazziest looking sports uniform you wore growing up was?
Wow. Nah, you know what? We really didn't wear much. We were getting the old press-on letters. You know, it's not like today. I remember.
Oh, those kids now today, they have it made. It's
they got nice ones.
So I played, the first year I was in Westview Ross, baseball or whatever. And the first year where kids actually pitched was 9 and 10-year-olds. They called it minor leagues. And then it was Little League, then Pony League. And my first year, we had to, sell candy bars or whatever to help pay for our uniforms. And we sold enough, I guess. We were the Red Sox. We had, other than the fact that they were not fitted hats, we had, real Boston Red Sox logo hats, not just something that, looked, like the foam front or something goofy. And we had real stirrups, so you'd wear white socks and then have real stirrups, and then they went to the stirrup socks the next year and never looked back. So that's the one uniform thing I remember from being a kid. Then when I was at North Catholic, this was you'd cycle through uniforms probably every 4 years or so, and we always modeled them after what North Carolina basketball did. So when I was there was kind of this rounded looking NC crest in the chest, and then that kind of a goofy diamond pattern down the side, just in red and gold. Of course, the year after I left, a bunch of the parents for the kids who were younger than us, I think forked over some legitimate money and had Nike or Under Armour making their uniforms. They added a third black jersey. So they had these things that looked frankly awesome. And I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's nice. I was wearing stuff that was 4 years old that had been worn by 3 other people probably at that point.
I remember my minor league days. I have a red T-shirt with white stick-on numbers. It said Pizza Hut across the front because that's
Pizza
who we were
Hut.
sponsored by.
See, we never did. Ours just had Westview Ross across the front. That's all I ever knew growing up was that you'd have the name of the Little League. But I guess the more I've thought about it, other leagues have just the business that did the sponsorship.
Our team was sponsored by a tavern that went defunct during the season, so we were representing a tavern that no longer existed.
So wait, you had a dead business representing you. They had paid it up front and then they went out of business.
Casey's Tavern, no longer in existence. It died halfway through the season.
Maybe if you guys had played better, they would have stayed open.
I have no comment on that.
Mark, we could fall down this rabbit hole, so I'm just going to pull the ripcord right now.
All you got to do, Mosey, is look at your phone right now.
Uh-huh.
And that'll show you all you need to know.
Oh, man. Number 65 for the Eagles, Mark Caballi. I'll be honest, man. I didn't play football. My mom was basically probably correct in saying you'll just get hurt a lot. I would have not wanted to see you coming down as a pulling guard in the open field. I would not have wanted to see you back then.
I wasn't very happy during that picture.
You really hit it well. Shocking. I wanted to get into the process a little bit here. I opened the show asking people if they just had confidence that Art Rooney II was going to make the right hire. And I said if I was going to put a pro-con list together, one of the pros I would give him is that I think he's swimming in the right ponds for the most part with these Rams guys. I think even Flores is not a bad guy to be talking to. There are a couple people I would have liked him to have interviewed, but like those guys have jobs now, like Stefanski, for example. How much do you think Art will lean on not only Omar Khan, but also his own son to help make this decision? If you had to guess, or based on what like kind of whispers and rumblings you hear.
I think he's leaning on Omar a lot, to be honest with you. I think Omar can potentially persuade him to go one way or the other. I know obviously Art will get that final say-so and say this is which way we're going. But I think Omar has a way. He's been with him, 25 years now? And I think we've seen that over the past couple of years as a GM, that somehow he had to get Art to, agree to change the way he does some things with trading and free agency. So I do think he is definitely leading the point here. Omar, I think he's probably getting help from other people of who they need to bring in. As for Danny, I don't know this. But I think he's obviously in on the process just for maybe experience-wise, maybe 20 years from now, right? I don't know how
20?
much.
20?
You know what I'm saying?
Is Art going to be the Marv Levy of owners?
What I'm saying is the next time they hire a coach, he'll be like, hey, I was part of the so-and-so coach hire in 2026. So I think he's just trying to gather some more knowledge than anything else. I'm sure they'll listen to him, but I don't think if he's banging the door for ex-coach that they're going to say, okay, as long as Danny wants him. I don't think he's at that point yet. But I think what you have to realize is I think Omar really, really has a lot to say in this. A lot.
Do you think that's how it should be? Is that like something that gives you confidence that it's pointed in the right direction if Omar is a strong driving voice?
This is the thing with Omar is I think he is very good. If he doesn't know something, he will surround himself with people who can get him the right answers. I mean, the first thing he did was when he was a GM, he goes, hey, I got to bring Andy because I don't know this personnel as well as maybe I should.
You think they'll be keeping Andy?
Yeah. What's that?
Do you think they'll be keeping Andy?
I think he'll keep him this year, but I think he'll be gone next year. I mean, next year's cycle, so to speak. I don't think he'll go with Atlanta this year. I just don't think that.
Who do you think is the guy that would replace? Do they have a guy in-house? This is kind of in the weeds now, but I think a lot of Steelers fans are very in tune with how much Andy Weidel puts that board together because it's his board. Is there a guy in-house that would be groomed to replace Andy Weidel?
Well, Mark Sadowski is a guy that's been around, and he's knows a lot of that type of stuff. I mean, he's been the director of college scouting the Bears for a while. He's doing some of the similar stuff here. I think he'd be able to fit in here. I think the ultimate thing, now I don't think you could do this, and I don't think they would do this, is make almost Omar like a team president, overseeing everything.
Why don't they just do the classic, create the title that technically is above the GM and just below only the owner? You are the president of football operations. Andy Weidel becomes the general manager. He reports to you. There's a hierarchy in place. You keep him because now he gets to be a GM. And unless somebody were to create a president of football ops for him, you couldn't just lose him to a lateral move, right? Why not do that? I don't understand.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that seems like it would be a perfect scenario, right? But maybe they just don't believe in that. I don't know. Just like coaching wise, I mean, wouldn't it make a ton of sense to hire Chris Shula and keep Mike McCarthy and ask him to be the assistant head coach and offensive guru? Wouldn't that make a ton of sense? But I don't know if they would be willing to do something like that. And I don't know. I mean, that's just pure speculation. But imagine that. Omar's pulled off some crazy things personnel-wise and roster-wise. Imagine them getting Chris Shula as your head coach, Mike McCarthy as your assistant head coach, offensive mastermind to help out a guy like Shieldhouse learn how to become an offensive coordinator. That would be like the ultimate, but I think
if Shula's got a legitimately deep reservoir, if Shula would have a legitimately deep reservoir of offensive coaches he could call on while, in the event that Shieldhouse eventually takes over as OC in your very deep down hypothetical and then leaves because he does such a good job, he gets a head coaching job elsewhere, which, by the way, you'd have to pick me up off of a fainting couch if we got to a Steelers reality in 5 years where they were cycling through offensive coordinators because the guys they had were too good and were getting jobs elsewhere. That would feel like I had entered a parallel universe to the one that we currently inhabit, Mark, because it would be so out of the realm of present possibility. But if Shula had a really good Rolodex of offensive, coaches that he could keep cycling through, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah. I mean, look at McVay. I mean, every time you think he's run out of a offensive mastermind, here comes another one. I mean, how many's in the league now? 3 or 4 of them, if you're counting Shieldhouse. So maybe that's something he's learning from McVay. I don't know. I think, that's a little bit of an underlying theme to this of this head coach. You gotta really sell them on you're bringing in some good coordinator. At least if it's Shula, you got to have yourself a solid offensive coordinator that knows how to, or at least you got to have an innovator, don't you?
Somebody that's got ideas, like somebody that's creating mismatches. I saw somebody today say, I forget who it was, and I'm annoyed that I didn't bookmark it or put it in the back of my memory. But it was somebody breaking down younger players in this day and age, like the whole X's and O's schemes versus just being a good motivator. And this person's opinion, who was I think played or plays currently, is that younger athletes now, young players in the NFL, they respect X's and O's guys way more than maybe old school players did. You can get through to these guys if you come up with a good scheme and you can say, this is how I can get you the ball, or this is why our scheme makes you look good and puts you in the best position to succeed. So I guess that kind of led me in, Mark, here quickly to the other question I wanted to pose to you before we take a break. What do you think Art internally value? What specific quality do you think he values the most in whoever he does hire?
That's easy. Leadership. The guy who can sit in front of that crowd and of 90 players and get their undivided attention, maybe scare them, maybe motivate them. He has to be that Mike Tomlin / Bill Cowher type of guy. He got to be quite alpha personality. I think that's number 1 on his list.
Do you agree? Do you think that's how it should be? I guess, do you look at McVay as an alpha personality?
No.
See, that's the thing. To me, do you even look? Hold on. I'll even say this much. Ben Johnson strikes me as more of the alpha personality because he seems like partly a psychopath in a good way. Yeah. But Andy Reid does not strike me as an alpha personality. Sean McVay doesn't. I think McVay is probably closer to it. He's pretty intense, but Reid definitely not. I'm just wondering how much that should matter, because some of the most successful coaches of the last 15 years are more guys that like to tinker in the lab like a mad scientist. Kyle Shanahan's, I wouldn't say, is an alpha personality either.
Yeah, behind the scenes he might be. But I think that's one thing that they wouldn't be willing to come off of. Maybe it is that young defensive coordinator, first-time job. They're willing to move past that, but I think they do. He does want that leadership to be intact, to represent the organization. So I still think that's big. Did you see the big breaking news? The Pittsburgh Steelers have signed J.J. Galbraith.
Amazing.
You thought I was going to say coach, wasn't you?
No, actually.
I was not. Trying to get you on that one.
No.
Tight end J.J. Galbraith to the reserve futures contract. He was not a bad tight end last year, to be honest with you. They liked him, but he was still needed some.
No, I'm just fascinated by intern Dom tweeting of all the realistic options left, and if there really is interest, I want the Steelers to hire Mario Cristobal. Every time I think Dom can't send out a worse take, he proves me wrong.
Honestly, what is the last college coach that came to the pros and was any good?
We were trying to figure that out yesterday. We were trying to figure that out yesterday. You can't count Pete Carroll because he had coached in the pros before. Like, if you're talking pure college coach to come to the pros and have success, I'm struggling, man. Like, I think a lot of people think Cignetti would, and it would be hilarious if, like, the Bills got so desperate that they tried to back up, like, a large Brinks truck to Cignetti and Shanahan to bring basically their whole bit to Buffalo. But, yeah, we couldn't think of it. Also,
Greg Schiano.
There you go. There you go.
You work the Bucks in again.
If that's the leader in the clubhouse, you're in problems. You have trouble.
I just laugh because Cristobal, I think one of the things people got very frustrated with about Tomlin pretty early in his tenure, relatively speaking, like mid 2010s, was that he would not manage games well. He and David Todd basically had like a blood feud around David Todd asking him about timeouts in press conference and like game situations. If there is one person I know for a fact is demonstrably worse at that stuff than Mike, it is Mario Cristobal. So if it's like, oh, do you want the Mike Tomlin of college football, who often gets really good players and they play hard, and then he butchers situational football? Do I have the coach for you? Anyway,
now I think about it. How are we forgetting Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah,
Tom
he
Coughlin,
would actually.
Right?
I think Jimmy Johnson and Coughlin are the two. I mean, Jimmy Johnson to me is like the obvious one, but that's so far back that it's like, man, you have to go into like the
80s.
Yeah, the late 80s, early 90s to do it. That doesn't reflect well on the...
Gary Switzer?
He doesn't. You want to talk... Hold on. Now you're getting me off my spot here. If you want to talk about a guy who won with somebody else's players, Barry Switzer won with Jimmy Johnson's football team. Do you agree with me?
I would say that everything was in place for Barry to win.
A lot of stuff was in place for Seifert, too, in San Francisco. But I digress for the umpteenth time this hour. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday. Hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 937thefan.com contesting page. I think I saw it was Fernando Mendoza, who announced on LinkedIn that he is entering the NFL draft. You can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Last Wraps with Kaboom coming up next. We'll kick around some Steelers roster stuff. I'll take a small break from the coaching discussion. I want Mark Cavalli to put on his spot track hat or whatever and play amateur roster rebuilder here coming up next. First, a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates Fest has been affected by the impending snowstorm. They are ending an hour earlier tomorrow, so if you're going to the convention center, they will be ending at 5 o'clock instead of 6, and a few players will not be able to attend, including Brian Reynolds and Joey Bart. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Borges. It is a message from me. It's a big Friday with Bet Parks, and among other things, live betting is better on the Bet Parks app, so you can join me and get some skin in the game. Live betting makes watching the game that much more fun, and we got two big ones in the Pro Football Playoffs. It's Conference Championship Weekend, 3 o'clock Sunday. New England up now to a 5-point road favorite at Denver. The quarterback situation for Denver in that game, if you have been living under a rock, wouldn't call it great. 6:30 on Sunday. Los Angeles is a 3-point road dog. That line nudging a little bit at Seattle as they try to get the rubber match of a trilogy that has been very entertaining taken care of with a trip to a large game on the line. With Bet Parks, you can bet touchdown scores, individual player performances for passing, rushing, and much more. Plus, they've got a great offer for new users for the new year. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours, plus an additional $50 casino bonus on Triple Cash Eruption, the hot slot game. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan. BetParks.com has all the details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015. Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Winter in western Pennsylvania isn't for the faint of heart. Snow, ice, slush, and those back roads you know all too well. That's why it's time to get to Bowser Subaru for a new ride with all-wheel drive. Meet the 2026 Subaru Forester Hybrid Premium, the SUV that's ready for winter and smart about fuel efficiency. With its added hybrid power, the Forester Hybrid Premium is built to handle snowy commutes, icy mornings, and long winter drives with confidence. And right now, Bowser Subaru, there's 1.9% APR available on the 26 Forester Hybrid Premium, so don't wait. Credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends February 2nd. Head to BowserSubaru.com today.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Dry January just got better. Meet Bureau, Tom Holland's premium non-alcoholic beer, brewed with the best ingredients for real satisfying flavor without the alcohol. Get Bureau delivered in 60 minutes in Pittsburgh or shipped nationwide at beverages2u.com. Buy 4, get 4 windows free, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Proud Pittsburgh Penguins partner, windownation.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause you love him in London and Paris and Tokyo.
I wasn't stupid enough to think that I was actually going to make it through this hour without hearing this song. But the thing is, I'm on video here at Studio B. We have a nice video feed so people can see my bald head that looks like it hasn't seen the sun in how many ever years. Because I'm not in the room with the two of you, and Mark's virtual right now on video, and Charlie Borges is back at our studio in Green Tree, it doesn't have the same effect because you guys don't get the amusement of seeing me get viscerally angry about this song.
I can still see it on the video. I saw the eyes roll.
And you're telling me I want to be very clear. Mark Cabali is with us, and he's on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I just want to be very clear here. The gimmick here is not even in the slightest that he's like supposed to be a boy band member or anything, because this song sounds like something that a boy band would try to put together for a pro wrestler.
You gotta believe in him, man. When's your birthday, Malsey? I'll get you a cameo of Joe Hendry.
I'm not telling you when my birthday is because I know between you and Pony, you actually will do that. And it'll be Joe Hendry doing that. It'll be Joe Hendry doing that goofy spin around going, Malsey, happy birthday. Do you believe in me? I'm Joe Hendry.
I do got the action figure right with me. I know you can't see it, but with the action figure also comes
Oh, my God. I hate you. I hate you. How is that coming through so clearly, too? That actually sounds good. That sounds like better than, I don't know. I was going to make a joke about Starkey or something, but... By the way, Mark, did you grow up in the era where you had those wrestling buddy stuffed animals? Or stuffed toys, I guess you'd call them. They were like, as big as a toddler, basically.
No, I mean, I grew up in them. I never had one. But I had the old rubber LJN ones from...
No, these were like the ones that were like sort of pillows so you could keep them in your bed if you were a little kid. I had an Ultimate Warrior one for some reason. I think the stuffed wrestling buddy Ultimate Warrior was better in the ring than the actual Warrior for that.
I think they have those out now. They still sell those ones.
My kids have no idea what professional wrestling is and probably never will, just for the record.
You got to smarten them up a little bit.
When they, like when you were a kid, you got to watch like a certain movie once you hit a certain age, like your parents would say, you're old enough to see this now or whatever. When they're like both 12 or 13, I'm going to show them Austin and Hart from WrestleMania 13. And then I'll say, but this was the technical match from Survivor Series 96. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, this is all you.
Just show them the Jay Leno one.
No, I'm going to show them like the Pantheon matches. Razor and Shawn, ladder match, WrestleMania 10. Undertaker, Shawn, Hell in the Cell, 97, Bad Blood. I'm not going to show them the junk that I can't, that I think is bad.
Lawrence Taylor, Bam Bam Bigelow.
That's actually a pretty good celebrity and athlete match because Bam Bam made him look like $1 million and LT was very much up for the fight, so to speak.
Hey, now.
What? What was that?
Up for the fight.
Anyway, I will ask you this. How different do you think this roster is going to look next year? Like in terms of, give me some name. You want to play the Starkey style game? I give you a name. You tell me if you think he is or isn't going to be on the roster next year.
A lot of it's going to have to depend what coach they hire, but yeah, okay.
Okay, fine. I mean, because you're going to say if they hire Shula, they're going to keep a lot of the defense because he did so well with a young and cheap defense here. Let's just try to take that out of it and I'm just gonna make you pick. TJ Watt on the roster or no?
Absolutely, yes, 100%.
Okay, 100%. Cam Hayward.
I think yes, because I still thought at the end of the season he was a little bit angling towards I'll come back, but you got to pay me. I think I've said that before on your show before.
How do you think that's going to shake out this year? Do you think they're going to try to avoid any ugliness if he does want to come back and try to nip that in the bud?
You've went this far with him where you went through some issues money-wise of making him that one helmet guy. Why throw that all away right now? It's not like he still can't play, so it wouldn't be that much of a reach if he does want a bumping salary or at least some guarantees or some addition to what he has.
All right, how about Jalen Ramsey?
I just don't know if they can get rid of that contract. I mean, they probably would want to, but I don't know. Just not quite sure how you get around that unless you have to pay part of it for him to go away. And I don't know if they would be willing to do that. I would think that he would still be back. But
Patrick Queen.
If it could. Yeah, I don't see much change in defense. I really don't.
I have a feeling that I know where this is going. I'll start with an easy one. Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, I think he'll be gone. They just signed J.J. Galbraith, so of course.
True. That was your big breaking news. That's a very good point. Yes. Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah, he'll be back. I mean, he got a reprieve now, right? Whoever was making the decision of not him getting the ball is no longer making those decisions. Who do you think
was behind that? Like, give me your best guess as to why that happened. And then occasionally when they needed a huge play late in a game offensively, they would magically find that Pat Freiermuth actually existed and oftentimes hit him with one.
I mean, it could have been Aaron, man, because if Aaron wanted to throw him the ball, Aaron would have thrown the ball. And he had a lot of pull where he wanted him part of that.
Sure, but that makes it weird that when push would come to shove, like late against Cleveland, I'm thinking like Cincinnati, there are big moments. Like when they needed a big play in some of these big games, he would look for him.
But don't you think if Aaron really wanted him out there, he'd just say, "Hey, Art, he's coming out there, man," and Art be like, "Okay, Wouldn't you think that would be a conversation? So
I would
say partly Aaron, partly Arthur. I mean, overall, it's Tomlin. Just say, hey, get him in there.
It also probably had to do with the fact that Aaron didn't want to throw the ball over the middle of the field till he absolutely had to. So,
well, the head coach doesn't want to do that.
Well, I think that he found a quarterback who also didn't want to do that, so it was very convenient for all parties concerned. DK Metcalf.
Yeah. People are still complaining about them not voiding his guaranteed monies. I just you got a wide receiver. You have tough. The roster is not full of good wide receivers. Even if he hasn't lived up to
that's
his
an understatement.
Contract, yeah, you still got to keep him because he's by far the best you got.
Kenny Gainwell.
I don't think if I'm Kenny Gainwell, I'm not coming. I'm going somewhere else. I'm going somewhere else.
I agree with you. I just think it's
you can get
funny
paid
the way you delivered
else.
that.
I thought that he might be a guy that would absolutely stay here, but now with Arthur Smith gone, you're not guaranteed the next offensive coordinator is going to use you in that same way. Follow the guy that fed you the ball. That's what I would say. Wherever Arthur goes, you go.
I haven't paused to think about how he would actually fit in their system, but if I were him, and I know how much the lead dog on this team occasionally gets hurt, I'd want to go play for Kyle Shanahan if I were him. But they might not feel like they need that they need to pay him. They might feel like they can plug and play backup running backs there. So
he's at the point of his career where he needs to get paid. So he just might go where the most money is too.
That's also true. All right. That was a fun little game of will they or won't they be back with Mark Cabali. Kaboom, thank you as always. What are you getting? What's your preparation for the big storm of 2026?
You got a little bit of, I did the wrong thing and I went to the grocery store today. It was Armageddon in there, man. People were throwing elbows and stuff. It was ugly. But hey, Saturday night main events tomorrow. Maybe get a pizza pie or something. Sunday, I am not leaving the house.
I'll shovel. I will leave the house to shovel at least 6 times on Sunday if it snows like it's
really.
supposed to.
Okay, are you a shovel as you go and not when the whole shebang's over? Shovel?
I try to go every. If it's falling an inch an hour, I'm trying to go out there every 2 hours so that it's a relatively easy shovel.
Oh, I wait till the end.
No, see, I got good snow pants. I got a good pair of boots, and so I don't mind going out in that.
I got a lot of shoveling to do. I almost bought a snow blower the other day, and I lost my bid on it.
Oh, so there you go.
Screwed.
Sorry, Mark, but thank you for coming on with us.
All right, we'll see you, fellas.
Mark Cabali. It is 4:53. Time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. Mark also and I were talking, he and I were talking about the weather because it's going to be bad. Very cold and very possibly extremely snowy starting on Saturday night into Sunday. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. About 20 minutes from now, we have an open phone Friday at about 5:15. We have had a couple different discussions going today. Do you trust Art Rooney II to get this hire right? Nick Farabaugh suggested that if there is a late charging horse from off the track, so to speak, who joins this race, he thinks it could be Sean McDermott. If that were to happen, that would be his pick for who it would be. Do you like the idea of that if it comes to pass? And how would you define success for the Steelers over the first 3 years of whoever the new coach is, his tenure? That was sloppily phrased. Yes, my mother's an English teacher, but we talk a lot on this station, okay? What would be a successful first 3 years for whoever the Steelers hire as head coach? All those questions. Plus, once we hit open phone Friday, it's open season. You want to talk Pirates Fest? You want to talk about the Penguins who appear to just be capital G good, like actually good? Fire it all away at 5:15. We'll talk a little more Steelers. We'll look at this roster as well. All live from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. It is the PM team.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious?
we're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas